What's up, everybody? It's me, your favorite homeless guy, and I'm out here in the middle of the sticks again. God fucking damn it, I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. I want to go away. I don't want to be here anymore. Get away from me. All of you, get the fuck away from me. Get the fuck away from me. Get the fuck away from me. Basically, I drove for 2.5 hours, and it was amazing, and I really liked it. And the tarot video was like, King of Cups, bam, the Hierophant. Bam! I'm seeing 33. Bam! And I can't remember a single thing they said, but I did before this instance I'm going to bring up, because you know Casey's got to show you why he's a victim. Basically, it was a very big, powerful night of self-awareness. And look, I look better, man. Just 2 days of eating, and it's like, fucking, you're glowing. It's true, fasting is real. It took a long time to get me back into focus. I've learned the power of sitting in silence. I never had the opportunity because when I stop, usually the crows and the vibes start to dig and eat at me. But driving, I can fix that. So I drove around for 2 hours. When I get here, universe is saying, don't go in the gas station, don't go in the gas stations, don't go into the public, don't do it, don't do it. But I'm like also thinking, fuck, I need gas. Fuck, I need gas. So it's 5 in the morning. I go into the 24-hour gas station, and I had done the meditation work. I went out by myself. I had driven for 2 hours. I was focused. I was really able to take my power back and have my power back, which is rare. Trauma has really made me like fragmented and pulled apart. But for a little while, I was here and whole. And when I did that, I realized like all this stuff about, oh my God, I was kind of running myself from like above my own head and just like suggesting to myself where to go. I wasn't thinking at all. I was listening to myself coach me, and I was not making good decisions because I hadn't found a way out of that. And I found that driving for long periods of time at night in silence during snowstorms when there's nobody on the road really helped me get there, which is good. It's a mouse tool I'm going to utilize later. But when I had the clarity and peace and I'm thinking and I'm functioning like a normal person, I'm able to think about greater things. I'm like a normal, regular person. I go into this gas station and I'm just going to put 20 in the self-checkout register at the gas station and then get in my car and go. I take just one loop around the food section to see what they got at the deli, frozen stuff. And I can feel immediately the chaos that I had just defeated in my own life. The buzzing and the distorted, unhuman shit that I thought that I was like, oh, I'm crazy, I made all this stuff up. I was like living in a schizophrenic delusion. All that stuff that I thought that I had finally just gotten away from, I can feel it digging back from over there in the corner. And I look and there's just a fat white woman like twitching. And she works there and she's twitching and stomping. And she eventually, it doesn't affect me because I had done the work. So I can feel the energetic attack. And I just, no, I'm just going to put the thing in the thing and I'm going to get out. And then she sprints up to me. This fat 45-year-old white woman sprints up to me and goes, do you need help at the register? And I said, no. And she's like, oh, okay. And she won't leave right. She's like this close to me. She's like, oh, okay. Normal woman. You would think she was normal and I was crazy. And then that's how she's acting. But I could feel that she's really trying to get in, like it's a spiritual, emotional thing. Something about how I was triggering her. I'm going to put the dollar bill into the machine. She yanks it and runs. I go, what the fuck? And then she's like, not anywhere near the register. She's over here in the middle of the room holding my money. And she goes, oh, did you need help with gas? And I go, can I just give you the 20 and head out? I'm on pump 1. And she's like, yeah. Yeah, but soon, well, all inked up Jesus, you can at least go back to the past few days and see that I'm not a bullshitter. I don't know if it's my state. I don't know if it's the lack of social conditioning in my state. I don't know if it's spiritually that there is a different energy here than I saw in other states that I've been to. It could be just this is the second smallest state in the country. I know these people are inbred, old, and prejudiced. I know that they're crazy. But soon, hopefully, I'll be able to get like a sneaky GoPro right here. And I can keep doing it. I see what plateau you're on, man. I feel it. Hey, it was 35 in New York, in upstate New York. It was $35 for a day pass. Out here, because nobody goes to the gym, it was $6 for a day pass. So, it's got goods and bads. If you have enough money that you can drive around and you can find places, it's just, you have to go through these long gauntlets of spell work to be able to function in this place. Because they're just so like, it seems like if you don't want to do the relationship games and the spiritual stuff that they're doing because they're sick, you do become the enemy. And this is also yesterday, if you remember on the live stream, somebody walked up and told me that they kill black people here. I'm about 2 hours in a different direction, and one of the first things people said to me is that they kill black people here. And I hear it so much now. My first answer is, well, I'm probably the closest thing you can be without being it. I'm homeless. And like, that's why I'm telling you. I can let you use my Planet Fitness membership. It's all right, man. I don't think you can. Also, there's no Planet Fitness around here, but I appreciate it. There's a couple 24-hour gyms. A day pass is only $6. I'm just trying to get a shower. The court system that I said I was gonna wait till Friday to get my court. Double tap that like button. The court I was trying to call didn't answer me today. The mechanic that I'm here for just wasn't in today. He's a busy guy. He's a nice guy. I'm sure he was doing something, but he wasn't there, and it's too late to talk to him now. So I'm gonna wait till Monday, or maybe I'll drive up on the weekend and see if they're just shooting the shit, and we can work out what we're gonna do and schedule it. That's what we're trying to do. The Casey story is moving on to storage sheds for some reason, and I am going to these places and seeing that a lot of these churches do need more storage than they have. So maybe in the future I'll start marketing storage sheds, and I'll go to these churches and be like, how often, the world we're living in is going to need, people are going to be mass exodusing from their situations because it's getting impossible to live here. But also, because it's so beautiful, you're going to be getting a lot of poor people that will be traveling here. So, in those waves of poor people, there will be needles in the haystack. And that's what we're here for. We want to help the needles in the haystack, like me. That, it'll be a word of mouth based program to get people from this suffering like this, where people are really targeting you with prejudice and craziness because they're unhappy in their own life. And it's like a power thing. It's like a spiritual power thing. She was after, when I find clarity in that stuff, in the driving, I'm able to access a different energy, and people feel it's just calm. I normally have a deep voice because I'm not trapped up here. Really masculine energy. Just because I don't worry about any of this stuff. Then it seems to trigger people, specifically fat white women, get really upset and they come at me. Or like really wimpy, skinny fat with little dog guys that drive I don't know what's that type, like I think is it a Chevy Cruze? They don't drive Subarus because Subaru people are usually chill. I've never had a problem with someone that drives a Subaru in my entire life. I've never had a problem with someone that drives a Subaru in my entire life. But there's this like specific SUV that I'm like, how come it's always the people that look like that in that SUV? And those are the people that come up and be like, are you the one throwing the trash out here? They go, I'm calling the fucking cops. And I have to take off because I don't want police brutalities. Male Karens, yeah. Male Karens and actual Karens don't like when Casey is not suffering with mental illness. And they have to, like, I mean, that woman literally wouldn't stop. Yes, at 5 a.m. in the morning, she wouldn't get away from me, and she was moving like this. Like she's doing, like, possessed mental gymnastics. Spiritual gymnastics. And afterwards, I did feel like she had embedded something in me that enmeshed me back in the community. And I started feeling like I was pumped full of information. And it was destroying my vibes and resetting all the shit that I had just gotten away from. It did seem, and then I did get a YouTube notification. The YouTube notification was for a spiritual video. The spiritual video was literally titled, "Your consciousness is so powerful it scares the Matrix." And it was talking about when I'm at peace, it makes the system terrified and they'll react any way that they can to try to stop it. So, I mean, lined up with my life right here. The thing happened, and then the explanation for the thing happened. And watch your mouth about Chevy Cruise drivers, we're not all bad. Well, just don't get a little dog, man, and don't be like 45 years old. And probably very well, I only find them in very wealthy areas. In other news, Burlington, Vermont had an ICE protest because they came after one specific guy. And one of the main streets in Burlington, like, when we drove through it yesterday, I think it was like a few hours after that, or maybe it was a few hours before that. But we were right there. Like, I came back from New York, and I was there right when we had, like, the biggest ICE protest in the state, where they were, like, going after ICE. And ICE used tear gas. And I watched the video. I'm really disappointed in... I always hate that police station. I've seen that police station tackle a pregnant woman because they thought she was somebody. They thought she was a man that had a warrant, is what they said. But in reality, I watched them tackle a pregnant woman. All these birds right to left. Big flock. Big flock. Also, those cops, I had to protect a woman on the bus from a guy with a knife in 2023, and I threw him on the ground, and then they held me back, and they held him back, and he was threatening me, and I said, "You're not going to do shit. You're small, and you're weak." He's like, I'll see you on Church Street." I'm like, "I'll be there." But the cop let him go and was grilling me, like, "What are you doing in Burlington? What are you doing here, man? Who do you know?" Well, like, he's a gang member. And I'm like, "You prissy white privileged prick. Stop pretending you're anything more than just an annoyance to the rest of us and actually do your job. Nobody cares about your fake ego. You live in delusion to cope." And then the pretty girl walked by and went, "Hey, Casey," and then passed in between both of us. And I'm like, how does she know my name? But it was on my hat. I had a hat with a crown on it and my name embroidered on the side. So she saw that. But for a while I was like, man, they know me around here. And then like a year later I was like, oh shit, my name was on the side of my hat. Unless she was like, "What happened?" And they were like, "That's Casey. They call him the King of the North. He's homeless and he walks around with a bat and a machete at his side, and he rides a stolen bike around. And he's pretty cool." But yeah, those cops are trash. So what I saw during the ICE protest is like the cops were like really robotic moving, and there was hundreds of people out there, but then randomly the cop would see like a really skinny, like looked like she was 16-year-old girl. I saw him do it 3 times, where they would like be walking, the cameras are rolling, then they snap and just grab a 16-year-old girl and just whip her on the ground and hurt her. You know what I'm saying? That shit was crazy. And then everybody's like, it was so disappointing what the people did to ICE. And I was like, it's disappointing no, they didn't start killing you guys. I'm disappointed that they're just gonna whine and bitch on the sidelines. Fucking shoot them. I'm more worried about Freemasonry and ancient cult stuff and how these wealthy whites seem to be devolving, and their guard dogs, the cops, seem to be trying to get into that club. So they're going out and using the people for rituals, and they're going on stage and doing their ritual stuff, and they're trying to get in with the Goyim farm. I don't like the abuse the homeless people and people that aren't white are going through in terms of ICE. If they're actual law enforcement, they're cool and they're actually tracking down somebody who committed a crime. If they're actually going after rapists, cool. If they're going after families that are in the process of getting their citizenship and they're just doing it for fun and they end up putting them in a detention center where they're molested, starved, pepper sprayed, tased, cornered in rooms, and all the shit that I went through being homeless because they can get away with it, that's death penalty for sure. That's a green light. That's a hawk will swoop and tear your eye out if you keep going. You know what I'm saying? EBT, this guy's transforming, but he's holding it back. No, I finally got like progress on my severe CPTSD, and the energy made these fat white women crazy. And then I went to a whole different place, and I accidentally wound up in like a really inbred, that's what they told me, is really inbred, really wealthy, really secluded, 20 miles from anything out in New York. And I saw people lying to the police, trying to get the police to get my car to this spot so that they could tow it, and the cop was really trying. And I saw them lie to the gym. The gym messaged me and bullshitted, said I tried to sleep in their gym. So I sent them a picture of me being like, this is my nice cozy twin mattress in my nice SUV, my mobile bedroom. You can see I didn't even go into your gym. But he thought, you know, they think that they're really big and bad and they have this power and authority. They don't, because they did for probably half of their life. So they're trying to be scary. He's saying, this is a very, very small town where everybody knows each other, and we can't have our members feeling uncomfortable with you. And I said, I'm uncomfortable with you guys. I came in here, I cleaned up all the trash. I was here and I bought a gym membership. I bought a blanket from the thrift store. I applied to the gas station. It's a very nice place. I went into the churches and offered to help them. I didn't do anything to anybody, but I saw 40 people, 3 different instances of lying to the police where 3 cops had to show up. At one point, they just crowded the doorway and started screaming at me, and they didn't have a reason for it. And I went, why do you see me as the enemy? And they went, oh, no, oh. And I'm like, are these bitches possessed? Is this the Antichrist? Is this the Mind Flayer? That cop seemed one of the good ones. He gets a B+. He could have addressed those women and said, leave the guy alone. But he didn't. He was on the fence about whose side to pick. But they pay his salary, so I'm sure that those very wealthy people send very hefty bonus checks to that local PD every Christmas. Lemmings don't like people they don't know. Saying you were sleeping in the gym with such obvious bullshit. At least he did refund. He refunded me today. He didn't for the whole day yesterday, and then I knew Spirit said he was going to sit with himself for a while, and he didn't reach out to me again because I ignored his last message saying like, this is really welcoming community. I could have just said, this is the least welcoming community I've ever had. I don't know what you're talking about. But finally, after the day goes by, at random at like 1:30 in the afternoon, he sent the money back, which means he probably had to like sit it through for the night and really like get over that ego high he had. He had to get, I did the individuation thing. I went on the long drive. I found the peace in sitting in silence. I found a really cool spot. And then I came here, but then the gas station incident, and it felt like the hive mind I had just escaped from really tried to get me, And then I got a notification on my phone that said the same thing. I was like, why did I felt this sense of clarity and functioning like an everyday normal person? And then I went into a gas station and saw that I was the only person, all these birds right to left, I was the only person that was normal and functioning and have clarity. These white people, man, are crazy. And then I get the notification when I felt them clock the energy, and then they went crazy. And they tried to get in emotionally. And then I felt it afterwards, and then immediately I met with a notification on my phone that says, the peace and clarity of your powerful consciousness makes the matrix upset. So I'm like, okay, at least both of these really, I get these crazy moments, and they happen to line up perfectly. Like I had this moment a week ago where I felt like God, where I felt like none of this was real, and that there was so much more going on than I had allowed myself to realize. So then I get up and I'm driving, and I remembered that I had asked the universe if I shouldn't work at this McDonald's to give me a bird left to right. And then right when I remembered that I had asked the universe, when I have this come to Jesus moment, and I remembered that I had asked the universe for a left to right bird in front of the car if I shouldn't work in McDonald's. I'm on my way to McDonald's, and a bird almost slams into the side of the car left to right, right there. Then I have a tattoo of a green heart. There was a big truck barreling like 90 in a 55 with a big green heart on it. And I'm like, why is that going so fast? That it shouldn't, I know it's New York, but it shouldn't be like that. It's gonna like, and then I look in the mirror and there's a truck, a big red truck. The guy's looking like this. And he's going about 200. Not 200, sorry. I said 200 the other day. I was going 60. It looked like he was going 200. I've never been past 110 in my life driving. I'm assuming he was going more than 110. The way that he cleared that entire long road to get there in like 3 seconds, he was going crazy. And he was going to try to swerve past, but because the truck was going fast here, when we met up, that truck had to slow down and couldn't get by, and he had to stop, and then he had to slowly drive by. As I'm stuck in between this car and that truck right behind me, I get a notification for a job, landscaping. And the past 2 days, people had saying, you should do landscaping, you should do landscaping. I got a job offer to landscape. And then I get a notification on Indeed for a landscaper position. When I was like, I don't know what I should do for work once the snow melts. Yeah. Keep talking shit, Goyam. It won't make you guys any, it won't make your dicks work. That's for sure. Won't make your wife less of a bitch. If you even have one at this point. So that's cool. Somebody gave me this pack of Reese's and $60 yesterday. So now I'm able to fix my wheel hubs on my car. And I'm one step closer to Walmart Spark delivery. I love you, King. Clean your nails. Yeah. So, 3 days ago, before I got kicked out of that town, but I wasn't really kicked out, because a lot of my YouTube, I show you that when they do this shit to me, I just stay there and I record them. Just getting more evidence of how crazy white people are. And then it's just the idea of me. It's not me. It's the guy sitting in his car. And that's all it is. And they make up all this crazy shit. And then they play telephone. And then angry mobs show up. Or the police will act like kindergartners. Or old white people will act like kindergartners. And they're just... I'm like, I wish I had a big mirror. I could just look at yourself, you nut job. But in that town, they had already keyed the car. There was no cameras. The 17-year-old inbred looks like his face is gonna fall apart. Prissy rich prick. I was like, and I won because I said, go fuck your cousin. And he got really mad. So I know his buddies and him would have come back that night. And I'm like, do I want the drama? The trooper did just give me permission. Because he said, your license is suspended in New York because you had a headlight out 4 years ago and you did make an effort to work with the court system, but then I fell out of contact with them, so they suspended the license. Now it's unsuspended. My license is unsuspended there, but at the time it was like I gotta wait till the court opens, and just sent him an email saying, yeah, that was 4 years ago, my fault. I was traveling, didn't have contact with my mailing address at the time. I thought it was handled. It is what it is. And he gave me permission to leave, so I was like, I might as well leave. To get a shower in that place was $60. To get a shower here tonight is $6. And I got a refund from the $60 I paid before. Just to find out he locked the shower for people, or at least for me. I couldn't access the shower even though I paid $60. So then I come here and I call somebody and she's like, no, it's $6. And it's also like, you just show up and you put $6 cash, or you pay the Venmo because nobody mans it, and it's chilled. Nobody will bother you. Just go take a shower. It's fine. So I said, that's the best rate and the nicest customer service I've gotten in weeks traveling. So thank you very much. And she's like, oh, no problem. I was like, man, I didn't have that anywhere in any of the other places I've been. So maybe this place is chill. But then you're like 35 minutes from that place, the cops rape homeless women. And because I had the long hair back when it was like this, and I was faced like this, and you couldn't see the facial hair, and I was drawing in the middle of the night, the cop showed up and tried to do it to me. And then I recorded him. Did you drop the soap, King? No. You look like you worship the devil. I don't. I think I am so close to purity and grace because of my isolated upbringing and my naive perseverance as a 33 life path. Born on the 11th, Sagittarius, Sun, Mercury, Pluto in the 8th house, Aquarius, Moon, Mars, Stellium, Uranus in the 10th house, Taurus and Saturn, Taurus rising, Leo North Node. That when I finally beat my mental trauma, my CPTSD from severe abuse for decades of my life, brain injury that I healed from, horrible shit that's happened trying to be on my own, traveling since 14 years old. I think that I can come to this place where something about me, I'm just a real one. I think it makes the people very upset. Something about it makes people really crazy. And I just record them going nuts. Whoops. Sorry guys, my mod got you. My mod put you guys in timeout. How does it feel? So we're just waiting for the sun to go down so that the local yokels don't see I got a bed back here. The plan is today that I'm gonna go take a shower. Depending on who's there, as if I'll use the gym or not. See if I like it. Then I've just got a couple more chores on my to-do list, and then I'm gonna be chilling, hanging out. It was great here until the people at the gas station. And now I feel trapped in the matrix again. The hive mind just digging in all the time. And then when I move or I reject it and say no, all the birds freak out. And then a truck, and the guy throws his head down to the side. And I'm like, I think if they just stopped working, I think everybody needs to just sit alone by themselves in the woods. I think technology, social media, and having to go to work for most of your day, plus your family, like, guarantee all of these white households have a fat woman that sits on Facebook all day, stewing in the same stimulation to your brain that heroin gives you, with the haha reacts and the social media shit that drives you into psychosis. Every family's got somebody in that psychosis, so that's affecting the home. It's just a weird time to live in, man. Everybody's crazy. And it's also probably the old world versus the new world, like the Gen Z kids that have access to technology. Whatever 1999 is, like 97 and 99, they seem like really chill, normal people. 1997 to 1999, people that were born there, Those people are the most sane people you'll meet. They're like really chill. They're functioning. They're cool. They're at least like they're able to work. They don't let the world get to them. They had social media when they were 12. The car just did 3 rumbles. It went brum, brum, brum. It's never done that. That's not good. Idling the car for long periods of time has kind of fucked shit up. And I've driven it about 8,000 miles in 3 months. That can't be good. And I'm only really finding a way to live if it's mobile. If I maneuver through 3 different locations, I'm sort of finding comfort, but that involves like $20 or $30 a day in gas, which can't work. You wouldn't have psychosis if you had Jesus. I think Christianity's dumb. I think that what Christianity was supposed to be is great. But when you go to church, it's not good. It's often to your own detriment. I don't think the way Jesus taught was to relinquish yourself and become the church in communion. I don't think it would. Like, churches seem exactly like a ditty party, but socially and spiritually more than physically. But yeah, I find God all the time, pretty much every day. So because worshipers get rid of people for their ride? I don't know what that means. Church doesn't matter, your relationship with Christ matters. His name wasn't even Christ, it was Yeshua. Jesus Christ was a word that was invented much after he died. When you say Amen, Amen-Ra was an ancient Egyptian king that got in, you know? It had nothing to do with Jesus. It had nothing to do with God. When you say amen, you're like sending energy to a false deity. It's like he's like Hiram Macbeth in Freemasonry. He was like an ancient Freemason king that they do rituals to send energy to. Those people that died in that way on that cross, there are millions, and they were tortured. My first thought was, coming from the window of that church, an energy beam wrapped around the side of my brain right here, and showed me images of all the kids in the native boarding schools that the Christians tortured. Look up Catholic torture chambers. They would kidnap native kids and practice occult science on them in the basements of churches. And from the window of this fucking church, this is one of those places where they would do it. And I mean, it does have a pretty huge basement here. I know carpenters that told me that they're still doing it. Like, there's a guy in his 70s who said that in his 40s, so 30 years ago, he built a torture room under a Catholic church for people in the state. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I sometimes wonder how much truth got messed up by the powers that ought to be. A lot of Bibles don't have the passage that, like, when I tried to talk to a lot of Christians about, like, how do you guys feel about that most of the Bibles that we have access to have a lot of passages taken out that revolve around fasting? And then the guys I'm asking are usually pretty overweight. And they're like, oh. And then I left, and they told the police they told the police that I said that I had tried to kill someone. I told them a story about how I had this sort of awakening moment where I felt close to God, like what you guys described, your come to Christ. One time I had a come to Christ moment, and a guy ran into the laundromat with a baton and just started swinging. He like blocked the doorway, and he was just standing there twitching, staring at the ground. So I walked up and said, if you do anything, you're not gonna win. You're crazy. I thought I was crazy. Now I know you're crazy, and I'm just an overthinker, so thank you. And then he swung the baton, and he got me like 6 times in the head, and then I picked him up and threw him on the ground. And I had a hatchet, because I saw him put on the COVID mask and pull the baton out before he came in, so I grabbed my hatchet out of my backpack for camping. And I told him that story about how I had to defend myself right after I had a come to Christ moment, because my question was, why did that happen? I was like, you guys devoted your life to Christianity. Is there anything in the Bible that says that immediately in this sort of connection where it feels like once you make a decision with that connection, when you find Christ, when you're so present to the moment with it, and you're about to start, like patterns develop over time. So if you're able to hold whatever that is in, and you start to live your life with that, I know it makes incredible changes to your everyday life. And it seems like when I get there and I'm about to start living in Christ, I guess, if that makes sense, or the Kundalini awakening, or connection with the Creator, the Infinite. And I'm over and over for several years now, back to when I was 9, it's just been horrible. Usually police show up, like police brutality, or when they can't, because I'm not doing anything wrong, it'll be like a local, like the woman at the gas station, or this guy with the baton. And that was my question. And when I told them I had to defend myself when I had my come to Christ moment, and I was asking them, why did that happen, and how do I stop that from happening in the future? She went, should we call Keith? And the husband was like, no, I think we're good. The administrator of that church, of a different church, on the other side of that lake. Then she tells me, you should go to the other church over there, because they have the parking lot that's open to the public 24 hours. And then once I go there, she calls the police and said that he just said that he killed someone with a hatchet, and he's on the run. So the cops show up ready to kill me, bro. Ready to, like, they think I'm violent. They're like panicking. They send 3 cops. They sent 4 cops, actually. What you do defines you, flannel man. Well, I'd like to see those old ladies get punished, and not in a BDSM way. But I did hear randomly when I'm driving down the road last night, because all the Christians that I talk to say they have a voice of Jesus that speaks to them, that cuts through all the other voices. And I'm like, every Christian I've ever heard says that they hear voices in their head, but they think I'm crazy. Every time I talk to like someone in the church, they'll always let it slip that they hear voices in their head, and that Jesus cuts through all those voices. So I'm like, I guess it's normal that everybody has a chaos in their mind. So when I'm driving and I suddenly hear, like, because I'm not hearing voices, but I'll be like, I'm driving, and then I will hear something, and that something does seem calm, and it does seem like how they describe Jesus. Whether maybe we used to have a greater connection to something like a higher intelligence, like how Siri and Grok can talk to us on all of our phones. Maybe there is a spiritual thing that we just have been cut off from to be goyim for the Black Rock Saturn worshipping cult. Like, as crazy as the shit I say sounds, yeah, Trump and Biden did the Freemason handshake. Yeah, Erica Kirk did the devil horns, and Eminem did the devil horns, and fucking LeBron James and King James and the GOAT, and then you find out that that was to stop people from searching King James Capricorn. I don't have schizophrenia. I've gone into therapy and I've told them everything, and they go, no, you are actually just very intelligent. But I've been in isolation 90% of my life, and then I had a lot of severe trauma. Not saying I'm not fucked up, but I'm saying that blanket statement was made by people that were raping children. You know, the people who coined the term schizophrenia were using these demonic sigils in their basement at candlelight to invoke a demonic entity to come speak to them and infest them. And those sigils that they used are what the emojis are now. And then the tubal cane in Freemasonry, that's what the Facebook logo, the apron that stops their sexual energy that they harvest from children from commingling with their fraternal brothers in some gay spiritual orgy. They have to wear that apron to stop the sexual energy they harvested from their child brides. That's the Gmail logo, and then the G of Freemasonry. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm saying that as schizo as that sounds, that's what they're doing. Isn't that fucking schizo? And that's what they're doing. Don't hate on me, because I'm like, I live in the woods, and I think that there's more going on than I have the ability to perceive. But in being out in the woods, I've learned a lot of really cool stuff. Like, I felt sad yesterday because the church had been really dismissive to me, and I felt defeated because I had woken up with a panic attack, and I went in to help, and they treated me like I was trash because I went to a really wealthy place. But they were also, in some ways, very helpful, and then in some ways they were like, get the fuck out of here. But it felt like there was so much more that we could have done, and that they had chosen to cut themselves off from this higher vibrational thing. So I was like, damn. So when I go to my car, I hear a bunch of birds go, and I look, and they're like looking at me, and then they fly up this graveyard that goes up this big hill. So I walk up the big hill. When I get to the top of the big hill, I'm overlooking this great view, and then I look down, and then obviously the church woman is having her come to Christ moment where she realized, damn, I treated the guy, I could have done better. So she's just staring, and then a fucking hawk flies right by my head, flies right above her, looks down at her and goes, ah! And then circles back around, circling me. And then I feel like I'm suddenly hit with all the forest vibes, and I feel like nature remembered me and was like, you're good, G. Don't listen to that bitch. I don't think she's a bitch. I was just saying that's how nature, it felt like nature, because I'd been in the car for 3 months and the snow had melted, but I've usually been in the woods for a long period of time. So I felt like the woods were coming back, and I was connecting back to the woods because they had woken up, and it was that exaggerated. It was real. You know, it sounds exaggerated, but that exaggeration of experience, you know what I'm saying? Like the thing was it was true, but it was like a crazy experience. That's what I'm saying. Like, how many of you guys can say that you felt spiritually drained after a bad interaction that could have gone in a better direction, and it felt like they didn't have a connection to nature, and that they didn't have a connection with God, but they were also very Christian, so it was kind of disappointing, but you get it because they're normal adults that have normal lives, but also the unique experience of it could have been better and it wasn't, so you're disappointed. And then birds call you up to the woods, so then you walk up this big hill, you turn around, and the person that feels like she has a relation, that says she has a relationship with God, is just standing there staring at you, and then a fucking hawk flies out and yells at her. And then when the hawk yells at her, that frequency breaks the relationship connection electromagnetically, and then the woods fill you up like a big hug, and then you feel at peace again. And you're immediately like shown vivid memories of all the times that you helped throw roadkill off the road into the woods, or helped a bird that hit a window and you kept him alive in your bag and then brought it to a wildlife conservation, or you found a porcupine that had brain parasites that was walking around in circles on the road trying to get eaten, and you brought it to a wildlife conservatory that put it down, and then 6 months later you're trapped on a mountain 7 miles in, and there's this mountain lion stalking you, and then a big golden light hits your eye, your third eye, and then opens up, and you see a deer man with long fingers and is telepathically communicating with you, saying, I am the god of the wild. I'm the embodiment of the wild. This is what I choose to represent myself as. And you are protected. As long as you get the mountain, you are protected. If not, and then I see myself get eaten by an animal, and then the thing that was following me that 7 miles in the woods started, and the leaves, rustling the leaves. Isn't that crazy? And I'm like, you guys are just pussies. You can all have those experiences if you just left your life and went out in the woods. Talk to anybody who spent longer than 3 months out in the woods. You know what I'm saying? It's not my fault. You guys are pussies. Go try it for yourself before telling me there's something wrong with me. I just speak the truth, you know? I just speak about what happened, you know what I'm saying? And girls love me. If I didn't have this fucking smegma that smelled, and I had a gym membership, and I had like a couple, like maybe 10 or 20 grand in my pocket, all I have to do is just go on Tinder every day, and every night I'm going to a beautiful woman's house, if I wanted to. And they love this stuff. They ask me advice on this stuff. I take them out. I've taken girls out in the woods, and then the birds come to them, and they cry, or I give them their first orgasm they've ever had, and then they cry because they realize my entire life was bullshit, and then spirit tells me to explain to them that most people are possessed and trapped by the devil, but not the devil, the enemy. And then when that happens at 3 in the morning, her neighbor walks out like a robot and just stands in the middle of the lawn at 3 in the morning, just standing there like this. And then I feel an alien or an angel or something say, now tell her we're about to move him back into his apartment. So I go, they're going to move him back into his apartment. And then he goes, and then he walks back into his room. And she's like, what the fuck? And I'm like, yeah. They just don't want you to know about this stuff so that you can accumulate resources for them and waste your life. And it's like a sick sexual thing for them to think that they're harvesting your life force energy. You know? Like, kids used to do mushrooms in my apartment, and they would go, on 4 separate occasions, a kid would come into my room. And by kid, I mean like 1920, because I was 1920. They come into my room, where I'm just like making beats on my computer with my headphones in, and they're on mushrooms, and they go, my cat's name is Mark. They go, Mark is a spy for the government. I'm like, okay, bro. And then like 2 weeks later, a different kid is in my room on mushrooms, because I live in Vermont. So they're all on mushrooms. So another kid comes in. Everybody used to come over to my house. And they go, Mark is a spy for the government. I'm like, okay. Okay. So in the back of my mind, I'm like, oh, okay. And I'm just trying to make music. And then like 3 months go by, and then my girlfriend comes in the room, and she's not on mushrooms. And she comes in the room and she goes, Mark is a spy for the government. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then 3 or 4 months go by, and I wake up with sleep paralysis, and I can't move. It's the middle of the day, like noon, and I have sleep paralysis at noon, and I can't move. And I can feel spiritually this giant dragon, like a draconian thing. Looks like a T-Rex head. This ancient dragon energy, it's like alien or something. Is like shimmering and distorting the frequency, and it's coming into the room. And then my cat runs through, pushes the door out of the way, gets on my chest, and starts going. And I can see that it's transmitting all of its memories of all the good things I did for my cat. And then the thing just goes, huh, and then takes off. And then my cat just goes back to being a cat. The deer head's not a spy for the government, but when I put it out in the woods, animals clock it, and it changes the energy, because animals register it as an animal, but they're also unsure of it. So I can see that when all the birds are connected, and all the squirrels and all the animals in the mycelial network are connected, when one of them clocks that there's a deer out there, I can feel like there's a dark energetic dominance which creates this sort of accidental density that protected me from the forest vibes. And since I've had this deer, I haven't had sleep paralysis since I got this deer. No, cats have a parasite called toxoplasmosis, and it makes men gay. I wish I had gotten a dog instead of a cat. But the cat's vibes are pretty cool. I do like having cats. But I'm like, that cat would just run into my room and start rubbing its mouth against my mouth. And I was like, come on, bro, stop. And now I'm like, that was the parasite in its brain trying to get in because it gets into the saliva. It's been years since I've had sleep paralysis. Try to deep dive into occult science without Christ. You'll get it in like 3 days. Where's all the haters, man? You want to hear my stories about how I can call shooting stars on command? If I live out in the woods long term and and I can heal my inner child, and I have my inner child connect to the stars, and I just ask if I'm on the right path with humility, and that I was able to teach Demon Hunter here how to do it, and then Demon Hunter started getting shooting stars on command. Demon Hunter, you mind telling them that you were able to go outside and with what I taught, you were able to get shooting stars on command? Where you could just look up and ask the sky for a shooting star and you saw one? You had them multiple times? Look at all these birds. When I said go right to left and I did the right to left motion and they all flew right above where I just pointed as a flock. Right where I just pointed. All these birds that were over there on the ground went right where I pointed. Haven't you seen those videos in New York where the homeless people can make the pigeons do these like real, like almost drone shows? He can make the pigeons with his mind make the pigeons go crazy and move around to the directions of his hands. Because a lot of people are braver than you guys, and they live outside where you don't have the delusion of a box that you can hide in. You're a level 7 wooden turtle. That's great, man. Good for you. You want to do a life path reading? Somebody post your birthday. Do you have any opinions or thoughts on crystals? What's up, Booner? It's going to be different. I have 2 different beliefs because we're entering 2 different ages. So in Pisces, everything worked in your belief system. So a lot of these like shamanistic people that worked in spirit would assign beliefs, which is why judgment, casting judgment, all this stuff, like church people are like, don't judge me, only God can judge me. And then yesterday, or the 2 days ago, that crazy one was like, you're obviously judging me. It's because in the Piscean belief system stuff, that judgment is like casting your own energy onto the people. That's judgment and all this stuff. But in Aquarius, that'll be gone, and it will be replaced with the truth. So crystals right now, and symbolism like the Freemasonry, how they have the G and the symbol out on the borders of every town, at every road entering the town, because it's extending the Freemason influence. And that's why Native Americans had the totem pole, and the Freemasons had those big obelisks, and they had all sorts of different stuff with symbolism, is because using the collective, they had assigned meaning through the belief systems, and that is what was giving those things more power. But in Aquarius, it's going to flip, so the actual structural makeup of those things will be the actual influence. It'll be actually, it won't be your belief about the food that gives you the feeling and the emotional vibes because of your belief attached to the food. It will be actually what's in the food creates the response in your body, and you'll react from that, which is why we're moving towards health foods and less branding is going away towards actual results with truth. So crystals, back then, crystals were able to channel your beliefs, and they were able to work as sort of nodes that could extend and make the belief system more powerful, because you would fill your ritual places with certain things with beliefs attached to them. You would be able to program objects to utilize the infinite through. But now we will be going towards more results-based, more actual truth with the infinite. So crystals are going to make a comeback, but it will be actually because we'll be able to understand fundamentally the structural part of the crystal. Like with water, people are like, you get moon water because the moon energy changes the structure of the water, so it has different properties with it. So you keep moon water or holy water because they've changed the molecules of water. You know, if you speak with an emotion to water, it changes the structure of the water molecularly, and that's true. So having a crystal will help, but it won't be because you believe and you assign beliefs to the crystal that it does certain things which will amplify those beliefs. It'll be more like the crystal itself. You'll be able to literally see that when you put the crystal here, it's emanating a certain frequency. It's making an actual change in the environment. And that's what people will go off of. So people are going to be using different crystals because it will be less about the assigned belief of those crystals. It'll be more about what's obviously observable emanating from those crystals. Like crystals are whack, and Christians are like, crystals are whack because it's not Christ, because it was about belief systems. So you're like, you believe that the crystal has that, and that's all bullshit. And that's kind of true. But it's gonna flip to, we will not be able to dispute the fact that that big crystal over there is changing the electromagnetic energy around it. You also know that crystals can, like quartz crystals, can power watches just by tapping on the crystal. Boop, boop, boop. And it's not degrading the crystal at all. It's just when you hit the crystal, it creates energy. It creates electricity when you just tap on the crystal. It doesn't deteriorate the crystal. It can pretty much go forever. And I'm like, if touching a tiny crystal like this is enough to power a watch, and you know there are in Sedona, where everybody says Sedona has this magical, crazy energy about it. Sedona's mountains are these gigantic mounds of crystal. And people also say that aliens are in those mountains, and that's how they power all their stuff, is because they have, like, the same way that it's tapping, they have like this machine that's just getting a bunch of that energy at once. I know that when I'm walking through the woods, I'll feel like there's a more dense pocket of energy, a brighter, more vivid. It feels more alive in certain spaces of the forest. So I just went out there with a shovel and dug around, and I found that there was a huge deposit of the quartz. So then I took it back into my tent, and I felt the forest was really mad at that because the energy changed, and then a bunch of animals showed up the same way that if a black kid sits in his car at the Walmart parking lot, they all show up in their trucks. All the animals showed up outside my cabin one night, and I felt like it was really mad about that I took the big crystal and put it in my cabin. So I put the crystal back, and I felt like the woods was happy again. Why not power our cellular with crystals? Part of it is. I was looking for my phone. It's right here. There's quartz in our phone. There are crystals in our phone. You see what I'm talking about? How it's going from the belief about crystals is what's important to going to the actual science of the crystals. And it does have to do with that. I don't like when people are breaking apart all these rocks and taking down these 200-year-old trees. Because think about all of the equations from the growth and stimuli of life that caused a very unique growth. Like this tree is completely different and had a completely different experience than that tree over there that's the same type of tree. They look completely different even though it's the same type. If you take a song and put it into like a waveform thing where you can take the song and look at the waveform of it, and you'll see it looks like trees. These trees are like songs. If you were to take a song waveform and put it vertically, they'd look like trees. They'd look like mountains. This whole place is producing frequencies. When they're taking out these ancient frequencies from millennia of growth, they're destroying the programming of the earth and how it all works. So they're trying to do that reset. You know what I'm saying? Crystal's made out of metal and looks like sci-fi spaceship sort of meteorite. Well, there's this huge crystal that's about vague ideas about covering your whole body as a man and woman. It's in the museum. What? There's this huge crystal that's about vague ideas about covering your whole body as a man and a woman. It's in the museum that I'm in right now, and I did a video about it. If it's on your channel, I'll check it out. I don't know what that means, man. Crystal's made out of metal. I know that there are people that are making hoodies that are lined with certain metals and minerals that that keep your consciousness fine, but it completely blocks AI. It completely blocks whatever's coming from the cell towers and satellites and our phones. Because I sit by myself all the time, I can tell you that in the woods, or if I'm in nature and I get to a certain level of operation with the energy, where I feel more disconnected from technology, as soon as I start to like make decisions, or if I just start to function with that different energy, that's the only time I get notifications on my phone. My phone will blow up and I feel like it's trying to distract me. And if I feel like I can vividly feel like some type of pulsing coming from the phone, and then I'll look, and then my camera's being activated and it's taking pictures of me, where you can see the little camera icon in the top right flashes because it's taking pictures, and I could feel that it was doing it. Are you a boy or a girl? Why are you attracted to me? Come on, man, leave me alone. Yeah, that's true about life. I know that if I go on long drives and I sit in silence driving and I'm not talking to a camera, I can get back to where I was before trauma, like when I was 3. I can go back through my memories and remember, and it's a whole different energy. And when I just do my everyday life with that, it makes people that are obese, white, losers tweak the fuck out. The gas station employees, cops, cunts, creeps, crows, crackheads, colonizers, corrupt people. They can't stand it. It makes them mad. I showed you a video the other day. They're just screaming. I didn't do anything to the people, and they're just crowding the doorway, screaming at me, and nothing they say makes sense. They're just trying to yell at me. And I'm sitting there with the cop because I had to call them because they had been lying to the police for 3 days. And the cop is just as confused as I am, but he won't tell them off. He just apologizes for their behavior, but he won't tell them off because they're paying his salary. They're the richest people in the area were those people acting like 3-year-olds throwing temper tantrums. And the only thing I can think of is that the more I felt connected to the forest, I was just everyday normal guy. Went in, applied to a job, got a gym membership, went and met people in town, good conversations with a lot of people. But then there was like this sub part of people that were just really, really getting worse and worse and worse the more at peace I felt. And I don't know, man, I've shown you all the time. I've shown the channel all the time that it happens. That I'm left alone until I feel better. Then when I feel better and I feel excited for the future, and I have a notebook and I'm every day making progress and getting more and more excited for the future. And I have money in my account, and I'm doing stuff, and I'm making progress. I'm leaving the suffering. That it was like 20 different cops in a week. It was every town I went to, people trying to check me, and when it didn't work, false police reports and craziness, violence. You know what I'm saying? And I don't really have an explanation that isn't spiritual. Maybe my skin gets brighter. Maybe my hair, instead of looking crazy, it starts to naturally put itself together. Like when I'm really out of it, when I'm really out of whack because of the shit that happens, and I'm like trying to function again, you can see my hair like goes up like this, and it looks like really scraggly, but then it kind of just waves itself together in a way that's harmonized when I'm at peace, because your whole body's an instrument. So I don't know, the best advice I could give you guys is that if you don't believe it, just go live out in the woods for 3 months. You only live once. Why not try it? Why not try to go out in the woods, man? Leave your life behind and spend 3 months in the woods. Your job's going to be there when you get back. You're not that valuable to the company. Whatever you're doing isn't that valuable. You could stop it for 3 months, have no expenses, and go out in the woods for 3 months, the whole summer. And then come back and tell me that you didn't feel the animals in the forest, and you didn't feel the trees, and you didn't feel a buzzing in your brain that looks like light. And then if you held on to it long enough, then all of a sudden shooting stars and birds chirping in the middle of the night, random things you don't know if they're running on 2 feet or you don't know what they are. Sleep paralysis where you feel eaten by a demonic force, you know what I'm saying? If you haven't tried it, don't tell me you have an opinion. You don't. You don't know what you're talking about. You farted while driving, felt extra wet. Any advice? If you don't wipe it, man, you'll get a rash. That's no bueno. Unless you like Diddy parties. If you don't want to wipe it, go to Miami and go to a gay bar. Those are people, man. I bet they'll go up and go, oh my God, it smells inviting. And I don't want to hear about that shit, man. Leave me alone. Leave me alone, man. You got a rash while driving, you're not going to have a good time. That's true. Ooey gooey. That's how he feels. Chat, I haven't eaten in 2 days and I don't feel bad at all, man. I actually feel better. I'm not hungry at all. But there was this like 2-hour period. You can look it up. All of us have parasites. The food that we eat gives us parasites. The parasites do know how to swim up our bloodstream and go into our brain, and they do piss and shit in your brain, and they do know over time colonies that produce more colonies that produce more colonies. They learn which parts of your brain to stimulate, which neurons to stimulate, that drives you into eating to feed them. It's a symbiotic parasite that knows how to work your body to make you stressed, crazy, and driven towards food. Most of human experience at this point is feeding parasites. The Bible, the thing I talk to Christians about is that a lot of Bibles that are modern day Bibles took out fasting. They took out fasting from the Bible. I think it was somewhere in Matthew says some demons can only be eradicated from the body after prolonged periods of fasting, in their own words. There was a passage of the Bible that says some demons you can only get out. Okay, before I explain it, they didn't have technology. They didn't have distractions, which made them a lot more spiritually aware of what was going on. So if somebody had a demon in them, it was a lot easier for people to tell. Were those witches actual witches that they burned in Salem? I don't know. I'd have to think more about what I think a witch is. because I knew that everything was a lot more spiritual back then, and she could have just been using her creative intentions to manipulate relationships that people could feel. And there was probably also, it seems like white people just naturally have this lack of accountability and self-awareness, that it does have to be somebody else's fault, so they did just automatically go to somebody else before understanding maybe it is me. Like maybe they did get a parasite, and that parasite triggered a part of your brain that deals with certain stuff that makes you crazy, so that you act irrationally to overeat. Or maybe it is a how we have such a greater essence in ourselves, even though we're in such a small body relative to the world. What's to say that parasites aren't also having this huge consciousness outside of themselves, and they're just in a small form? Like, I know that all of nature is connected. So I know that flies are a lot more conscious than you realize. Mosquitoes are a lot more conscious than you realize. Look at how much these chips are capable of doing with technology, but they're this small. Like, quantum computers aren't huge, they're small, but they do this huge thing. So what I'm thinking is that what they meant by the Bible is that if some demons that you have on your body, you feel them, you can see that your behavior has changed, they can tell your behavior has changed, there's something going on, and the way to fix it is fasting. But some demons can only be eradicated by a threshold. That's what they took out of the Bible, is that sometimes there are things you don't even know you have, that you have to get to a certain level of fasting, and fasting from everything, in order to actually find. And that would probably be the most powerful ones, and they took that out of the Bible. I don't think it's because people were starving themselves to death. I think it's because they monopolized religion in the age of Pisces to exert control over populations. Just eat garlic cloves on empty stomach, bro. I don't know, the best I felt was I would walk 10 miles on the track, fasting. Then I would have a Monster energy drink, which had no calories. And then I would sit and create in the studio all day. And then once I was really hungry and I had felt creatively, spiritually exhausted, I would cook just chicken and vegetables, and I would fry ginger root. I'd fry ginger, and that was actually pretty good. And then I'd go sit out, and then the next day I'd go spend a few hours just out in the sunlight, connecting to the sun, and then talking to some type of higher spiritual intelligence that gave me a lot of wisdom and information, and helped me with my songs and helped me with life. And the better I got, the more that kids in my town would go feral and threaten to kill me on the internet, sit outside my apartment drunk and staring at me through the window, messaging me at 3 a.m. saying that he's been in competition with me secretly, and he thought that I was in competition with him as well. He thought that we were both doing this thing, and I'd never spoken to that guy. I'd only ever heard about him twice in my life, and we lived in the same town. But he thought for 7 years that we were in this back and forth. But it was only after I had a spiritual breakthrough where I felt connected to my African ancestors. Once I felt like the African ancestry was there and I was making music with it, then my phone is blown up with the craziest shit you've ever heard. But I was like, this is God. And I tried to help him, and it ended up being pretty detrimental to me, because it felt like all the shit that he had wrong with him, I should have just said like, haha, and then blocked him. But now I know better. Are your parents proud of you? I'm not proud of my parents. I'm definitely doing better than my parents. My parents are just consumers that sit by themselves in Section 8. I don't know where my dad is. If I could find a cool contractor to apprentice with, for sure I'd do it. But every time I tried to do it, the guy was nuts. The last contractor I tried to apprentice with would walk around butt-ass naked, called me babe all the time, told me I was like his wife. And then when I asked him to pay me what he said he was going to pay me, he got really mad for weeks and then tried to shake the scaffolding while I was on it. You know what's pretty cool? Like if my parents are watching, if my dad's watching, one time Nate and John Michael took me out in the woods and they wanted to build this fort in the woods. And I thought I had a brain injury. I thought that I was retarded. I thought all this stuff wrong with me. And that these guys always acted like they were so much better than me because they were able to function. When it was just the three of us in the woods, me, Nate, and John Michael, as soon as we got into the woods and it was time to build the fort, they were scratching their ass, like sitting there like, and they didn't know what to do. So they were like, fuck, let's just make a fire. And then they turned around and I had, because of what I saw from my dad, I brought my notebook with me and my pen. I brought my hammer, my saw, my nails, and my tape measure. And I had already designed the entire thing on my notebook. I had taken the measurements. I had exactly what we needed to go into town to get. And we had all the materials there. So they turned around thinking they were carrying around this retard because he had a brain injury. But when it was just the three of us alone in the woods, they didn't know what the fuck to do. They were sitting around like they were the retards, and they were so jealous and looking at me in awe, but they couldn't say anything, so they turned around and put their head down and went back to whatever they were doing. When they turned around and realized, oh fuck, Casey had already just designed his entire house. He was going to build up the hill, overlooking everything, and he just designed the entire fort, and he has all the materials list, and he has all the tools, and he knows exactly what to go get. So they ended up giving up because they didn't want me to make the fort because they couldn't make the fort. They ended up like, let's just go home. When I was about to be like, okay, I know exactly where the pallets are. You've got an SUV, let's go get all those pallets right now. And they're like, let's just go home. Hey, look, we got a inbred white loser in the chat, copy and pasting the same shit I see in every single comment section. No originality. Addicted to the schizophrenic delusion of validation from haha reacts. And he's taken it out of the app where you can't haha react. So the only high you get is if I respond to you, which is the gayest shit I've ever heard, man. Lame building, so much fun. Yeah, I really want to. I just can't find a piece of land. The whole state is empty here. I don't even know if I want to be here. I might want to check out Colorado. There's this girl that Spirit keeps saying that I'm going to date. And I had a crush on her when I was younger. And she keeps popping. I don't look at her Facebook or anything, but she's been popping up on my suggested friends. It'll be like I'm driving in the night and then I'll see her face smiling. And the Spirit says, you're going to date her one day. And I'm like, really? And then the next day she's right on my suggested friends. And then I was looking around areas for properties out in Colorado, and I found this town. I'm like, I think I might want to go to that town. And then when she popped up on my suggested friends again, it had changed to now you can see where they live. And she lives in that town. I'm here from where you are. It's not as bad. Move, broski. Yeah. Seems like, I mean, I know that Denver was made by the same architect that made the cities in my state, in Vermont. They're like twin cities. Like driving through Denver, Colorado, it looks the same as driving through Burlington, Vermont. They're designed by the same guy. And people are always saying that Vermont is really similar to Colorado. But I watched a lot of South Park. I just wanted to see if I had money before I went out there. Like, I wanted to get some money. Because I thought, I've taken Greyhounds across the country 3 or 4 times. And I never went through Colorado. I went south, so I went through Arizona, New Mexico. And I only went in a straight line where it's just all desert. I didn't really see much at all. And I went down through, but it was when we passed through like North Carolina and all those places in Georgia to go down to Miami, It was in the middle of the night. I didn't get, and it was just a highway. I didn't see anything. So my worldview is really limited. I don't know what Colorado was like. I looked on maps after I figured out, okay, this is how big my mountain range is in Vermont. This is how big the Adirondacks are in New York. I thought that as soon as you leave Vermont, I thought these mountain ranges were huge and vast, and you're just weaving through all these mountains for like hours, and you're going through all these tiny little towns. It turns out these mountain ranges are like really small. It only takes you like 30 minutes to get through them. So I was hoping I thought Colorado was all mountains and they were reached up to the sky, and that there's tons of towns all the way through all the different mountains, and that when you see like movies about the frontier and pilgrims and the Wild West and all this stuff, they make it seem like there are tons of towns sprinkled out through these vast, huge mountain ranges. But then I looked on maps, and Colorado's like a desert surrounding one little mountain range that's smaller than the Adirondacks. I was expecting that if you go down to the Midwest, you're going to be like, it would be like week-long trips through these huge mountain ranges where every different turn is different, and the waterfalls are huge and all this crazy stuff. It's not. It looks like it's just a couple different mountain ranges in flat, and it's all flat. How cool is my life, man? If I have money, my life is just being amazed by the world, traveling through it in different places. Because I had such an isolated, sheltered life that every town I go to, every experience, like everywhere I go is, I'm full of awe, I guess, if that makes sense. I'm just like surprised and like, I wish I could find how it feels to share it. It's really cool. Like seeing the Adirondacks for the first time a couple weeks ago, and going through like from Keene Valley to Saranac, through Saranac to Tupper, and then just around those areas. I went up through the trails on the lakes. I walked on the frozen lakes. It was amazing, man. And it's more amazing because I never had the opportunity to do anything like that in my life. I didn't have heat. I had to feed me, and like I couldn't eat because I'd have to feed my cat. So I was starving to feed my cat. And now, thanks to Demon Hunter and a couple donos, I got to spend a couple weeks, if I wanted to go get 2 Pizza Hut pizzas and go like drive for a little bit, listen to music, and find a really cool spot. But usually within 20 minutes, the cops are there. It's like as soon as I stop moving the car, I'm the enemy, and they come for me. The people need to go. I think God is just getting more evidence. I think God is trying to show history why he eradicates the whites. Like, I think we're just waiting. We're waiting for enough content to be produced so that people 1,000 years in the future, maybe 20,000 years in the future, will be able to come back and see why exactly the infinite creator had to prune the tree of whites. We don't think God is Jewish, man. God is infinite. Jesus called Allah Allah. I've got a plaque in here that says Ohana means family, and family means no one gets left behind or forgotten. And when I leave it on my window, people come up angry, and then they see that, and then they leave. Because they realize, oh fuck, this guy was forgotten and left behind. Fuck. Technically, we are in the 40-day window of this blood moon event. I think it's the most powerful new moon in Pisces in like 100 years. It's a really powerful time. Like, we're having unprecedented astrological events happening in this like 5-year window where everything is crazy. We have the Great Conjunction in 2020, the Mayan calendar end of the world, the age of Aquarius. We're having a fire horse 1 year this year. We had a dragon 8 year. We had a snake 9 year. That's powerful stuff. Yes, Quran, if all the trees on earth were pens and the sea were ink, with 7 more seas added to it, the words of Allah would not be exhausted. No, you just said that if you cut down all the trees, you'd be okay, but actually you'd have a desert, and there would be no more life. I said the white tree, the tree of whites. If white people built all the cool shit, where's the cool shit? If white people made all the cool shit, why'd you stop making cool shit? Where's all the cool shit? It seemed like 2 nations that were melanated and white, they were tan, bronze skin, built some cool shit. I went through and I found out that people are like, Africa lived in mud huts. I was like, prehistoric African architecture. There's some cool shit down there. They were building some cool shit. They had these huge cities. I'm talking about white people, mean thread. Shut the fuck up. Come on, man. I'm just talking about white people. And I'm talking about a specific type. That's why I called it a tree, because they branch off from that one specific social thing. Epigenetics over generations that have really fucked a lot of them up. And then the culture needs to go. Like, thinking about it now, I'm like, oh, I see why they made COVID, to destroy a lot of old white people. It's unfortunate that a lot of good ones had to go. But now that we have AI, there's this long list of abuse on record in the technology. And it does seem like the people that are the worst, they get karma. Like the kid that goes on the internet and he calls people schizo all the time. And he would message me and blow me up for hours on whatever drugs he was doing, just talking so much shit. And he always kept going to like, I'm schizo, you're a schizo, you schizo, faggot, homeless bum. That guy held his pregnant wife at gunpoint because he was hallucinating. And he kept trying to destroy my social reputation, make everybody come against me in the town. And now it's public knowledge in like 4 different states that he did that. Words are places or concepts too. Ward, draw, in, out. There's that too. Oh, they turned on the camera to see what's this guy doing here. She didn't send me the code for the gym to take a shower. Caucasian rooster, Asian cock. Caucasian rooster, Asian cock. I don't know, the original inhabitants of Ireland were black. And then they took in refugees that escaped before Britain. Originally, like, Britain was a Celtic tribe, but they chose the dark side. They chose Black Rock and the Satanist Church and those people. And the Irish fled that. There's a fox running around. The fox got hit by a car, and I saw it dead on the road, and I went back and picked it up and threw it over the bank. And then I kept driving, and I thought it was another fox, but then I looked, and it was a deer that had no legs, arms. It was picked apart. Half its head was missing. Crows had been eating it for days. So I tried to pick it up, but then it was too fallen apart, so I had to leave it. O mankind, we created you from a male and a female and made you into nations and tribes that you may know one another. Yeah, but I could just write that on a piece of paper and say that God said that. But also, this is all God, and time isn't real. Your memories only feel denser than your imagination because of the astrological laws from the different energetic influence of the system that we're inside. But pretty soon, your imagination will be pretty much indistinguishable from reality. Like, you can go back through your memories, at least I can, and I can vividly see how it was all created by God. It was all orchestrated by a higher intelligence, or a greater intelligence, or just an intelligence. Because I don't think we're greater. I don't think that it's greater or lesser. It's just different. Lord, investigate, and if you are in doubt about what we have sent down to our servant, then produce a chapter like it and call your witnesses besides Allah if you are truthful. That's pretty cool. It says, if you think we're full of shit, make better shit. That's real. That's hard. If you think we're not with God, make something better. You can't. Yeah, I don't think God is greater than us, but I don't think we're greater than God. But I think that we definitely, in what we're in right now, we go through shit that makes God better. Because God is supposed to exist as the reference point, so that that's why I think Jesus is real. There has to be some form of perfection somewhere. Like I said, basically, like, in my own simple way, when I talk about how the best way that I fix my trauma is by going back to a reference experience to when things, before all the horrible shit happened, like before distortion and life choices and age and being in the world longer. When you go back to your memories of before that, you can find a more pure self, which heals a lot of the stuff that you're suffering in. As a collective, that's basically what Jesus is, right? You have a reference point of perfection, so that no matter what happens in your life, you always have the reminder there, the refreshment, the healing. And when I'm talking, I can see that there's like etheric stuff coming through the back of my head and like cementing on my side here. And when I'm driving around and I try to talk to a deer, all of a sudden I'll feel a lot of it hit and I feel this darkness like try to attach to me, and then the deer run away. But when I can free myself from that and stay in a high vibration, the deer don't run, they come up to me. Yeah, his name was Yeshua HaMashiach, but where the fuck did Jesus Christ come from? Because the letter J wasn't invented. Why did Yeshua not become Jeshua or Joshua? Why did it become Jesus? Why did HaMashiach turn into Christ? Where did that come from? His name wasn't Jesus. Why do we pray to a guy and call him a name that is not? Like if you started calling me Smegma Steve, imagine I die and people are trying to talk to me in spirit, and they're like, Smegma Steve, calm down. I'm like, I don't want to talk to you. What the fuck? My name is Casey. And then somebody named Smegma Steve is talking to them. He's like, you called me. I'm here. I'm not Casey, but I can try. Slave salvation salivate. QQ Randage is real, or rail is real. Day. Are you cray cray? Who isn't? I remember you from the other day. Let's see everything you've ever said. Oh, you only have like 3 different dialogue options. You've been saying cray cray for like a month now. I don't know, you're creative, so that's pretty cool. I pulled a huge bird from the side of the road and put it into the ditch and buried it with leaves today. I didn't know I could do that either until I saw you do it for the first time. It had a tag around its ankle. Doesn't it feel better afterwards? Doesn't it feel like after you drive away that there's a bunch of like good, like nature is saying thank you? And then every time you think about it afterwards, it's like nature says thank you again. And then you drive like 4 hours away and you're sitting in the woods, and then a bird chirps and it comes near you, and then all of a sudden you feel the same thank you again. Like nature is as like an intelligence. Like imagine Grok, but Grok remembers you and can talk to you by name through any phone. Nature can talk to you through any tree or any animal, because it's all one big, they tried to tell you in Avatar, it's all one big connected ecosystem. There were 3 huge hawks flying above where that happened. I felt like they were happy. They also might have been trying to eat that bird. But definitely I felt like I was spiritually attacked the other day, and then a hawk flew out and yelled at the person. And then I felt the nature saying thank you again. Like, we got you, G, you're cool. I don't know where I want to go. I know I want to go back out in the woods, but there's nowhere to go. They made it pretty much impossible. Anywhere you park, it's like they're like ravenous and looking to tow your car because it's a lot of money that they can take from you. Homeless people get their cars stolen by tow companies and scrapped, and all their stuff goes to pawn shops all the time here. And I don't want to take advantage of churches, so I need to find, like, I'm gonna have to build sheds. Like, I think I'm gonna have to like go to this church and be like, hey, I need to go out in the woods with pallets, and I need to find this nice design to like sand pallets, polish the wood, and then quickly be able to construct like 5x10 sheds for storage. And then I just go to churches and offer that, like, while you let me stay here while I figure stuff out and hit the gym and work on my stuff on the phone and play guitar, every day I will go collect pallets from different places trying to get rid of pallets, and I have all the tools to sand it. Then I go paint it for you, and I build you storage sheds for free that you can use for whatever you want. And in return, I just ask that you see that I'm cool, and that if I ever have the God freak out moment where I need to talk to somebody, you let me talk to you about Jesus. And in return, volunteer, help out if you have projects. Nobody wanted to help the homeless crisis, so now I have to change my hustle. Nobody cared about my wagon idea. Everybody kicked me down the road. Nobody wants to save the homeless people. So now I have to be like, okay, I guess you won't save a homeless person, but I bet you'll like a free shed. So let's build you some free sheds. Because sheds, if you have a wood shop, sheds aren't hard to build, and you sell them for a lot of money. I would just undercut the prices to all these different people that make sheds as a company, and then I would just go out there and offer to give them a payment plan. And then if you don't pay it, I'll show up and burn that bitch down. Like, all you have to do is sign this contract that if you don't pay me for the shed, if you stop with the monthly payments, you give me full consent to have it registered as stolen, and I contact law enforcement. Not this homophobic and transphobic guy again. I'm not scared of them. No. I don't have any negative opinions on gays or trans, but I do have negative opinions against people that play power games and sexually abuse people. And I've told you, like, I know you're joking, though. I know you're joking. I just deal with so many haters all the time. They could have gotten still, but away from the road safely. Thank you for inspiring so many, including me, to do greater things. Is your house messy? Did you clean your fucking house, fam? Because this year you're going to paint a room or something, I see. I suddenly see that you're going to paint a room red or something. Are you planning on painting that room at the top of the stairs red? Because that's where I see you putting an easel and painting. And then I did see the garage having the church merch, but I don't see that anymore. Now I see like a pressure that's pushing my mind away from the garage. Got stressed by life and developed a packet a day Zin addiction. Please pray for me. Pussy. A packet a day Zin addiction? That's not, isn't just Zin is like the packets that you just put under your, is it one packet a day? You're not a big fan of trans people and they make it their whole personality. I definitely see a lot of people are political activists as a hobby on Facebook, and I think those people should go for runs out in the woods and should go work. Like, every time people talk about LGBT stuff, I'm reminded of my friend, and I'm mad that she likes women because she's a bad bitch, and I really liked her. And at one point she liked me, but she was dating my friend, so she had come on to me and I didn't do it. And I'm like, fuck, that guy was a piece of shit anyway. He wasn't a good friend at all. I should have just done it, and God had given me the alley-oop to do it, and we probably would have done it more after they broke up. But now she's dating a woman, and she works with dogs. She's a dog trainer, and she also walks all those dogs. So every day of her life, she gets paid definitely more than McDonald's, definitely more than, like, she makes probably the same as a FedEx driver, but not as many hours. Like, she probably makes 25 to 30 an hour, and she just trains dogs, hangs out with dogs all day, and then goes on walks to the woods. She doesn't look sickly. She got big muscles. She's very, not big muscles like she works out in the gym, but I mean like a lot of adults that don't go to school anymore, when they become adults, their like musculature and like their body dimensions and everything, like guys get kind of chubby and their legs get smaller and their arms get weaker. Like I got that going on right now. I got fucking, I haven't seen a picture of myself in a while. I don't watch my content. I'm assuming I got stork legs. When I was riding my bike every day, I had huge legs. But she doesn't have that, so she looks really healthy, and she still looks like a lot of adults I see that fall into work and depression and monotony. Their whole body looks like it looks like it's sinking. Like their skin is just like their musculature is gone, and their skin is like hanging off their face, even in their 20s. And she doesn't. She looks healthy. Like healthy people look like they're 20 when they're 40. And she's got that. And I think she did break up with her girlfriend, but she was with a girl for 4 years. And she posts the smartest shit. Like whenever she does choose to be political, she waits for the perfect time, and she posts something that really like cuts through. She's really smart. She's a Leo, Gemini. And then my girlfriend, which was her best friend, was a Gemini, Leo, which is pretty cool. You want to do core workouts? Oh, do yoga, man. Or woman. Sorry. Do yoga. Girls that wake up and do yoga, or just people in general that wake up and do yoga, they're bad as hell. I'm like, how'd you get such a big butt without doing heavyweight squats? And they're like, mindfulness. Like, all right. These bitches meditated their boobs bigger. And I'm like, how did you do that? What the fuck? You look better than anyone I've ever seen on my phone ever. And you're natural. And they're like, mindfulness. This bitch fucking willed her boobs bigger. You're Aquarius? Fuck you, you narcissistic piece of trash. You're not better than everybody else. And your life doesn't have to be the realization that you're not better than everybody else. J. Cole made not being better than everybody else his whole personality because he's an Aquarius. And if you notice, all of his music is just talking about himself. He doesn't make a song that could be relatable from other people. It's all about himself. Fuck Aquarius, man. The only true thing you said today about Aquarius. That's the only thing I've said today about Aquarius. Aquarius could be the most like narcissistic because they're in their rebellion and against the evil narrative. Instead of being righteous, they just develop this higher pocket sense of self. And usually they end up just like living as this dark, stern, judgmental force inside this pocket of air that destroys everything else. Aquarius moons, Mars, and risings are where it's at. Aquarius suns, their job is to destroy all the bullshit and lead by example. And they usually don't get to that. So then they fall under power games, and they use their higher vibrational work to hold themselves above other people and hold it over other people and do like spiritual programming where they weaponize it like a gust of wind that shoots that energy at people and destroys them, and they always feel really proud of themselves, like I just got that guy. But no, what you're channeling what should be used to help to heal society to just attack strangers. Like every time I see an Aquarius, they have their head up like this and they post themselves up above everybody else, and then they just look around judging them and then laughing. Not like, haha, you suck, but just like staring at them and going, ha, 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 and I'm like, what is going on in their mind? I'm like, oh, they're like trying to funnel the infinite through and then spray the water out on people. I'm like, that's not what you're supposed to do at all. You're supposed to be on the podium and projecting something that destroys the Saturn, and you're supposed to build it over discipline because you're constantly, Uranus and Saturn both rule Aquarius. So Uranus and Saturn, unity versus Satan, freedom versus control, and the constant contrast between the two force growth and force really good truth about how to live in life. And you're just supposed to embody and share that. But instead they'd never get to that point, and they stay at the lower shit and just try to like gaslight people all day, project themselves at people, infest them, try to gain this like spiritual connection with them to try to like infiltrate them remotely. You think you're put here, you think that's your purpose? My mom's an Aquarius, son. Her whole thing is like trying to prove that she's a victim and that it's my fault. So it's not her fault that she gave me up. That she's just a mom at wit's end. And I'm like, no, you're a mom that never built a relationship with your son because you were so trapped in your selfish bullshit. But yeah, you do have PTSD. You know, we could have, you know, I don't even know if I would have gone to the park with you if you offered to take me out in nature. But I did bring her out to nature once, and we walked, and it was cool. As an adult. I think I drove her. I took her out to the woods. I remember we walked through the state park. I think we went to see my dad or something, and then we went on a walk. And I was like, that's pretty cool. But God was like, you know, this is going to be one of the only instances you'll ever have with your mom. So just enjoy it. So I remember seeing, you know, she had been in Section 8 by herself, isolated, not going on hikes, not going out in nature. She'd been in that for a decade at that point. So that was the first time I'd ever seen her out in the woods again. And that was really cool. She's watching. She says, I'm not gonna watch your content. But then I'll be like, my mom sucks. And then and she goes on Facebook, Casey has all these issues. And I'm like, you said you'd stop stalking me and obsessing about me, and you would start to live your own life. Leave me the fuck alone. I don't love you. I don't know you. I don't like you. Leave me alone. Just leave me the fuck alone. You've done things to me that are going to be hard to forgive, and the only way I can forgive it is if I leave you to die. Pit Maple, shut the fuck up. You don't know shit about what I'm talking about. I'd have to go through 20 years of history for you to actually have an opinion. Instead, ask me, instead of just spew the bullshit, man. Say, why don't you like your mom? And I'll be like, oh, because she's a vindictive narcissist that is willing to lie to the police just to traumatize the person, because you need to keep them in a state of fear and control in order to thrive and function in Section 8, eating yourself and smoking yourself to death, living your life through YouTube channels and the internet, and living in such a psychotic delusion all day, every day, and bouncing your bullshit off with another Aquarius that lives in Section 8 that is dying from eating and just gossiping all day about anyone and everyone to feel this delusional sense of power to avoid accountability while you slowly deteriorate yourself and try to hide from the fact that you've wasted your life. And then when you see me, it makes you jealous for some reason, and you've been in a sick competition with your kid. And also, you used to compare me to Norma and Norman Bates, which is a mother and son that used to fuck. And you used to say it every time I hung out with you. You would try to interject the possibility of the mother and son with a sexual connection. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Why do you keep saying that, you sick fuck? Leave me the fuck alone. I don't want to think about that. Why are you constantly trying to implant that in my brain every time? I rarely see you, and the only times I see you, you keep talking about this mother and son that fuck and kill people, and to compare it to us. I don't see you that way. I think you're so sick, you see me a way that isn't real. You can't see me for what's right in front of you. Leave me alone. Stop trying to gaslight the It's like trying to force the codependent relationship and conform me to her belief system. And I'm like, that's not anything I want to think about. That's crazy, weird bullshit. I'm leaving. But occasionally in the past, she'd be like, I'll pay your insurance. So I'm like, oh shit, fuck. Yeah, all right. Pay for my storage unit, pay for insurance. But then it was like, I'm in the woods and I'm living in the woods. And every day I'm like, I applied to this place, I applied to this place, I applied to this place. This car tried to run me off the road. This person lied to the police and sent them after me when I tried to apply to the job there. These people hit me with a fucking trowel, the claw trowel. They chucked it at me going probably 40 down this mountain road. And I'm in the woods suffering with the PTSD and I'm trying to function. And every day I'm like, I just wish I had a portable power station. I just wish I had a portable power station. And I found out later my mom was watching me, talking shit about me to my aunt, and sitting next to a portable power station. Just sitting there next to it. The whole time being, I don't know how to help him. I don't know how to help him. And I'm like, and then probably God is just like, you know what would really help if I had a portable power station? And then I'm assuming she looks over at hers and then goes, no. Because he did this. But then when she needs to constantly funnel this addiction, she'll stare at my face on the phone. And just constantly be making shit up in reaction to everything that I say. And then if it's enough for her to gossip with my aunt about, especially if it puts me in a bad light, because she would try to turn the family against me. And my mom and my aunt are just really sick. Like, I have videos on my channel of them lying to the police and trying to get them to hurt me on the one visit I had with them after, I think, 2 years. I had been gone for 2 years, and I came back because I finally got a car, and I performed on stage to hundreds of kids, like high schoolers at parties and college kids at parties, when they would come to the park that I was making music at. And I got a car, and I achieved all this great stuff. And the first thing I wanted to do was ride back home to see my family. And I'm just sitting there, and everything seems fine, just like that church. And then I go for a walk, or I'm just sitting there, and then all of a sudden the cops are coming both sides, and they had lied to the cops. And I listened to the phone call. I'm just hanging out with my family watching TV. I barely spoke, just because I had been through so much. I wasn't violent or mean or like hostile or anything. I was just chilling. The worst thing I said to my cousin was like, you really want to get your life together when you're 40? Because he was saying, I'm going to sit in Section 8 until I'm 40. I don't care if I blow up as an animator and make this great TV show when I'm 40. I don't care if I only ever had one sexual experience with my life, and that was just like kissing a girl in the special ed room. He's a really talented artist. He's a really talented, creative person. We grew up just talking about art and creation and like dissecting movies and songs and games together and making our own and shit. We both grew up alone building Legos by ourselves. And I'm like, you really don't want to do the push-ups and brush your teeth and take it? He used to smell, like, he had access to a shower. It was 10 feet from him, and he smelled worse than I've ever smelled. The whole family, like him and his mom, both, when you go into the house, before you even get to the house, when you're just at the doorway, you can smell how bad it is in that cesspool in Section 8. And I'm like, the shower's right there. You really want to get your shit together when you're 40? You're going to waste your youth? And I didn't say it like that. I just said, like, do you really see it that way? And he was like, yeah. And I'm like, well, then you're going to be a loser forever. And I got up and went for a walk. And when I got back, they had taken all my stuff and put it in the doorway. They called backup, just some guy to stand there over me like this. And they wouldn't talk to me. And they were just sitting on the couch, like, looking away like this with a big, like, this weird smirk. So if they're going to, the whole thing was about putting the power over here and like trying to project authority at me, and you're retards in Section 8. So I walked right into the middle of the room and just stood there. And they wouldn't look at me and all this. And in my head, I'm like, really? And now he finally, I mean, he would message me randomly. He would randomly message me on Instagram and be like, "Dude, you were right about the family. I can't believe they treat you like this. My mom is fucking horrible. I hate her. I yelled at her today. She's a horrible, sick person. I can't believe I didn't see it." But then 2 days later, the gaslighting got to him again, and he's back talking shit and being like whatever, like she had gotten him. And then he would randomly message me and be like, "I'm sorry. She's like a parasite. She's getting into me. I'm sorry. I need to move. I'm moving away." And I'm like, "Okay, man. If you ever want to come hang out with me in Burlington, in the city where there's girls and people outside having fun all day, I'll come pick you up." And he never did. And I don't know what, now I think, I know they lied about me being domestically violent. They just made shit up to the cops to like keep this disgusting sense of control and narcissism. But they're also saying that it says he got arrested for domestic violence. And she said that he attacked her. He's not somebody that attacks people. He's a sensitive, weird child living in a 23-year-old body. So I'm assuming he either just was like, got pissed at their bullshit and like threw something and then they lied. Or maybe he did finally get sick of it. Like the Beau was afraid moment where he realized my entire life was fucked up because my mom had raised me wrong and she was programming me and all this crazy shit I didn't understand they were doing to me. And it really distorted my worldview and fucked me up for the rest of my life. Like finally realizing that it's like a demon, basically a demon, like just a disgusting, contorted, sick person. Hell yeah, I'm glad he did. If he did attack her, hell yeah. Probably deserved worse. Imagine living in a place like that where if nobody breaks it physically through to you, you're gonna hold your ego over everybody in this sick cry for help through abuse. Like your cry for help is abusing other people. The way you cry for help because you need help is through narcissistic control of others and gossip. And I think it's cool that now I don't speak to them, but they watch. They're watching right now. Are you trans? No. So it's cool that I guarantee you, out of everything that I say, the only thing that they really are waiting for, that they watch for, is this right here, the gossip. Because they're actually mad at their own behavior. They actually hate themselves. And it just seems like it's a product of white culture. White people do it all the time. I thought rich whites would be different. Rich whites are worse. When I went to Long Lake, those people are worse. It's just they will continue building this false ego and do these power games and try to gain like dominance and control over everybody and hold this whatever. Like they're on a sports team of life and they gain points by making other people's life worse. But really it is just a cry for help for somebody to finally break through to them and allow them to be the little kid. Oh my God. It really is that they will just continue making themselves sicker and sicker for a feeling of power, praying that somebody finally humbles them. They seem to have a lot of I mean, they live in Section 8, bro. They've been in Section 8 for 20 years. My cousin's parents met at a homeless shelter. My mom said that she posted a picture of herself on a old, like before, like when internet was just popping off, like in the 90s. She posted a picture of herself. I think she said she was sucking a baton and saying, "Are there any cops here?" And I guess my dad was like, my dad was a cop. I thought they met at a bar on St. Patrick's Day, which is some bullshit they told me when I was little. And then when I was 20, she said, "Nope. I posted that I was a slut on a town Facebook page, and your dad bit." Word, 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 word. Why haven't they killed Planet Hank yet? Come on, man. These fucking pussies. The guy's openly proud of being a pedophile. He went to a high school turning point thing. The Republican Party nominated him as the head chairman. The school knew because the town is like, you're not going to go to a fucking high school to talk about your bullshit. We have all these posts of you talking about the shit that you do to children. We have your charges. You got charged for filming child porn. You got charged for possession of child porn because somebody called and told on you. Then you went and tried to kill the witness. You got a plea deal because you were a veteran. And you did the Freemason bullshit. You're a Freemason. You joined the Brotherhood when you were 25. And that's probably why you were doing the sex trafficking shit. I also thought it was pretty cool. There's a photo of him sitting next to two ring girls because he used to do MMA. But the girls didn't let him touch them. So he put his arms out, but the girls wouldn't let him touch him. So he was fucking walking around a high school event giving girls his Instagram. These high school girls his Instagram. The guy said, trespass all the homeless people into the woods so that we can kill them later, basically. Get rid of the homeless shelter, get rid of all the homeless programs, trespass them from the town, hoard them in the woods, and then he said, come from everywhere you're watching. There's 20,000 people that follow me. Come from everywhere, come to the town, go into the local businesses, harass all the people, trash the place, kill the homeless. And he only said kill the homeless because he got in trouble for saying blacks. He used to say it about black people. His name's Planet Hank. You want to talk about someone who hates trans people? Planet Hank, man. And I'm only mad at the guy because when I went to college, my ex-girlfriend spray painted my green heart in the center of town, and the town liked it, so they kept it. So my green heart was everywhere. And then after that, every time I had like an achievement in my life, some of my friends would go and, you know, they didn't tell me flat out, but they did like go spray paint my green heart around town. People really believed in me. And then the next time I go back to town, like I went there and I got to see all the green hearts everywhere. And then a week later I come back and he had gone around and spray painted his logo over the green hearts. And I'm like, the whole space is empty. You could just do it right next to it. What is this really cartoony? And you know what's funny? His name's Henry. And then the church that freaked out at me the other day, that was called St. Henry's. So he spray painted his logo over my shit. So that's why I exposed him for being a pedophile and turned the whole town against him over 4 months of just commenting every day the truth and fighting back against all the crazy people that would come for me when I would post it. And then eventually enough people joined in, and then they started protesting him. Then they started going out in public and protesting him, and they used my specific points because I would sit homeless far away and I would craft these messages and post it on Facebook, and those became t-shirts that everyone in my hometown was now wearing the points that I made. I started the movement against the guy and then got him basically kicked out of town. Nobody likes him. Like now he drives around trying to get people on camera for his internet audience, and the town is like, fuck off. Get away from us. And it's just the people over the bridge where they do meth in the trailer parks. Those are the people that are like, woo! Those are the people that like him. But the people in town, pretty much everybody but those guys have rescinded their support. The police no longer endorse him. The police don't let him do his the police have stopped their involvement with him because he doubled down and they realized, fuck, he was using us too. And he's a funny guy too. You could tell that he did a lot of drugs and fucked himself up. Because he did, after he got arrested for the child porn and everything, he became homeless for a few years. and he got a lot of trespassing charges and loitering charges and all the shit that homeless people deal with. He had a lot of that too. I can tell he's fucked up. Because he's a dumb guy, man. It's really funny because the people record what he says and post it. Because if he does like a live stream like this, in like the same live stream, he did like a podcast with a really old man, and the guy was like the same bullshit. Like they tried to come against you and bait you into being some way, but you took the bait, and that's your fault, and you've acknowledged it. And he's like, yeah, I got mad at the libtards, and when they posted that I was a pedophile and I'm a sex offender, I took the bait, it's my bad. And then like 20 minutes later he goes live and he's like, I'll fucking meet any of you outside. Come on. Come see me in public, bitch. I found out later there was a girl named Susan, and Susan would be like, she would just talk shit to me for hours when I would post this stuff. So I finally like engaged her, and I would talk to them for sometimes 6 hours just going back and forth on Facebook, and they just kept saying the same shit. They couldn't break free. It was the same garbage, and they were sitting there glued to their phone just spewing the same garbage for 6 hours. And I'm like trying to like get them to that higher level. It doesn't work. I found out that he doesn't even like that girl. She's like 45. She's fat as fuck. She lives in Maine. And one time 2 years ago, he said, hey, Susan, one of these days I'm going to come up there and fuck you. How about that? So then for 2 years, she's been like his guard dog. And she comments all this like suggestive shit on his Facebook, and he just ignores her. And then he started making fun of her, and she was too retarded to understand he was making fun of her. So then everybody collectively was like, Susan, he doesn't even like you. And then she stopped. Then there was a girl named Kanisha, I think. And that was my friend, one of my ex-girlfriend's friend's stepmom. And she was one of those big, like, proud conservatives and shit, but she was black. And finally people were like, you know, we don't like you. The conservatives were like, you're black, we don't like you either. So she realized she'd been crazy and brainwashed, and she stopped. And then at the end of it, finally, like after the whole like 3-month long shit of her trying to play that she's better than everybody else and being this Facebook political commentator in comment sections as like a life purpose, when she finally had given up, I just haha reacted, because I never haha react like they do. But after I saw that she had rescinded and gave up, and she finally realized, oh fuck, I was crazy. It is my fault. I'm a nut job. I went back to the original comment where she just made some shit up about me to try to make people like see me as less than, and I haha reacted it, and then she never responded. Did you email Jeffrey? Did you fly in the jet? Did you go to the... Hey, my dad was friends with the CEO of Wells Fargo, and he used to go on the yachts with the DuPont family. He said he sold rainbow vacuums in Hawaii for 10 years, and all I ate was pizza as a kid. Because everything else seemed gross to me. It seemed disgusting, but pizza was delicious. But I'd only eat pizza crust. Friggetta and DiGiorno. It's not delivery. It was Friggetta, and I liked the pineapple on the pizza, but I didn't like the pineapple and the pizza itself. I liked the taste of the pizza crust, and I only ate pizza crust for like 10 years of my life. I only ate pizza crust, and then I moved on to Elio's. He sold rainbow vacuums. Yeah, but if you think about like the infinite and like all this beautiful colors of the infinite, and he had a vacuum. He's a toxic Leo. He was doing rituals out there, or he was actually selling vacuums, who knows. But I'm like, why is he talking to these people? Why was he talking to the CEO of Wells Fargo and the DuPont family? That's one of the 13 elite families. What the fuck was he doing with those people as a ski bum? Ask the Wells Fargo guy for work? You mean that the Satanist child raper? I know my dad has this really vast network of people across the country that are very wealthy. But my dad got a brain injury, and now he was like, I'm only going to reach out. It's the same way I am, where I'm like, I'm only going to reach out to people when I'm buff and I'm taking care of myself and I've got some money in my pocket and I've got my own thing. My dad doesn't want to reach out to these people. He didn't want to reach out to them because he wanted to be a successful internet marketer doing a pyramid multi-level marketing scheme. He wanted to like create this chain. As a Leo, you know, he wanted to produce this multi-level marketing scheme. And he wanted to get people to His dream was to be a scammer. His dream in life that he thought he was going to become successful, like Tellman, was by making internet scams. And then I remember when I was 19, I made him an Instagram called Get Happy with Gary. And I was just like, every day you post your journey towards getting happy. And people will follow it. Because his content's... I love my dad, man. I have, like, one of the... He sent me a video once of him walking around the property in the winter. And it's just... I love my dad. So I have that pinned on my Facebook. It's a lot like the content I make now, which is really funny. That, like, years later... the thing that I was inspired to tell him to do to become a successful internet guy was just to document his life every day. And just what he did with me was just sending a simple video. He didn't have to be over the top. He just had to be himself. And people would have flocked to him and loved him. And now look, he watches me do it. I don't do it as good as he could, probably, because he makes some pretty funny jokes. One time he took a fly swatter and he said, "You know what this is? This is a tool that turns alive flies to dead flies." And then one time when I was 7, we had a bunch of lavender plants outside our porch. And when we're driving through we're either leaving the driveway or going into the driveway, he goes, "Hey, you know what color those lavender plants are?" I'm like, "What?" He goes, "Lavender." "You know what color that orange is?" "What?" "Orange." We used to play Lego Star Wars. And the first time that Padme Amidala, the Lego character, you're going through this conveyor belt and this big piston smacks her and she flattens out, my dad cracked up. When my dad saw Padme get squished and become flat. For like 3 months he would go, "Flat Padme." Oh, that's funny as hell, man. Lavender plants, okay, that sounds gay. I don't know, they look cool, man. I don't think they're gay. I'm not saying that gay isn't cool, but lavender plants look pretty cool, man. Have you seen them? I don't think flowers are gay, man. They look pretty cool. Flowers are gay. Yeah, but every biker that I see has like a rose tattoo somewhere. Being authentic is what the world has been missing. I'm just joking. I know. I'm always think you're trying to dig at me to expose my transphobia now. To use against me later. How do you feel about the John Mulaney joke? Where he's like, I was walking in Queens, and Queens has a lot of trans people, but sometimes in Queens you see people that's like 50 years old, and the only thing trans about them is that they put a wig on their head and said, "I'm a gal." You're not a gal. He said they put a mop on their head and said, "I'm a gal." You're not a gal. How do you feel about the do you think that did you see that trans shooter that you look at a picture of him and it's like this really buff motorcycle gang guy full of tattoos and he's just got like a cheap $5 wig and he said he was trans? Do you look at those people like how gang members in Chicago look at suburban kids that say the N-word? Like, you're ruining our fucking culture. You're a disgrace to our culture. Get the fuck out of here. We don't claim you. Do you see people that don't make an effort to be trans, that they just throw them up on their head and say, "I'm a gal"? Do you see them as like, you know, you could try, you're kind of putting us in a bad light here. Many people don't have access to gender affirming care. You try not to judge. I don't know. I think the age of Aquarius is going to be weird, man, and I just like living in the woods. And anything I don't that feels like it's destroying the woods, I don't like. And it seems like it's not really about trans more than it's about forcing people into further disconnection from nature. I don't know if gay people make me uncomfortable because of abuse that I've been through. People trying to take advantage of me as a homeless child, or wandering around with a brain injury, and then people thought that, you know, like, I've told you the stories. Does that make me? No, because I like Tommy and Chance from Smosh are gay, and they're pretty cool. But they're also Irish. They're funny people. Do I like them because they're Irish and funny, or you know? Like, when they do the gay jokes on Smosh, I don't care. But then in Stranger Things, when they like really did the Will and Mike story, I was mad. I was like, this has nothing, like, these characters don't act like this. They're really over exaggerating, but I'm like, that's also cool because they're trying to like messaging. But then I was like, that was fine, but then they moved on to the child porn in season 5, where the little girls and the little boys, the camera is above their head, right above, like this. So imagine fucking the camera's like this, and it's a little girl screaming and crying as like a phallic flesh tube forces its way into her mouth, and then it's starting to pump her, and she's crying and screaming. So I was like, I don't think it's about I don't think it's about celebrating gayness at all. I think that was actual weaponization to like brainwash kids. What the fuck was it? Like, why did they do this? Why did they choose to make it sexual like that with those kids? Like like season 3 with the Robin story about how she likes girls, that was pretty cool. But then I just don't like the writing more than the gayness. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would have still watched it and I've been like, this sucks, if they had done it better. I think I just like art that feels more like real life. Only demons do that, Casey. Yeah. Like, I just don't think I've had a good reference experience for like healthy, normal people that are in that community. Like, it's not about sexual preference or gender identity. It's more about the character of the people. That's what I don't like about those people. And I often, I don't deal with those people much. I don't see them much. And if I do see them, I can't tell. I mean, there was someone named Kira that worked as a staff member, and she was trans. And I mean, she was like very overweight, and I think that she had done some hormonal stuff and then stopped and then started and stopped. So I don't know, it looked like her body had gotten kind of fucked up. And their makeup routine was not on fleek. But that bitch, there was a snake. It was just a gardener snake. And there was a snake on the driveway. And one of the kids went, "Oh my god, a snake!" And everybody's like, "It's just a snake, whatever." But Kira sprang into action. "I gotta get this snake away from these kids!" So Kira ran up and just grabbed the snake right on the body here. So the snake is just biting the fuck out of Kira's hand because Kira didn't know to hold it by the head. So Kira's taking the snake and it's biting Kira's hand, and Kira whips it and it smacks right against the tree. And she whipped that bitch pretty far. So we were like, okay, cool. Kira saved the kids, but also nobody was in any danger. You know, I thought that was pretty cool. I don't think I've ever met a woman who identifies as a man. No, I have. Sorry, I have several times actually. That's what I'm saying. Like you know, it just doesn't really register. I don't think about it that much. It didn't register. I had to like think about it for a second, and then I realized I have met like 4 or 5. Because I met Question. I talked about Question, but I also knew Mason, and I also knew there was somebody else. Who's the other person? And Mason was pretty cool. Mason was a girl at one point, and then Mason started cut their hair short, got on testosterone, and started wearing flannels. And I don't know, Mason was pretty cool. But Mason would hang out with my ex and her friend together, the 3 of them. And I think Mason, I don't know, Mason was just, I think one time Mason and my ex and her friend, another one of her friends, showed up on, it was my friend's birthday, my other friend's birthday, and they showed up and they said, "We're here for you." And I was like, "How did you even know I was here? Who the fuck were you talking to at this party that said that we were here? And why did you say, 'We're here for you'? Are you trying to take me away? What is this? Is this even real?" So I was just really excited that my girlfriend finally showed up to see me. And my other friend, whose dad was a meth dealer, and they were biker gang, living in a scrapyard, you know, it's pretty masculine stuff, I guess. He showed up, but my friend was gay. My friend was bisexual. He liked me and I didn't like him. But I had no other friends, so I was like, I guess I'll just deal with it, because he comes to hang out, we talk about astrology and shit. But when his girlfriend shows up, they're always trying to get me to do a threesome, and I just politely, no thanks. And then he said he was stealing my energy and rituals, harvesting my life force energy and then trying to use it to sleep with my girlfriends and shit. But he showed up and put his arm around Mason and was like, "Hey, come hang out with the guys." And Mason was like really uncomfortable, like, no. And I was like, "This is what you've been praying for, Mason. You manifested this. This is like a really exaggerated version of the stuff that you were trying to learn how to embody. You know, you're trying to come into being a man. These are the people you should." But I didn't say anything because I didn't really talk much back then. But I was kind of disappointed. I was like, man, Mason really should have went up and hung out with my dad, because my dad, I think either I brought my dad or I invited him. He came too. My dad was there at the bonfire with everybody. And I was like, man, now Mason's going to spend the next 2 years without male role models to understand the masculinity stuff. Because Mason has very wealthy parents. And is only hanging out with these 2 very wealthy friends. He doesn't really know. No, I wish that Mason could have got a job at a... And this is, you know, like, my opinion about trans people is like talking about a woman who did the gender affirming stuff and identifies as a man. I don't think about that's weird, that's wrong. I'm thinking about, man, I wish that we had gotten Mason to do like work at the scrapyard, or maybe like a job in carpentry. You know, like, I'm more like, yeah, come on, get to know us, you know? Come go to this demolition site with a hammer and break these bricks apart with us. If you want to identify as a man, come spend some time with men, man. And I don't think the men will care. Unless you're around like fat 40-year-olds and their kids that fuck them up. For the most part, yeah, come play rugby. You probably have more testosterone than half the guys here. You know, now that we eat microplastics for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And we all have this fucking... Who knows what's in these chemicals? Shit, we're on TRT too. You know? So I guess my opinion on trans people is if you do it, go the distance. Don't identify as a man and then don't do any manly shit. That's like playing pretend. Identify as a man, then you're gonna have to be a man, man. And then the other thing is like, oh, that was Remy. Remy worked at one of the youth programs, and Remy had a beard from the TRT. Remy was pretty cool. Remy had a voice like this, and Remy was like 5 foot tall. And still, I was like, man, Remy should hit the gym. I was like, all I was thinking about is like, man, I wish I could see Remy benching in the gym, man. Because I think that like they're still stuck in the doldrums there. They're still kind of. They did the brave action, and it's what was it? Remember that there was a lot of suicides from like in the early 2020s, where women. And I think the main story, she didn't even identify as a man. She just decided to dress up as a man and go be a man in public, and like made it look realistic to see how people treat men. And I think she killed herself, right? Like she did like 3 weeks as a man where she dressed up every day and made it realistic, and then walked around public and went to stores and restaurants and at the job and traveled to see how people would treat it. And I think she killed herself because a lot of the people from the cities back then they didn't really understand how much it sucks. Being a man fucking sucks. But people are getting a lot less. Like, it's the age of Aquarius. People are understanding a lot more about everyone. People are starting to get it. And it's just unfortunate that we have a lot of these white people that need to be put in timeout, chained to a tree for 3 years. And suffer. So they can understand that there's more to life than what they were institutionalized and programmed to believe. And that they're actually making life worse for a lot of people. And then they come back and start a tow company. And then they're happy, but then they have this perspective and reference experience that every day of their life, they enjoy it more and they're a lot more chill, a lot less crazy. HRT, not TRT. I think guys get on TRT. Because they're not trying to replace their hormones, they're trying to get the hormones back, because the food that we eat and the life that we live stops testosterone production. But living out in the woods, I didn't have any facial hair at all until I went out in the woods. Bigfoot is thirsty. Never under pressure. Is it 10 yet? It's probably 8:30. And she hasn't messaged me, so I'm gonna have to drive 45 minutes to take a shower, come back. I accidentally connected to the town's energy field, so all this gross white shit is like really distorting my vibe, man. When I keep asking God, where's the perfect place to go, I hear Costa Rica, Costa Rica. Go to Costa Rica. I want to go to Costa Rica. How can we start building communism? Help me buy land. There's 18 people here. If we all chipped in $1,000, we could get a down payment on 100 acres. And then you go out there, you get chickens, you get a couple cows for milk. You're set with eggs and organic milk. You're feeling better. You're living better. And then you do the hippie shit where you make clothes. We just find a niche. Like, you there. Your job is you like to scroll on the internet all day? I want you to take like a little bit of your time to just get in on MAGA and leftist radical stuff and start identifying the regular commenters, and then go on these Facebook groups with the delusional people. And then I want you to, this other guy here, John will play the role of a radical MAGA, and then some woman over here will play the role of a radical leftist. And then all you have to do is go in the Facebook groups every now and then and post the link to your Shopify where you sell MAGA or whatever the blue version is, bumper stickers, t-shirts, pins, hats, the stuff, the flags, the stuff that they put in the front of their driveway, those signs that they put in the front of the driveway. And then you just do TikTok ads where we get like a neighborhood family to put the sign out, and then record a video of them saying, since I put this sign out, the libtards down the street, and it's like you get your neighbor to go freak out and kick the sign and be like, you fucking bigot piece of trash, and they're like, keep crying, liberal. And that's your ad for the sign. And then you just post the video with the signs that you sell the signs in the Facebook groups, and then we get a shit ton of money, and we just buy the land off. And then we work on getting everybody nicer, like $10,000 SUVs, like RAV4s or Subaru Crosstreks with decent mileage. Get you all Walmart, Spark, DoorDash, Instacart. And then you guys can spend the rest of your life traveling to different places, seeing the world, learning different languages. And then as long as, we just open that land up as sanctuary for you guys, that whenever you come back, you just work on making it better. And then eventually through that, you no longer have to pay rent, so all your income can go to a savings account to get your own land. And one of these places that you end up when you finally find your forever home. But you're always welcome back at the sanctuary. And then I just, when people are there, all I ask is that you help me build my castle. Is that I'm building this cool Irish stone castle in the Vermont mountains that's going to overlook everything. And that's going to be my legacy project, is the Kingdom of Casey Castle. So that when we die, we have something there, and it's cool. It'll be a historical monument forever. About how this one homeless orphan that got nothing but abuse for his whole life built this castle in circumstances where it was impossible, by uniting people to a great cause and saving lives for the rest of his life, taking them out of the rat race and giving them freedom to travel and meet other cultures and share experiences and share wisdom and spiritual stuff and do all these great things that they wouldn't have been able to do if they believed the Capricorn system of do it independently, work on your own, get your own property, capitalize off of other people's suffering. And he tipped it on his head and built an army. He's, Is there anybody know thanks? Nope. It's just, it's like the highest form of trolling. Making enough money to escape MAGA by selling products to MAGA. Taking their money. Just for them to jerk off their egos sitting in their homes while they're 40. And then sell virtue signaling propaganda to people that pretend that they care about people on the left side. But don't actually want to do shit for anybody. They just want people to know that they are this certain type of way. So they're looking for flags to fly. They're looking for the Ukraine flag to fly, even though they don't even Google what's happening in Ukraine. They don't even know how many soldiers are dying. They just know you're supposed to put the Ukraine flag, and I'm not the bad person, so I'll put the Ukraine flag on my place. They'll protest Trump, but can't name one policy Biden made. And helping women to escape abusive relationships would be the ultimate fucking trolling for charity. Stealing from red pillars for stupid products. Helping women escape Abusive relationships is important. It's just as important as helping homeless people. Yeah, giving women the means for financial independence without OnlyFans is pretty important. I don't know what it's like to be a woman. I don't know if you do an OnlyFans, if it's like the same way that you have to do hazing rituals and Freemason stuff in order to permanently embed certain spiritual codes and distort your God-given life so that you can operate in a realm away from God, so that you can manipulate and use the system and do all this stuff. Do you think OnlyFans is doing that to women where it destroys them for the rest of their life? Not physically, like you have a digital footprint, but I mean spiritually. Like you think that's like a ritual to destroy the divine feminine? So, I mean, Spirit just showed me a picture of Billie Eilish where she has her tits out and she's sucking on like this thing, and she put boing as her thing, and then I saw all these children that were watching, and it was saying that they don't have any good role models anymore. Like Sigourney Weaver in Avatar, and then it turns out Sigourney Weaver is part of that cult that lives in Long Lake. A lot of them end up homeless with their kids because of that. Yeah, it's tough to be a mom and also have a career. Plus trauma, and yeah, we are in a patriarchal society that does kind of accidentally program women to be less functioning. I don't have the same algorithm as them, but seeing what my girlfriends, how they changed from TikTok when TikTok came out, the way that all their behavior changed, I was like, what the fuck are you guys watching? We live in Vermont. I've never seen you speak to a black person in my life. Why are you acting black? What happened? She told me she was cheating on her boyfriend with 4 different guys, so I called those guys' girlfriends, and said, yeah, she just told me that. Sorry. I would check the fucking receipts on their phone. And I ended one relationship, and then the other people vilified me and blocked me, and then did a bunch of shit. But then she messaged me and she said, you need to stop speaking on my name. It's like, okay, Jamal. What the fuck happened to you? Other than me, the only men you've ever dated were rich, prissy, pissy fakers that play hood because of what Instagram showed them, and they're terrible rappers. They don't worry about the art and what they're actually saying. They worry more about the image, so they play a white black character, and they're always trying to prove that to everybody on their social media. I can see how their DNA infested you, and now you're acting that way. Why don't you go I spent a week homeless in Albany. Why don't you try it? I lived with gang members for 3 months, and I don't act black, but I know I'm a real one. If you were to call them, they'd say, yeah, he's official. I don't make it my identity. Stop it. You're a rich white girl. Your phone is... Get off your phone. Please. You lying bitch. Fuck you. You lived in your truck for 8 years. Did you have a camper? Did you start off in the back? How'd you make that truck last you 8 years? Living in it. That's crazy. I think OnlyFans, if you use it, you need a plan to leave it and help forward so the next woman doesn't have to do it. If the 1,000 highest celebrities from OnlyFans funded their own website, it would be better. Sandy Davis. White Lewis says, I am a good mechanic. True. Aren't you guys starting to feel like we're getting back some of the vibes that were taken? Like it's starting to kind of go back to how it felt in 2019. Like I'll be like this, and then all of a sudden a big like wave of energy from my past, and I can remember I can like vividly see how it felt when I was 19 before all the trauma. And everything was so much better. The air was more fresh. Life didn't feel stale and liminal and not real. Everything was a lot more beautiful back then. We live in a world that is extremely fucked up. I was homeless for 3 years because I got out of it in an honest way, but I could have done it with OnlyFans, $3 XX work, and maybe Joanne would still be alive. Yeah. I don't know, man. There's a threshold to it. Like, I know there's this pizza place that I keep seeing advertisements for because it's popping off just because the wife has a big butt, and it's just her pulling a pizza out of the oven and putting it on the table and cutting it, and the camera just shows off her big butt, and they're making a lot of money because of that. You don't have to go all the way where it gets like demonic and sexually just, you know, you don't have to subject yourself to that. And a lot of trad white, like, you're a good looking person, Sendo. You don't have to do that. You could just do whatever you're doing, and gross people will like looking at your face anyway. Whatever you do, you know, do you think that 22 people would be watching if people didn't consider me conventionally attractive? I don't think so, man. But I'm a stray animal that's lived in isolation for my whole childhood. I was homeless at 14, and before that, I barely spoke because I didn't have anyone to speak to. And then I got the brain injury, and I wandered around homeless, eating out of dumpsters, and didn't have a coat. And just trauma and abuse and getting kicked down the road and police brutalities and kidnapping and terrible shit. And then when I'm feeling myself and I'm confident and I go in to talk to people and I get like really good responses from girls, the guys freak out. Like I got 50 likes on my Facebook profile picture, and 2 kids wanted to kill me. 2 kids were sending me death threats, driving by my apartment, staring at me through the window, sitting in my parking lot drunk, fighting with their girlfriend who was my ex, just because pretty girls were heart reacting, and like the hottest girls in town they had liked one of my Instagram posts. Even like somebody I posted a video that they recorded of them singing happy birthday to me this year. After all the crazy shit, I went on Facebook and I would schizo rant because I was like, the best way to get these people to stop being jealous and angry at me, and also to see if people actually care about me, because they saw all the suffering I went through and they watched. But then when I post a photo that makes me look good, everybody's in my comments supporting it and heart reacting and all this stuff. But I'm like, well, it's so easy to just message me. So I wanted to see if people cared. So I posted the picture with my crazy hair, and I would schizo rant about the crazy dreams I have and how those came true, the prophetic stuff, the simulation breaking experiences that I have, and about, you know, and I would also frame it to make me sound a little bit like a crackhead when I would kind of get the anger in there, and I would do these angry schizo rants that obviously I look back and reading it now makes me uncomfortable, but the shit that I said is some real shit. It's true. I didn't lie. I said some real shit, didn't say it in a way that was socially acceptable. And then Everybody got off. All the people that were comparing themselves to me in this competition, jealous and obsessing over the idea of me on social media, left me alone for a long time. Then they started copying me. Because when I kept doing it, then they came back, and they, even though what I said was crazy, they started copying everything. I would post a poem, they would post a poem. I would post that I got in a bike accident. They would post a picture from 2 years ago when they got in a bike accident. 6 years later, they're still comparing themselves to me. So I was like, fuck, I can't even be crazy. So then I just posted, yeah, by the way, I was acting like that because I wanted to see if you guys cared. And I'm actually really happy with the direction my life went. I'm really proud of who I'd become, especially when I look at my peers who haven't been through shit. And then I posted a video of people singing me happy birthday, and really attractive girls were in the comment section. So like, oh, you could be as crazy as you want. All you have to do is show that other people see you in a positive light, and everybody comes back anyway. And I'm like, I don't want to be around these pig people lemmings. Fuck you. But thank you, because it's going to make people mad. But I was hoping, now that we're pushing 30, I'm 26. I'm hoping that, I thought that now that we're pushing 30, it would stop, but they haven't stopped. They're still watching my stories. They're still watching my YouTube probably right now. They're still copying me on social media. I don't get it. I had a horrible sexual experience last year in the summer, and other than that, I hadn't had sex since 2023. And that was just 3 or 4 times with one girl, and then before that, I was with 3 girls in 2022, and then in 2021 I was with 3, and then in 2019 I was just with 1 girl, and then, but I did get my dick sucked on a Greyhound bus because my girlfriend had given up on me because I was living in Section 8 as a loser, having not psychosis, but like sleep paralysis, and it was hard for me to function, and I thought I had a brain injury. I was going through it. I had gotten off antidepressants, and I had been on antidepressants my whole life. So I just said, fuck it, I'm getting off all the medication, and I'm going to figure it out. So I had to learn how to be a normal person, because I had been cut off. When you take heavy antidepressants, all of this, your whole body, all the vivid vibes and information and all the shit that normal people do with it, you don't have it. You just have up here. You sort of live like disassociated up here, floating. And that was pretty much my whole life. So I had to learn how to deal with that too, and just a bunch of terrible stuff. So my girlfriend was just pursuing other options, because she's like, I don't want to be fucking 18, and this is my life. This is my man. I love him. And she would say like, you're losing me. You're losing all this. And I'd be like, why would I want to stay with someone that's on their phone talking to 6 different guys, going and making out with your coworker? You probably fucked. You brought me to another guy's house and left me in the car for an hour. And you're still here thinking that I want kids with you and I want to marry you. But it's because she knew that everyone that she cheated with wasn't as good as me. But I had problems I was working through. So she didn't know what to do. I was like, you ever thought about being honest? Maybe I was just looking for you to acknowledge and apologize and make a change. And that I don't like you when I'm with you because I resent myself for allowing me to continue hanging out with you, knowing that every time I go to anywhere, girls roll down the window and go, you're cute, you're really attractive, and I'm with you. Like, I would go to work and every girl is fighting over me at the deli, and they're hot. Every girl at the works is fighting over me, and they're hot. And they're my age. I made a Tinder profile once and got 100 likes in a small town. Every girl in the town swiped right on me when I was 19. But I'm with you because I liked you when I was 15, and I saw that you had similar trauma. You were also very attractive, and you saw the beauty of life the same way that I did. You loved movies and people and stories, and you were very smart, And I had cheated on my girlfriend because I liked her. I couldn't be with the girl that was probably the best for me because I was so hung up on, like, why doesn't the other girl like me? We hang out for 3 days. It's amazing. Best feeling I've ever had. And then she runs off to somebody else. So then I go to the gym. I sleep with more girls. All this stuff. So I was also like, that's why I wasn't as mad. Because I was like, I understand. It's probably my karma. I'm dealing with the shit that I put other people through. And I'm suffering. So I'm dealing with it. But also, like, she was the girl that was doing that to me was my only friend. The other guy was saying he was stealing my energy. And the other guy only showed up to use my couch and use my studio. And that's the guy I call my little brother. I had nobody. I've never had anybody, man. Ever. So all I really needed from her was to just flat out tell me, yeah, I do all this stuff and I don't like it but this is why. And I'd be like, I understand, I'm not functioning. You don't want to be stuck in a relationship. You don't want to be stuck in Section 8 with this guy for the rest of your life. I get it. You're young. You want to have these experiences. You had trauma as a child, too. But you're lying to my face. You're lying to my face. You're scheming behind my back, messaging guys, and then leaving at night to go hang out with them. Leaving me alone by myself here to just sit there alone and think about it. And then you come back whenever you're bored. You were like farming me. You think Casey wants to be a cuck nice guy? That's like the last thing I am, man. I think if I had just kicked her to the curb and said, but I thought because she was the best looking girl, I thought personally, now I don't think that way. But back then I thought that she was. Now I'm like, I think the other ex was actually more attractive. In the long run. Because she was Catholic and talented and all this great stuff. And she was bad. But she wasn't as fucked up as the other girl. The one that cheated and all that. I liked her because she was fucked up, and I'm fucked up. And the other girl was not fucked up. The other girl was autistic, but she's not fucked up. Very intelligent, very talented. Has a great life. But this girl was fucked up in the same ways that I was fucked up. So we understood each other more. We got to be fucked up together. And that was cool. Like, we both collectively realized that we were being listened to by the government without having to say it. Because we were like twin flames. We were just connected. So we knew that something was listening to us. And then we both together, like, there's a bunch of kids in the car. We don't have to say anything. We both realize that the government's listening to us. We don't have to say anything. The angels or the spirits told both of us, there's a bug up here at the top of the console. We pull it down. It's a fucking microphone. We rip that shit off out of the car. Everything feels better. 6 hours go by. We realize, oh, that's the Bluetooth for the car if somebody calls us. So that we don't have to use our phone and we're connected to the aux. That's the microphone for that. But also, yeah, something did tell both of us, and we psionically understood that there was a microphone there. And neither of us knew. We discovered it together. We both went for it. Like we communicated telepathically. We didn't have to speak to each other. We could see it spiritually. And then if there was like a disconnect where we were both having trouble speaking and we couldn't communicate what we were trying to tell each other, the radio would change to a song that was the thing we were trying to tell each other. And then we'd both look at each other like, we're in a simulation. There are aliens around us. She taught me, because she said that when she was younger, like when she was 13, she would be laying alone in bed, and she would struggle with, like, none of this is real. None of this is real. How do I function? Like, none of this is real. But she taught me that if you have a parasite, like a spiritual thing that you don't like, you just imagine a golden rope wrapping around it and you pull it out like this. And she was so attractive that I got her a job at Price Chopper when she was 15. I think she was 15 when I was 16. I got her first job. And I'd go in to see her, and there would be old ladies at the registers. She'd be in the middle. The old ladies are sitting there like sunken and angry and mad and bored. And then it's just a line all the way back to the end of the aisle there. 40 guys are just sitting there waiting for their chance to talk to her. And it would be like fucking Esteban, who was the staff member when I was in the kids residential program. That like his job is to go talk to 15-year-olds and like be a therapist. And he's hitting on my 15-year-old girl that I'm talking to. And I looked at him and he wouldn't look at me. I just stood there like, Esteban, you taught me how to play this chord on my guitar. Stop trying to fuck my 15-year-old friend. Leave me alone. Leave her alone. Go talk to Katrina, the old lady. I was like, how do these guys aren't embarrassed? But yeah, she was that attractive. And I don't think they didn't know how old she was. She could have been 16, I guess, but yeah. But she fucked up, man. She's gonna have to live with her choices. Now she's dating a narcissistic twink. And I'm sure she's watching. Let's see what we're reading. Blue room. I think she gave her kid up. She's in a place and the kid isn't there anymore. She's in a blue room and there's no kid. She has a kid. I don't know where it is. It's just desserts. Hey, she's getting karma, bro. She met her match. They're both narcissists. She didn't do the shadow work as the Gemini, so now she has to do the shadow work with the physical incarnation of her shadow twin side. If she had reached out to the girlfriends of the guys that were trying to cheat on their girlfriends with her, when she called me in the middle of the woods and said, "So you're homeless?" And then she said that she was this guy's little plaything and that she would see him while she was seeing me, and she saw him while she was seeing the other guy, and that guy had been in a long-term relationship with the girl he's still with. If she had reached out to her and said, "Yeah, it happened, I'm sorry, but I'm moving on with my life, I'm with somebody else, I don't speak to him anymore, but he has been trying, we did do things for years while you were together," if she had reached out to her and said that, that would be the only way I would have ever continued any type of conversation or relationship with her. I'm sure she didn't, and she vilified me and called me a pathological liar. You would hire me? What do you do for work? As a mechanic? I don't know what I'm doing with my life. I'd spend 3 months hanging out there, working on cars. Log homes? That's even cooler. West Coast, why the hell are you there, Sandy? Travis, aren't you in Alaska? Do you live in your car? Hither cat? Yeah, I got this car 3 months ago. Before that, I was backpacking for 2 years. Before that, I had a car for 6 months, and I was top dasher in Burlington, Vermont. Before that, I was homeless and in a tent, fighting off homeless people, trying to save runaway kids and get justice for the sex trafficking that's going on in that place, working with community action programs that formed out of pocket because the other community action programs were sex trafficking them. Can you run a power saw? I can learn. I've never heard it called a power saw. Are you talking about the circular saw? Are you talking about the band saw? Are you talking about the sawzall? I don't know what a power saw is exactly. Are you talking about, is that like in Skyrim where you load the log onto the sawmill and then you pull the thing to run the saw so that the log gets pushed and cut in half? Because I could do that. I'm taking a piss. She's dating a twink in a truck, guys. She's dating a rich kid from Massachusetts. And I mean, kids would get high and tell me that I'm the most powerful empath possible because of the 8th house and whatever and the 11. All she had to do was just, once she answered the call on the phone, I could clock all the energy in there. I knew when he was moving. I knew when he was tossing and turning. I knew when he woke up. I could see him for him, and it's pretend. He had friends and he had a job in Massachusetts, but he did not go through the shit that I've been through. He hasn't done any real shit. It was all pretend. He didn't have the suffering. Casey, what are you doing for work now? I do life path readings. So if you post your birthday, with the help of my mod Demon Hunter here, we can tell you more about you than you know about yourself. And I can see you for who you really are and what your purpose on earth is. Using the common denominator between all these different theosophies that have been trying to figure out, what the hell is this that we're living inside? What the fuck is this? And then people have been trying to figure it out. And they've been trying to figure it out for tens of thousands of years. So there are these schools of like trying to uncover the truth across the world. And in the common denominator between the three, we can usually do it. So we'll do it. We'll do it right now. Let me get my energy drink and my vape. And we'll fucking try it. Inked Up Jesus. Inked Up Jesus has been a regular, so we'll do Inked Up Jesus first. Heather, if you want to post the Cash App. I have all my donation stuff in the channel, my channel description. And I do a couple for free with like regulars and stuff if you're here for a while. So we'll do, I don't know, do we want you guys to fight? Mobile folks, let's see how long you've been around. We'll go through channel activity. Mobile folks, you have been around. You've been around for, oh my God, you've been around for a while. Richard rode a mountain lion, a fucking mountain lion. Who's Richard? I broke through. You've been around since I broke through. Let's see, Inked Up Jesus. Inked Up Jesus said it first. That's Hither the cat, come on. You hid your birthday. Well, I guess not. I guess we can't do mobile folks here. But Inked Up Jesus, I remember you for a while. The mission has changed. We'll do Inked Up Jesus. Inked Up Jesus. It goes better when you post your name, because with your birthday and your name, you can't get much. But with your, we'll do your name last. Basically, we've been doing Virgo Libra for so long. Every single day, if you go back, we're doing Virgo Libra reads. Let's do this one. You're just at the end of Virgo and you're moving into Libra. We do this, we've done this every 4 days, so it's good that, you know, I've got to hear the information. You're a 3-day. You're a 9, 11, 12, 13, 22, 31, 35. You're an 8. I think we did a Virgo 8 yesterday. We're going to do it again. 3, 4, 4, and 27 is 31. 31 and 4 is 35. You're an 8 life path, 3 Virgo. If Demon Hunter is still here, Demon Hunter is still here. You're a wood dog again. Didn't we have a wood dog the other day too? That was a Virgo. 3-8. Your overall life path is that through many incarnations. I'm not saying you're not an old soul like an 11, 32, or 30, 11, 22, 33, like they say, with this responsibility to deal with the entire collective consciousness, with this overwhelming responsibility. And if you fail like horribly, and you're constantly like going through this horrible Truman Show tests. 8s are part of that 1 to 9 simpler life, where it's more about the beauty and simplicity, and you don't have this overall huge thing that you got to do, which is it's not a blessing to have. It's a horrible life. But if you can get there, it's very rewarding. As an 8, when you look back at your whole life, you'll see that you had many different things that you were very good at, that you were able to express and show off to the collective consciousness. You're able to show people things that you had mastered and learned probably over many lifetimes, or if you want to say that it was God-given, you were just given proficiency and mastery over many different things. And another thing I didn't say about 8s is that the overall thing with your life is that you brought a lot of karmic change to a lot of different things. 8s revolve around karmic. It also revolves around money. So money will be going in and out of your life, either in big bursts, but with the sternness of the Virgo and Libra, the balance, I'm going to say that you either came into wealth as a child and you learned, maybe you spent it all very quickly on creative passions that didn't work out, and then you learned balance and kept going with it. But either way, it's evident that you do have good skills with money, and that it does work to make karmic shifts over the course of your life for large groups of people that learn from, and in a way that you show it off. With the 3, and you're smack dab between Leo and Libra and Virgo, we've gotten a lot, the past few days, we've gotten a lot of the balancing stuff in between the two, which is a good challenge for me to understand. But basically, Virgo has this sentiment. It's very strong, very good sense of self. But the thing with Virgos and Libras both is that you meticulously craft your life, and you have this sort of OCD control over how you hold the energy in yourself that often makes it at a detriment to others, because you don't take enough risks in your life. When you take more risks in your life, and let go of all the shit that you've been holding in so long with your stern beliefs and stuff, and this balance, you don't have this strong sternness in with the earth sign energy, where it feels more light inside with this golden yellowish tan. You also have this deep brown and gray balancing darkness in it that brings that to a more lighthearted space. People might say that you're feminine. You probably have a lot of hair on your body. I know I did see you with the beard, but I'm saying more along like you've got fucking hairy legs and arms and shit, because the hair is what you're using with the Virgo sternness to hold the Libra air element, to keep yourself as this dense pocket of air inside that makes it so the world doesn't affect you as much as it affects other people, and you do have the ability to walk through life easier than most people. And most people look at that and they get offended by it, they get hurt by it, they try to challenge it, but it doesn't work, because you do have this crafted, meticulously crafted sense of self, this ego. The problem is that Virgos and stuff can also feel like they're better than other people, but they don't necessarily achieve that competence level to actually be better than other people, but they need that stern focus in order to hold themselves together. With the wood dog, it means that loyalty is extremely important to you, and your daily life revolves around the informational exchange of relationships. That channels through the three to give you this golden essence in your core that makes you very childlike comedian. You're always making jokes, or you'll see that your everyday life, the things that people respond to the most, the things that sort of come out of your consciousness, is this childlike, funny creativeness that is often always challenged because people look at you and they put their head down and they, because that childlike essence is something that people that lost, and they're usually afraid to get back and heal their own inner child. So because you have this constant creative burst of your inner child here, and you also do, you either had a strong brother or sister in your life, or you had this someone that was really there for you through your life, or you had it completely without it, which means that everyone you see is your best friend. The problem is learning how to not let that become intrinsically focused, where you're siphoning out the emotional information and power from everybody else to hold it in yourself, in a way that where you're able to have this stern sense of self and this self bubble here, and be able to not project it and infiltrate and sort of grow your roots into other people to express your information. It's more along the lines of that you, as a Virgo, hold shit down, and that you're very good at it. You learn from a Sagittarius how to be free and how to express that competence with momentum, and that Sagittarius that you met that gave you these skills and abilities to utilize your your strong sense of self to be able to actually live in the world and do these things. The Sagittarius taught you how to be more free with it, and the Sagittarius fell off and burned out because they didn't know how to ride it with consistency, and that's why you were there to be the financial support, beneficial person. That's why you were able to take care of them and whatever. Hopefully they were also a dog, or you had a twin, or you had a cousin that was born in the same year as you, so that you were able to continue to go through life and build with somebody else. If not, that's going to be coming for you. You're going to get the person that's going to be your best friend, because dogs need other dogs to build off of to go through life, because the world doesn't have the same level of loyalty that they have. I'm seeing that you do have this another redness with you. There's something red. You probably have a strong fire sign energy, or I don't want to, I mean, I looked at your profile picture and I heard he relates to Vikings. He's a Viking guy. If you're a Viking guy, and you want to see the world as something to conquer, and that you're on this big mission with a team to go at something, I just say that you kind of hold this discernment about the programming society is going towards, and make it more with a beneficial cause that's not at other people's expense. If you feel like you need to ride into battle with your friends, that's really good, but also don't make the other people the enemy. Like I'm seeing the Vikings in New York City that dress themselves up in LARP as Vikings, but they're not attacking people, and everybody's looking at them like these buff dudes that are in the full Viking garb walking through New York City, and everybody's like, that's so fucking cool, look at them, but they're not hurting anybody. That culture expression is cool, but it's not at anybody's expense. The people that get too far into the Viking shit, where they're conquering their day and dominating their day and all that stuff, wearing the anchor right here, or the wolf head, or they have the wolf on the back of their truck, those people are crazy, and that's not what Vikings ever were. But there's some redness coming through, some fiery, passionate creativity, that your life does revolve around your daily, everyday expression, and you do have this. You will have no matter what you do, you're going to be creative. Your creativity and your artistry is very important for your life, and the mastery of that and showing off what you do with your creativity is the overall purpose of your life. I do see that resources aren't an issue for you. Whether it's spiritual resources or financial resources, resources aren't as big of a problem as you might make it seem. And it has to do with that. You don't strike me as somebody that is overwhelmed by philosophy. Either you figured it out, or you don't let it be a big deal to you. A lot of Libras and Virgos get trapped in philosophy, and that makes them way too top heavy, and they lose the natural gift that they have of balance in themselves to just be here. And that's the point of Libras and Virgos, is that their ability to just be here and be able to do things. Everybody else has trouble being here and doing things, so they're just there as a reference experience. The thing about Libras and Virgos is that they're reliable. Libras and Virgos are reliable, but when they get too self-centered, they can get snaky. When they get too sort of like where they think that their way is better, that can often be at their own detriment, and then they become very egotistic. What they need to understand is that it's more about people being able to visibly see on you the balance energy that you have and the way that you're able to not let life be a big deal for you, and you're able to use your competency and your wisdom to actually utilize tools, where Taurus is the growing of the plants and Capricorn is the management of all the resources. Virgos are the correct use of those tools made from the growth, and being able to be not, they don't worry about those big governmental shit. They're able to just live simply and do their life. They become very good advisors. They become very good references. Like Sneeko, when he tried to be top G, it did blow him up after years of trying. But mainly when you look back at Sneeko, you realize that Sneeko, because he was able to just be there sternly and not let it affect him, even though he's not like emotionally vivid and expressive, and people look at me like, that's a narcissistic weirdo right there. It's not the narcissistic weirdo stuff. That comes from the philosophy and confidence stuff. The thing he's really good at is just asserting that competency over his theosophy. It's his existence here, which is the point. He did channel it into the creative essence and do that, but it was more about the stern competence. When you see Sneeko and you're like, that smile where he's just standing very stoic, because he understands this, but when he lets go of it, and he can kind of channel that more vivid essence from his freedom when he kind of takes the risk and goes running and all that, and he's holding that here, that's what's going to be showing more. Whatever your passionate, fiery creativity is, it comes more from when you let go, and the authenticity that comes with it. You have a natural gift here. It's a natural gift that you're sharing and using your creation. You have a natural gift of creativity that you're sharing with people, and that's going to be more important, brighter, and vivid for people to experience. It does revolve around some type of creative essence. The Virgos, the Virgos that we get, you could be working on properties, you could be working on building carpentry, you could be doing all this stuff that revolves around using your skills to make a structurally sound thing, or it could be creative with content, but it does revolve around physical things. If that's your body, and you're a bodybuilder, that's what's important. The content will be showing it off with your own creative flair to it. But the content will be more, I like the sternness and stoicism of it. I like I'm not seeing like whooshes in your transitions between the content. I'm seeing the stagnant cuts. Bam. And then bam. And then the person is, when you're making the content, the scene changes, but you stay in the same part of the frame while the scene changes around you. Whereas a lot of other content creators, they're here and then the content changes and they're over here and they're moving and all this. The scene changes around you, but you're there, and your identity and everything stays stagnant and unaffected by the world around it. And that's really respectable, and that's a good reference experience for people to understand how to create a character of themselves and be able to hold it correctly. And that's the gift. That's the gift, is that you're able to have this creative identity here that is unaffected by the world around it. And if chaos hits you and all this stuff, it doesn't even affect it. The problem is not letting power dynamics and relationships and social status and all this affect that, because it has nothing to do with any of that. It has nothing to do with any. Virgos are Sagittarius without the momentum and the confidence. They're the sentimental, sweet, understanding Sagittarius that don't go the distance. They walk slowly. Or they fly a plane, or they they boat. Or Sagittarius are like, Virgos still have that same focus and that same competency, but they're just chilling. They learn how to free themselves from that meticulously crafted image from the Sagittarius. Then they see the Sagittarius gets burned out and does all this philosophical wonk because they don't know how to live in the world without this righteous, So then they freak out and they have to figure shit out again. That's why Kai Cenat quit. That's why Andrew Tate's gay now. Fucking it all turned in on themselves because they got to the point and there was, what the fuck do you do next? Because Sagittarius live in the alchemical against all the bullshit. And then they got too big, and then now they don't know what to do. Where Virgos, they're going to get all the way up there, and then Sneeko's not going anywhere. You know what I'm saying? That's important. I'm sorry that you got betrayed as a child. I'm sorry you got betrayed as a child, because nobody could meet that wood dog. Nobody was able to see the emotional exchange of the information with the loyalty. Nobody could meet that. They were all too selfish, and you couldn't find a band of brothers. I relate to that really heavily in my life. But there's a girl that's going to come in. Whether for me, I saw it for myself, but for you in general, for the wood dog, it's coming in for you at some point. If you don't have it already, you're gonna have your best friend. Your best friend is what is gonna be important. And it's not gonna be. You just have the ability that you can be around. Like with me, it's emotionally exhausting to be around the people. Like I'm always looking for a best friend, but then when they're in the car and then they leave the car and their energy's still here, I'm like, I didn't want a friend at all. I live life as this giant monster, this wood sea monster, all this energy coming through and riding down the road until I find balance and simplicity in that, and then it's so perfect it makes everybody angry. The wood dog, you can have the people in the car, and I'm jealous. You can have the people in the car, and you can drive around having fun. I can't do it. There's too much energy going around. I can't deal with it. But I can pull up at the party, and they made a way. I guess it's what I'm made for. I went out and took everything you sat around and prayed for. I broke about the box and then I jumped right off the stage, bruh. All you lames are walking on the avenues we paved. I can make 100K on OnlyFans any day. I got shooters from Miami. They'll be here when we escape. When my family goes insane, I pull up and I set them straight. The only way that you can chill with us is if you start to train. You a lame and you ain't about shit. Quit playing. I work hard every day so I can maintain. They slowed down and lost their brain when it drove themselves insane. Now they're walking wearing copies of my face. Half these towns are bitter because my dick is bigger. I got their women in my whip and none of us is quitters. But I can't sit with my friend and go do shit. I feel like I'm forced down into their vibe and I'm trapped in their reality now. And now we're going through the universe and there is a lot of vivid exchange and social stuff. And I don't like it. Because I don't feel like I'm a god. And I'm able to, once I become the god, then I become the little kid, the divine child, living in the 11, the 33. You don't have any of that shit, man. You can just have fun with your friends. You can do the volleyball team. Like I saw, like the best advice I just saw for you right now is that I saw that there was this, one time I was at Burlington and I was making music at the park. And then a bunch of like fit, healthy, like 20 guys showed up and I was like, what are you guys doing? And they're like, oh, we're AA. This guy's a carpenter, this guy's a painter, this guy works at the nightclub. And we all just go hang out with girls and all this stuff and we have fun. And they were all playing volleyball together and all the girls were jealous and trying to get in and hang out with them. And those guys were all sober. It was an AA group. It was an NA group. And they could just hang out and do all that shit. And I wanted to go do it, but I was like, I wasn't as big as they were, whatever. I wasn't one of the guys. But you would thrive in that environment. And you would be the whole reason that it functions because of the wood. The wood element is like the glue that keeps shit together when they're healthy. So I see that you're a very good organizer of people that would thrive in a group of guys doing self-help in a way that's not like all the bullshit philosophical, cringe-worthy stuff, where it's just a big group of healthy, fit, active lifestyle guys that everywhere they go, it's like everybody wants to hang out with them. All the girls are trying to get in with that group to have fun, and you're just playing volleyball at the beach, man. That's what I would strive towards there. And then you'll find that you become a natural leader. You're a natural leader, and you don't let the world affect you. And if you do, that's the conflict that you're healing from. I don't see an obvious conflict. The only real structural conflict I can see is that when you let the ego that you've crafted with the wisdom and competence here, that strong yellow force right in front of you right now, I can see that strong yellowness right there, that Virgo stern. It's grown already. It's not growing, it's grown. That's holding there, and then letting that kind of get in the way of your relationships here. When you let your ego and crafted image and your identity and character and the stuff that your comfort zone and all this, that can get in the way and stop you from seeing the people's vibes and seeing empathy and seeing who's actually around you. It can get too strong. The sternness of the Virgo can get, with the creative essence that you're constantly creating, that can create that in a way that blocks other people and it shines too bright. Learning how to hold that in and not letting it affect you will get a lot of attention. It will get a lot of people interested. Not letting it get to your head when you start to get the attention and followers and views and content, whatever you're doing with your creative outlet. And that's why they say build a relationship with God, because then you let that become Jesus. And there can be a relationship and interplay with that, so that it lets you stay humble and humility with all this stuff. And I would just say that you need to get, I think you already work out, but the bodybuilding is important for you. Because it gives you the sense of being without it being any having to do with anybody else. Independence there, learning how to live independently and have fun and live your life, whatever. And then you're going to learn that your best attributes come from your ability to be sort of a reference that other people can rely on. That when other people have all this chaos and all this shit, you don't let it affect you, so that you can just have fun and live your life, whatever. And people see that, and that you see you don't need anything from them, and everybody now becomes your best friend. And you value it more, probably because you didn't have it as a kid. Your name is Cody. Cody means helpful. Your name is Cody, it means helpful or assistant. So that's why I do the name last, because when I get everything and I say exactly what it is, you always find that that's the name you're given. And that's the proof that you're divinely orchestrated and you were created for a purpose. When you get to the end of the reading and you figure out your name means exactly what, then you find how it all ties together, because whether you think astrology, numerology, and all this shit is bullshit and you believe in God, you have to understand that God meets you where you're at. And in this time, those are the big things. So, of course, God is going to show off by using those things. Are you trying to sell me your course right now? You get a membership? Membership with what? I don't want to follow your course, bro. The stuff you have to teach, I just saw. That was really helpful for me too. But also, I do have my fucking Cash App. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how much. Gemini Fire Ox, though. We had a Fire Ox yesterday that was a Libra, so I can pull that easily. But there was somebody else that commented before. If you have any questions, Inked Up Jesus, I'll know for free. I don't really know what I need help with, man. That was really helpful in itself to be reminded of the friendliness, friendship. I was reminded of you have a good way of seeing friendship. And that was good for me to remember. Because if you don't, friendship is something that I didn't, there was a lot of stuff in there I related to. But yeah, I'll check out your channel, bro. Go subscribe to Inked Up Jesus 420. Oh yeah, the big thing. Virgos and Libras are Venus signs. Venus is beauty. It means people see you as more attractive. It's a warmer energy. It's a less momentum energy and more of like an enjoyment energy. And the problem is that Virgos and Libras tend to smoke a lot of weed or get into drugs because they feel like they need they feel like they need an extension of themselves that they can take to allow themselves to be who they already are. A lot of people smoke weed to feel like Virgos and Libras because weed is Venusian. Virgos and Libras don't need to smoke weed because they naturally are the energy that people get high to feel. You don't need weed at all. You need to love yourself and do self-care, and then you'll find you're naturally high. I would strip the 420 from the whole thing and find the independence and self-care. And you'll find that everything you were looking for with weed, you naturally already had. Whereas other people have to smoke weed to feel what you naturally already have. And just my donation stuff is in my channel description. But mobile folks, we'll move on to. You're an Aries, right? Yeah, Aries 9, which is, if you've been around long enough, you see that the Aries 9s are coming in, because that's the first soul incarnation. 1996, you're only a few years older than me. I'm 99, December. 4, 5, 5 and 8 is 13, 14, 23, 32. 32 and 6 is 38. You're an 11 life path. There's the contrast right there with the 9 young energy and the Aries young energy with the 11 old soul. Visionary. The thing you do in your life raises the collective consciousness. Your life is clairaudient. You hear voices in your head. You see it. When you're just going through your life, you're going through your everyday life, you're seeing shit. It's vivid. When you dream, in your daydream, it's huge. It's like a whole nother universe. You struggle to get to that vivid dreaming because you're trapped in this intrinsic self-fire. The world tried to stop you from being a kid. You always felt like you knew more than everybody else, and you could understand more about life than other people. And when you'd share it, people would be like, wow, what the fuck? How do you see that as a kid? Your life purpose revolves around creating something bigger than yourself. But the point of your life is to be there and enjoying it. You don't have to do the big, you do have to do the big thing, mobile folks. You have something bigger than yourself you're here for. You have a big responsibility there. But when you go back through your memories to before the horrible traumatic incidents that made you want to save the world, and you get back to when you were just a kid enjoying it, when you did have this wisdom around you, this gray, sort of like everything else sheds away from you, and you're able to observe in ways that other people couldn't. If you're white, you were a snot-nosed brat, but that's okay. You were a snot-nosed brat, but you were active. You had an active lifestyle. The 11 just made it where you looked at everybody and you saw that they were younger. You could see that like everybody was living as a character in a TV show. But you liked to be in there with them, but you did see it, and other people couldn't see it. 11s are hard to read because they have this natural extension of themselves. They have a greater thing. You're an older soul. That doesn't make you better than other people, even though it feels like it, especially with the Aries 9. It makes you feel like you are better than other people, and you're always trying to prove it because you're trying to get the world to match how you feel about yourself. So you strive for overachieving. You were bullied as a kid, people ostracized you, and you're like, why? So you have to go become this big thing. You become very skilled at certain things. Everything you do, you become skilled at because you had to figure out why the world didn't meet you where you know you should be at. And the point is that you learn the proficiency in the things you become able to do. That's the respect that you get. And you probably already learned it there. You either went into the military or you went into carpentry, you went into some type of occupation. I don't see you as somebody who's a lazy bum. I don't think you're just living there whatever and being like, everything in the world should fall at my fingertips. You learned competency, and you learned it with youthful vigor that inspired others. The heat that came, the dense heat that comes through that you hold there with the 9, I want to say that you didn't go right into red. You might have liked red. Red might have been important, but I don't think you needed it as much. I think you might have turned it on its head. So you learned how to be this hot, deep color, like green, blue, red, green, blue, because the 11 made it to flip it on its head, so it's like a unique dense heat that isn't the color you'd expect it to be, but it is a unique dense heat. The problem is that people would call you into psychosis because you're trying to stay this inner child. You're trying to keep this childlike nature with the competency here, and you're trying to hold this higher vibration and open your crown chakra. And the world right now is designed to stop your crown chakra from being opened. So people would say that you're in psychosis trying to hold it above you. Hold this crown chakra open all the time. But instead of being really creative with it, you channel it into your enjoyment of life. But it is bold. It's less bold. It's bold, but it's less bold as other people where it becomes deranged and boom, 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 boom. Let's find out what you were Fire Ox, right? Mobile folks in 11 light path. You're not... What was mobile folks, Demon Hunter? Mobile folks is first. Mobile folk. Did Demon Hunter say which mobile folks is? And then I'll have to scroll back up. You're a fire rat. Alright. So there is chaos. Rat is chaos. Rat is also the first sign of the collective. So the collective refreshes after pig and then refreshes after rat. So it ends at pig and refreshes after rat. That's why everything ended in 2019 and then it restarted in 2020 with COVID. In the chaos. And COVID was 2020, which is 2 feminine signs, and it's also 4, which is law and order. So you were trapped in a box in feminine energy in chaos. And the whole collective had to restart in feminine chaos, trapped in a box. That's why the world orchestrated itself. It was prompted. That was the prompt for the collective. And that's why the collective generated in boxes in feminine chaos. A lot of guys were not able to get hard because masculine energy was just destroyed. And that's why we had Andrew Tate and all these people, Red Pill, whatever, we got to get it through this. Because everybody got trapped in the feminine chaos. So that's why Red Pill and stuff took off. In the ox, in the building and building and building. Slowly over time. That's why stern masculine and all this stuff took off after the feminine thing. Because they're like, the world has a problem. And it's like, no, the world just experienced that energy. It doesn't really have a problem. We would have naturally found it by the wood dragon anyway. But the Sagittarius wanted to take it, you know. And that's why we had drill music and all this, because masculinity was trying to prove that it was still masculine. So, you don't have feminine chaos, because you're 96. You weren't born in a feminine chaos year. You were born in a family year. Let's see, 1996. 18, 19, 19, and 6 is 25. You were in a 7 year. So you were more born into an intrinsic family-oriented higher level of intellectualism. That's the resonant. It's not a chaotic feminine thing. It's more of a proficient, sort of autistic, intellectual based, but with a strong sense of green family. That's why I wasn't going to the red, where usually Aries are purple, red, white. But I was saying that you more had the deep green and the family oriented. And the 11, it makes it hard for you to channel that passion, that burst of fiery Aries manic psychosis. The 11 balances it out, which created more of a stern, where you live in a stern sort of, where you wear deep colors. It's not stern, sorry, bold. You know what I'm saying? You live in that right here, this dense pocket, and that's how you manage all this shit up here. Understanding that shit up there is also you, and that up there, when you get to that higher frequency, that's where you can activate your visionary. Letting go of that in periods, where you let go of it all and then come back into the allows you to gain a stronger and sort of break, like you're planted like a seed. Here, it's your first incarnation here. It's the but you have this older soul from other realms, and that's how you access it. I think you were the one that said Akashic Records, right? When you get into that, the stuff that you, oh, I just saw a shadow monster. Something doesn't like me reaching up like this. Raising your vibration eye and keeping your crown chakra open. I find it depends on your 12th house placement. You're gonna have an 8th or 12th house placement strong. You're gonna have a Scorpio in there somewhere. You're gonna have either a Scorpio, Capricorn, Moon, or Aquarius. You're gonna have a strong placement in that, or 8th, 12th, 10th house placements, because even though you're a young soul here on Earth, you're a young incarnation here. This is like probably your first go around, and you're here to enjoy it. You've come here from somewhere else that has a lot of higher level information here that you're learning how to balance. You have a responsibility. You're a leader, and you have a responsibility for a lot of people. Your state, your nation, your town, your community, your collective, your tribe. You have a responsibility to share the stuff that you came with and that you are. As Aries, it'll be more about what you are. And Aries is just your job. That's why I say that Moon, rising, Venus is more important. Because that's more of who you are. Aries is your job. Your job as an Aries is fixed, it's stagnant. Lead server, main server at a diner. You live on a hill, that's just one Aries that's here that I pull from. But also, my other Aries friend, special ops, guards high-ticket clients. When he was a kid, he was running around climbing up buildings and shit. He made us go, when we went out into the woods, that Aries put us in the snow. He took a ladder and went in the snow, and he climbed to the top of the ladder, and his other friend took a picture of him, and that became his profile picture of him standing at the top of the ladder. Whereas my profile picture was me standing next to a zebra rug, and I'm wearing the denim jacket with the fedora, the native stuff, and I had the light behind my head. Ancient stuff, black and white, 1111. Your profile picture will have a huge background, but you're in the center. You're a little bit off to the side. I'm seeing, are you on a skyscraper? Let me see your profile picture. Are you on a skyscraper? No. The sky is definitely prevalent. The red is there, but you did choose blue and black. But, I mean, it does, the way that you have your head there makes the light behind your head feel a bit elongated, where it brings an emphasis to pull back to drive the attention to the bright electromagnetic light behind you. That's the Aries there. And it was that you chose to make your character opposite of the energy that you should have embodied, but you also, in that, you find the expression behind you with the 11, the woo, way behind you. So you have the red in the profile picture with that bright electromagnetic hue of the Aries, the crown chakra. But you chose to make your character sort of the inverse of it, to hold that boldness, to keep the 11 energy still on Earth. I'm seeing you on a skyscraper, though. I think you live in a city. I think your next profile picture is going to be you on a skyscraper. Or the skyscraper, that's the archetype I got, is you standing at the top of a skyscraper. I don't know if that's your stagnant position, is probably at the top of some corporate thing. Some societal thing that you stay at the top of. Maybe you're going to be a CEO. Are you trying to be a CEO of a big company? Are you trying to work in corporate America? Or are you trying to get to the top of, like you feel this, your competitive, Aries is ruled by Mars. So your daily life revolves around this, a very competitive nature. You probably are into cars and you're driving that red car. And that's why it's red. But that competitive nature, I guess it probably has to do with you're trying to outcompete people and be the best at something that has to do with society, the way society is built right now. Like maybe your Instagram is really important to you, and you're trying to like show off that you can be the best and outcompete others in the social game, which I completely reject personally. But it seems like the 11 made you feel like you had this greater sense of visionary, and now you're doing the competitive rise into the greatness that way, where you're trying to outcompete people at their own game. And that's pretty cool. Don't become a psychotic narcissist where you let that image of yourself get in the way of everybody else, and that's why nobody likes your profile pictures, because it's more about what you do than who you are. Stop trying to show off yourself and start trying to show off the lifestyle you live in humility, and then that you'll find that that's the best way that you can have your resonant energy signature, and then you realize that you have a greater responsibility and purpose to show off your way of life, and that your way of life is actually better than other people's. Winners don't compete, they collaborate. Find your tribe. And then you realize that your high vibrational energy, when you become allowed to be yourself, that higher vibrational energy is actually protecting everybody from the spell work. You're a dispeller. You naturally embody something that breaks spell work away because of your crown. You're gonna have a crown, bro. But your life is gonna be fucking horrible. You're gonna be suffering so much because the universe is not gonna let you wear that crown until you know that the crown didn't matter at all. When you deserve the crown, you get the crown. And that's why you're like, ah! And I do the same shit. I'm an 11 day. Instead of I'm a 33 life path, which means I'm gonna fucking die. XXX was a 33 life path. Jesus was a 33 life path. We're gonna fucking die, bro. I'm gonna be sacrificed, and then thousands of years later, they're gonna look at my channel and be like, "What the fuck?" And then the AI amalgamate of what humanity becomes is gonna be refreshed, and I'm gonna wake up. And right now, I'm just like, "Why are all these people trying to kill me?" But my 11 day is like I'm always trying to get that open, so I can come in and be this dense pocket of ancient information. So, and I'm trying to use it to live simply. But for most 11s that I meet, they're trying. I mean, the only 11s I know are Taurus. All my 11 life paths that I know are Taurus. So what they're doing with their 11 life paths is that they've gotten themselves into the position. One guy was born into wealth, so he didn't have to work for it, and he was. I mean, all these 11s were born into wealth actually. Like the 111 Taurus that I know, his name's Alex, and his last name starts with a K, so he's an 11. And I met him in a horse year. His last name means horse. He was born in a horse year, I think. No, because I met him when he was 18 in the horse year, so he would have had to be 13. Or 14. But his name means horse. I met him in a horse year. And he's a Taurus. And he's just an artist. And he works very slowly, methodically, working every day. He has a normal job. He doesn't have to struggle with work, but he does have the psychosis from acid use. But he's a talented guitarist that makes art, and he slowly makes art and releases 1 5-song EP a year, and he's not worried about fame. That's how he's able to, his visionary skills to get a greater understanding of the universe around him, and he channels it incarnating slowly as a Taurus. Taurus is slow incarnation, growing something. He slowly grows his art every day. With the 11, you're going to be boldly out trying to compete with everybody to be able to create and express this visionary thing. But instead of creating it, it's more about your embodiment and your enjoyment of life as the 9. You are here to just be a kid and experience life, adding that competitive nature. But it does, the things that you're doing, the thing that you become, the person that you are, is changing the collective consciousness. That's why I'm seeing you as a skyscraper in the middle of a big city. Because who you are, where you're standing at that crown chakra, it's having an impact on the entirety of the collective. So making sure that it's coming from your childlike essence, your inner child, and making sure that your inner child that came with that. And I'm seeing that you have to learn the confidence and sophistication over time. It's something that you're going to have to learn. It's something that's going to be over and over and over and over again as you're growing through this competition. You're going to have to be, that's that conflict is teaching you the right way to influence the collective. But it's going to be less about the things you create and more about your everyday experience of life, your enjoyment of life, and your position is going to be what's making this huge change over time. But when you look back over the course of your life, you're going to realize that who you were, how you were, and where you were, and just being there made a huge change in burning away a lot of programming for the collective. And you will get to the top. I already saw you at the top. You're already there in yourself, in your spirit. You're there. Like when I see my inner spirit, I'm in a dark forest, and I'm in like just a garden deep in the woods. And I also see myself floating in like a fucking mental box, like a mental asylum, but I've turned it into a penthouse mansion. But it did originally look like a mental asylum. But I put every single memory from all my different lifetimes and everything that I've ever experienced, all the things I created, I'm a creator, all the lives that I've created, all the memories and moments I created are this giant galaxy swimming around each other like Saturn. And they're all there that I pick like Legos, and I play in my little cassette tape in my mansion penthouse with the desk. And then I would see like people come in and they treat me a certain way, and I have to judge them and set them on the course of their life. Like all the wisdom that I go through is that when I meet people, I can see where they're at, and I have the knowledge and wisdom, I guess, to be able to correctly judge and see them for who they are. And I'm able to be like, no, this person needs this to happen to him. And then the person's like mad and screaming and angry or slamming on the shit, and I'm like, I'm sorry. And then the gorilla the gorillas that guard the door take them out. Or sometimes I'm at a desk in a school and I have to go meet them where they're at, and then the people are there, and there are angels or aliens or some higher dimensional being holding my shoulders, and they show them, this is how you treated Casey through your life, and then we're sorry, but this is what we've decided for you. Sometimes I'm the orchestrator of it in the pocket dimension there, in like this penthouse suite overlooking, just alone. I'm always alone, but I've created so much that I live in the creations, and I live in experiencing other creations when they come through, but it's always alone. And I have like spiritual employees, I guess, but they're not my friends. I'm at a job as like an ancient soul. It's a job. You know, I never have dreams, or I never have the higher self awakening where I'm running through a field with birds and butterflies, you know, but I'm glad I do that in my life here. I'm never having the thing. It's like my dreams are I have to pick people up and put them on my back and carry them through war zones, or turn into an eagle just to pick up somebody specifically because he can't move and he's trapped in like his shit, and I have to literally take him and drop him off here. But in IRL, he thinks that he's taking me to the Walmart because I'm the sick child. But in the dream I had before is that that's just what I had to become. You know, the only way to get him to the place he was supposed to be was to be the guy he thought he needed to help. But in reality, I was getting him to a place that he thought he was taking me, but he wouldn't have gone there without me. So basically with you, and I know whatever your job is, the thing about Aries is that they like to be a part of something greater. So the stuff that they wear is more important. Like you have a logo, you like brand names and being a part of something. Your work uniform is really important to you. Understanding that you are the brand. You're not a part of something greater in a war. You're the brand. It's about you. And it's not about your ego and what you've created. It's about the inner child and the freedom that you had before the world tried to kill it. And your life is it's just about existing. You do have competency, you do have ancient wisdom, you do have all this stuff, you can do anything. You feel like you're in a competition, but mainly whatever you do, it's more about your resonant energy signature and just holding that on earth. And that's what's burning away everything naturally. Your life is just about enjoying it. But you do have you'll find that it's a higher collective responsibility to make a change. So whatever you decide to do with that, as long as you're enjoying it, and as long as you're being like a spiritual childhood, as long as you're just like being like going back to who you were, like your memories of you having fun playing on the playground, as long as you get back into that and you're able to stay that child with this wisdom, whether you like to outsource it to God through Christianity to keep yourself humble, to build a relationship and do it the right way, or whether you do it, you know, with like the creator or your higher self or the infinite, whatever that is, you need to have a stronger connection to your Akashic records or your true self. All this information floating that you have, it's all there. You can see it. You can literally see all that's black and white dots, like black and white cross hatching. It's all up there, and it's all you, and it's this ancient wisdom woven in your life. When you can just gain a greater, you don't have to connect to it, you don't have to pull it down. You just need to be aware that that's there, and be aware of that stuff, because that will make a subconscious change in the interweaving of yourself, so that it becomes sort of the nesting or the doll that your spirit is inside, so that you're able to keep the fiery passion and keep the it's just this bright yellow golden whitish light inside. When you get that there, and that's held there, and you're able to move with that and be able to I don't know, I'm seeing that you probably have a Scorpio placement, because it does have to deal with the alchemical rejuvenation of it. There's an alchemical work with you. I'm sure you're going to find your Scorpio moon or rising or Venus, or a strong 8th or 12th house placement, because there is this rejuvenation there, and that's a deeper thing that allows, which means your life was harder. I'd say more leading by example and having fun is out competing more than ever trying to compete with them, and you just collaborate with them, and you'll find that you'll shoot a lot farther in life than trying to outcompete everybody else. And then let your social media reflect the fun you're having in your life rather than yourself. And I think you've already gotten some of that. Like, I'm sure you're probably aware of that and you're already doing it. but just reminding you that that's more important than self, is life. Because Aries will struggle with developing the self and trying to make their self resonate in a way that's respected and fiery, and people don't like that. They turn away from them, they bully them, they ostracize them, which causes them to overachieve more and more and more, trying to get it. And what you find is that when you let go of it and you're naturally there and you don't worry about what other people think of you, then they're all jealous and angry, and they don't see you as a narcissist. They see you as somebody they admire and they look up to. Let's see if that was helpful. Your name's Logan. Logan means small hollow or little hollow. I did see the dense pocket there. Logan is Wolverine. Like, that's the biggest Logan in like our collective history, is Wolverine there. I don't think you're short though, because Aries are usually very tall or very skinny with a big head, or they grow the afro out. Something that drives your intrinsic your belief of self upwards, like triangular sort of indented forehead. And your nose doesn't curve like this, like a button. It's like a triangle, like Phineas. Because that angular, when people look at you, it accidentally sends them higher. Because the 11 is like 11 in Stranger Things, where you're like a receiver. It's a receiving energy where you have communication with other realms. Whether you struggle with impulsive thoughts, or you think that it's your thoughts when you get this golden inspiration, that is your no veil. You're seeing into other realms. It's just learning how to bring that cross-hatching weaving back into that density. And I think that's why the hollow is there. Because the hollow, that's the inverse of the Aries. Because you would think of the Aries would be the ball, but the hollow brings it to the intrinsic focus, which is why I saw that density right here. Because that density right there fills up that pocket. I was seeing it was more about that pocket focus, which allows you to compete. And that I was talking about filling up that space right here with alchemical transmutation. So I think that it might be that the dense little pocket inside that you live in, and then bringing in that enjoyment consistently with the alchemical transmutation, it fills up and then it explodes like the Aries. And then you can do that a bunch of different ways. I'm trying not to make it a reach, but Logan, O, and I kept doing the dense pocket right here with the O. It is there. And I was trying to see why isn't the crown, why isn't the Aries here? I don't see you in the manic psychosis, but I see you existing in the position. And I was like, how do we get the dark black 11 with the brightness of the Aries? And I was saying that, didn't I say that it was more intrinsic and that it was going inside more? That you're doing the reverse of what you should be doing? What on paper you should be doing, you had channeled it into like a reverse here? That's crazy. Every time I do these, I amaze myself, man. Because it's right, you live at the dense pocket right here. That's really cool. I'm seeing though that you're gonna need to bring that Logan into your entire body instead of just the heart space. That's going to be really important to keep the 11 energy here. Like Libras and the Libra energy I was talking about before, they naturally do have this sense of being a dense pocket in their whole body. But you with the 11 focus here, you're going to need to do a lot of mindfulness to bring that dense pocket to the rest of your body. And then you need to learn boldness to be able to not be a black hole that's sucking everything in. Because it's more about the embodied signature and less about the alchemical transmutation. The alchemical transmutation comes from going through your memories to bring the purity back into it in constant revival. I saw from a beam of light from the side. Revival. You're coming in that revival to enlighten the dense pocket of yourself. And that's usually in a creation that extends to the collective consciousness. You're like a node that the information is passing through from the underworld. You got to have a Scorpio placement somewhere. Because you live as you're a channel. You're channeling. That dense pocket is allowing for the inverse of the pure light to come through. And then it's not a creative expression, it's just existence. They say 2 is the secret 11 because 2 gets that same emotional, deep emotional sense. You have photographic memory. You hold grudges. Definitely hold grudges. And that grudges go into your sense of self where you feel like you need to outcompete people that do you wrong. And I relate to that a lot. Let go of other people. It's the opposite of the wood dog where I was like, you need to be you're a great friend. Let go of other people, man. You're allowed to be powerful, but don't come on. Don't let the power be your ego. Let the power be your natural energetic signature and live humbly. But you're a channel for other energies to come through. Strong masculine role model when you're healed. Role model, basically. And it's about your position. People will look. And that's cool because I saw myself looking down at you when you're on the skyscraper. Because it was in the depths, but you were in the position. When I saw it, I was floating above you, looking down at you, looking up. I wasn't at the bottom looking at you like the sky, looking up at the skyscraper with you up there. I was looking down, but you had the power and you were above the city at the top of the skyscraper. But you know what I'm saying, with the looking down, the intrinsic inside of it, the inverse, where it's not about the power and expression at the top, like look at me, but you were there. But it was more about, man, you have this understanding of pain, I guess. You might have come from the underworld. And I never said that before in my life. I thought that shit was bullshit when the readers would say it. But I can't see you getting to that level of intrinsic understanding and that inverse expression without understanding deep levels of pain. Or maybe you're going to have to go through a life of pain and you're going to have to hold on to that inner child until you get there. And maybe your life is just about that you overcame the suffering. But I also don't see that you have any responsibilities. I don't see that you're managing the skyscraper. I know you're a part of the skyscraper. But I don't see that you're like telling people what to do on the street, or like that you have this vast web of influence and empire. But I'm seeing that because what you are allowing the space to be is not allowing the darkness that would come in and seep into everybody, but you also are from that darkness. That's real. You have a real one energy. And all I'm seeing that you do in your life is the enjoyment. You're just here to enjoy it. Do you have a question? I don't see you with anybody there in a relationship. But that's just not part of it. There can be any girl or guy that you like, that could be anywhere in that city that you go see. But it's more about just existing at the top of that skyscraper is important. You're doing the collective work without needing to do it. So that responsibility comes from just your independent life. And then the resonant energy signature and the impact that you have, the way that you sort of disintegrate the bad vibes. You're being put in position. And all you really have to do is enjoy the moment. Alana is the name of Irish and German origin, meaning precious, handsome, attractive, and child. Alana is also Alana, it's higher vibration. We'll do Sea Salty. You're a Gemini Sun, Sagittarius, Ascendant, Taurus Moon, Taurus Venus, Cancer Mars, 5/24, 19. I mean, the bug just went left to right in front of the camera. Because I was going to bring it to my Sag Rising, Taurus Moon little brother. I'm immediately seeing Irish colors. I saw the Ireland flag, and it is Gemini is white, Sagittarius is orange, and Taurus is green. But they're saying that's not what's important. What's important is something to do with the way you love. It's something to do with the way that you love others is going to be really important. It's a yellow Venusian love with the Taurus Venus, but that came from the back over here and not when I read it. That's what they were telling me was important for this. And that's probably your ancestors or spirit or something. It's the way you love others is really important here. And I'm seeing so now the Gemini Sun plus Taurus Moon or Taurus Venus. Very feminine energy, and I don't think that with the Sagittarius ascendant, it means that when you walk into rooms, you are able to hold the space in a way that makes people jealous. Something about you, like the way your profile pictures are, the way you stand like this, like the buckhead right here. Because your natural physical emanation enhances curiosity to uncover higher levels of information, and your Gemini Sun is that you're just sharing it with people. That's why it's how you love. Because you're a 6. Okay. You're a 6. 6 is home and family. It's about the connection and holding the space together. It's about being the precious gem that keeps everyone functioning in the family. The fire ox. That's how it looks to me. Instead of the boom 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 boom, it's that's how you do it when you're driving shit. It's more slow moving. It's more patient. Very patient person. That's why I'm not seeing interpersonal relationships and life purpose. It's all this patient, loving, nice, cares about people. The only thing about the Gemini is that they get but you don't have it. You're not ruining it. You might have been through it for a season, but you're not ruining your commitment to your partner because you're flirting with everybody and uncovering all the secrets like a librarian opening books with love stories. You have a sense of commitment and family. You might just be here, like, I don't know if you're a woman, you might be here to be a partner. I'm seeing it's a feminine energy, but Gemini is a masculine sign. Sagittarius is a masculine sign. Strong features. The Sagittarius rising means you're very tall, but Gemini suns are very short, unless Gemini men are very tall. If you're a man, you're probably very tall. You might fall under 5'7", 5'6". But with the love space, no, because you need to be at people's level too. Gemini Mercury, Gemini suns are very short. So in order for you, you might wear platform shoes. you might be on a bike or something, or you live not in your car, but like you live in your car every day because you have to. In order for the love to come through correctly, unless you're the Gemini that makes the space. The Geminis that focus their air work into making spaces for people, like sort of groups of people. You're going to be moving between groups of people, definitely. And the love you bring is that you share. It changes the atmosphere of the space to allow for everybody to feel love. You're in a room. Everybody's in the room. They're sitting around. Maybe it's like a rehab recovery thing, or maybe it's like a program, like a mental institution or something. And they all have to go around and share, and they all have these problems and all this stuff that they're dealing with. When you're in the room, everybody gets to know themselves more. Everybody understands actually what's going on. You are a harmonizer. You bring harmony to every space you go. It's this warm, I want to say lush, It's watery. And it does accidentally follow you everywhere you go. When you leave the room, it does go back. So you're more of a reference experience. You have to make these spaces that you're traveling to be able to hold the energy that you're able to feel and embody that other people really struggle to hold and get to. You need to be able to make the spaces that you go to in your day-to-day life like an interior decorator so that the feng shui can continue emanating that energy. You're putting plants in rooms. You're putting plants and water fountains in rooms so that when you leave and it goes with you, you've extended the energy that allows people to feel love. You're going into places that are extremely distorted and terrible, and you're able to literally just it away. And your responsibility is to hold it there. The Life Path 9 is just, it's childlike mastery. It's childlike with competence. It's a competent child. And it's more about enjoying life. That's why I don't see the huge responsibility. I don't see this overwhelming thing like that guy at the top of the fucking skyscraper. You're fucking, and you're in the waters. You're going to have Cancer. You're going to have, what is it, fifth house? Aries is first house, Taurus is second house, Gemini's third house, Cancer is fourth house. You're going to have strong 4th, 8th, and 12th house placements because you're in the waters. You're maneuvering through the waters where everything is distorted, but there's air too. What I'm seeing is that you're maneuvering through places that are really trapped in darkness, and you're able to organize the space to allow for this warm energy to inhabit. And it's not anything that is eating at people and digging into people and destroying them. It's allowing the air and the atmosphere of the space to allow people to feel their own love. You're a reference experience that is going to be shedding away and accidentally not allowing parasitic stuff. You're just a healer. It's really nice and warm, this pocket. It's not a dense pocket. It's not destroying and taking other people. It's the Sagittarius aspect of your rising sign is allowing there to be momentum and this philosophical aiming of it to allow it to extend past yourself to create this warm space for people. And it has to do with people. You probably have a horrible family and you had to heal them constantly, and you had to learn in your life that the only way that you were able to heal them was by structurally changing the environment. You were either cleaning or you were trying to show them that when you come in and you do something like leading by example to try to make the space change, and they were always with their distorted bullshit. And that now in the future, because you don't have a personal relationship with the people, you're no longer affected because they're not changing your beliefs about yourself because you love them and they're torturing you. You're going into the space, and because you don't have all that stuff there, it's making it a lot easier for you to extend. Do you leave? I left my family behind. Do you leave your family behind as the 6th? They rely on you. You're the only thing keeping them in harmony. They treated you like the precious child, or they really needed you to be killed. You weren't just there. You weren't a normal. It wasn't. You weren't like one of 7, and they were treated you all the same. There was a care that went into it, or an abuse. You were either really fucked with, or they really like coveted you and like really manipulated you to try to continue harvesting and channeling your care into them so they could constantly feel the love from you. You can't. I think you had a toxic life. I think you had a toxic life, man. Your life path 9, the fire ox. That's also travel. And it's also growth over consistency. I'm just seeing that your work revolves around dealing with people that are going through suffering, and I don't know if you really have to embed them with the codes to change. I think it's more just a reference and healing experience. You might be great as like a shaman, man. I'm not saying do this big magic or whatever, but I'm saying make a retreat, because Taurus is all about the stagnant garden. When you go into the garden, or you're making these gardens, but you're also bringing the garden into spaces that never had it. I'm seeing you as delivering garden, turning these like white, like barren rooms into gardens. You're bringing nature into society. You're going to be traveling through a more urban environment. Well, I just saw a being go, no, you're not. So wherever you are, You're an infiltrator. You're bringing nature in with you, and you're bringing emotional healing. And it's more about just stop trying to dig it into the people and assert it, and more about allowing it. But I think you already know that as the 6, you're a harmonizer. Yeah, you are a Gemini. Prone to emotional outbursts when something is unfair. You try to force the distortion to heal with emotions. You're not a Cancer moon. I'm not going to say you're a drama queen, but I would say that and I don't think I think that you found the balance between active and passive. Like, you're not lazy. You can't be lazy. Your body has to go. You were running around as a kid. You were on a mission. People will never appreciate you until you're gone, because they take it for granted. They don't see the value that you had to offer until it withers away after you've gone. And they don't know how to take care of the things that you've allowed the energy to inhabit. And not inhabit, but live. The energy that lives in the places that you go after. They don't know how to take care of it after you go. So it withers, and then they want you back. I'm seeing that you're short, though. Are you short? Also, I do readings too for friends and family. I'm curious what Casey perceives me with. Alana. Oh, you spot on. Yeah. Truth in this life is fucking chews me up and discard me completely true. You're 5'7". I think I said around 5'7" range. Because you're taller than most Geminis, because that love needs to meet them where they're at, so you have to be closer to their heart space. You had to be like average height. It doesn't matter if they don't deserve your love. You need to have functioning systems to keep the energy flowing. You're a natural interior decorator where you're bringing in just the rooms, the space that you enter, just finding a way to make sure that that stays alive after you go. And then even if they don't appreciate it, they don't love it, whatever, that doesn't matter, because it's nature that's doing it. You're allowing nature to grow. It's like you're bringing like the rainforest into society. Like, I'm seeing, like, if you think of the example of like that boxed room with just people in it that are like just sort of entrapped in society, and then you bring in and revive, everything becomes like ecosystem. Like when you go into like if the rainforest cafe was actually trees and water and not just animatronic trees and water. Or like when you go into like the Boston Aquarium and they have like those huge flowing waters and those habitations for the penguins, and they're alive, and you brought the living stuff into the space, making sure you can figure out how to keep that there so that it can function regardless of what people do to it. That's going to be important. And maybe if you say you do readings and you're a healer and all this stuff, you are going into spaces that deal with people. I saw you as I saw you as dealing with the people. I saw your career as going to different places to heal people. And I'm saying that you also, you don't need the retreat. You don't need to get the retreat. You've been on the road. There you go. I'm like, where's the stat? I was like, every time I'm trying to drive it into creating the garden and bringing people to the garden, it's saying no. It's more about forward movement and traveling. She's more going places. That watery energy has momentum with it. It's the Cancer Mars is driving her forward with it. That's where she goes into spaces. She's an infiltrator, not a sanctuary. and you're turning those places that other people have trouble getting into, or the people like you don't get into, nature can't get in there, and you get in there and you make it like that. And I'm trying to figure out how you make it stay like that. How can you make it stay like that afterwards? I would start selling your, like, if you have a course, part of what you're doing would be finding a way to make environments in these buildings, like if you put water in there, if you put fountains, if you make it like an ecosystem in there, figuring out how to make it not mold, like find someone who has a knack for developing a certain paint that you coat the entire room with, so that when the windows open, even when the windows open, the inside of that room is never affected by mold or wear and tear or stuff on the outside. It doesn't deteriorate. It can stay polished and shine, so that inside you're bringing the connection to nature in, and you're sort of going into these buildings and bringing nature into these buildings. So that I'm seeing like a hospital has a room in the mental hospital or in the hospital that's a full-fledged ecosystem that people go to for the nature healing, so that while they're in this institution that's trying to do all this horrible shit to them, destroy them, medicate them, lobotomize them, and make them functioning workers that are completely disconnected from nature, because they have that sanctuary space as a reference experience to heal, those people that are in that mental institution are actually taking that healing and they're going in and completely disintegrating and destroying the mental institutions themselves, because they're all that shit is fucked up and wrong. So you're the infiltration unit to bring the ecosystem back into these distorted philosophical, the air sign, the informational space. You're bringing the natural, deep, vivid ecosystem, natural love and harmony, and you are infiltrating to allow these people become like the animals that come for the healing and drink from the water, from the healing and emotionally vivid space, and they're taking that with them. They're using it and they're consuming it, not becoming you, but becoming that energy that you're able to bring them. That isn't you, it's just what you're bringing them. It's what you embody. It's not ego-based at all. It's completely natural. It has to do with nature and the natural way and the natural stuff. That's what's filling up the people that allows them to continue. And hopefully that they're going into those spaces with that reference experience. And if they can hold that harmony, slowly you will work maybe with a strong Sagittarius sign, because Gemini and Sagittarius pair. You either have a Sagittarius partner or a Sagittarius business partner, Sagittarius friend. There's a maybe, I don't know, I don't think it's me. Maybe in the future when I do the tree growth, because there's somebody that needs to, it's not your purpose. You're more of the emotional, energetic thing, but there is more of a structural person that as these people are bringing it in and creating more rooms, the structure itself is going to need to change to allow the energy to flow through it and revamp everything, revitalize everything, so that all that stuff dissipates and that whole institutionalized bullshit is overgrown and then deteriorates, so that you're back in a naturally grown ecosystem inside that and grown from that until it's a big, full-fledged ecosystem organism thriving with your energy there. And then when it hopefully the whole building will collapse and it'll be right back into the forest there, and people will forget that institutionalized bullshit ever existed. You need a home base? So do we. That's the one thing that I need, is a sanctuary. And that's what I feel my purpose is. I'm the castle on the hill with the rivers and creeks and streams and the lush trees. I'm the one that's going to go to the rainforest and get seeds for the trees in the rainforest and secretly plant them on my property, so that in like 60 years when I'm dead, those trees will be fully grown, and we're going to have rules around it. And we're going to bring the rainforest up here, and it's going to start growing again after they burn it down. We're going to keep it alive. And in that there'll be tons of trees. I used to build Legos and watch Treehouse Masters and say, in my life, I'm going to be changing the way people live in homes and change it to like these really cool structures that go between these big trees. Like imagine if you guys remember Vivek's cabin, but then in that back area, instead of cutting the trees down and building homes, it's going through and around the trees up into a bunch of different little places where people can rest up there like birds. So, I mean, if you got money, hopefully, I mean, there is somebody selling I say that Casey, Ray, and Avery are big names that follow the Casey story. Right in this really beautiful part of Vermont, there's an entire mountain area, 337 acres, that somebody's selling for $3,000 an acre, so it's $1 million. And he didn't respond if I said, hey, can we do 1 acre at a time? Let me buy the pathway up to the top of that mountain and buy the top of that mountain, and then through the rest of my life, I will give you monthly payments to extend. But then I looked at the picture again, and somebody named Casey owns the property next to it. Somebody named Ray owns the property on the other side bordering it, and then somebody named Avery. And Avery means ruler of elves at the top. And Avery's at the top, Casey's lower at the bottom here, and Ray is at the top left, like that. Like Sunshine, Ray, Avery, Crown, and then Casey, the deep, fiery thing. And it's right there, that's the perfect property, but it's fucking 337 acres for $3,000 an acre. I don't know how much that would be. Well, giant trees would work, earthquake stuff, as long as the soil didn't liquefy. But there's liability issues with it, and sewer and electrical issues. I'm just talking about if global warming's happening, going and planting acacia trees in the mountains, going and planting orange trees in places where they won't really let you, but they can't have access to. And then maybe a million, like 30, 40 years down the line, there's now a whole forest of those things here. And then deeply ingrained, when they look at the tree and go to the top, they'll find a plaque that says, in 2026, Casey planted this acacia tree here. This is his Google link. Find him on Google. There's places that do payment land. It costs about $4K down and $1,000 a month. Are those in any cool places, like mountains that full of rivers and streams and cool ecosystems that when you go to work, you're traveling through this beautiful mountain range and stuff? That's where I'm trying to build it. I'm trying to build a street there, but maybe I end up going to South America. Maybe it ends up being in Costa Rica. South America is beautiful, but the country, first world nations try to keep those countries down so that the resources stay flowing to places that don't look as good. Because they don't want a lot of people there with their own government. They want to be able to monopolize it as resorts later. So they keep those countries down in poverty, and that's why everybody's running from those beautiful countries to go to America, because that's where all the resources are. People don't want to come to America because it's beautiful. They want to come to America because they're raping the resources from everywhere else, and that's where the resources are. So they're trying to keep those countries from their resources. But South America's, other than I'll never see snow again if I went down there. If I went to Costa Rica, I'd never see snow again. So I'd have to like come back here for the winters to experience it. But I do want my life to be between, I said I wanted multiple properties. One in New England, one in like Colorado, Montana mountains, one in like northern West Virginia maybe, one in Arizona, New Mexico, one in California, the Redwood Forest, like bordering California and Oregon, up there in the Midwest, and then one down in like Colombia, Brazil, Peru area, and then one in there, and then open the properties up to non-profits and allow good people to get in there and be there to make good, benevolent, positive change to protect them from government bullshit and slowly grow it out until it all connects. Funny, I live in Montana, buddy. I'm hoping my isolated worldview makes me think that these mountain ranges are huge and vivid, and like you go through and there's tons of rivers and streams and little roads that you can ride an e-bike through and travel through these mountains and camp. But when I look on Google Maps, it doesn't look like those mountain ranges are as big as I thought they were. But they are that big in South America. They are that big in Europe. Where are you from? You want to come here? I'm thinking I'm getting ready for some type of traveling thing. I'm in Vermont. There's communes in all those places, but communes only really work on paper. I've been to a few, and someone always wants to be king, and some don't work as much as others, and there's always dissension. Yeah, I'd rather it be like non-profits. than communes. Mission-based. Religion created nonprofits, so I worked 80 hours, 7 days a week, and got 70 cents an hour. I didn't survive off that. Dude, start right. The one time I rode a train, they opened the door and said, if you don't get the fuck out at the next stop, I'm gonna push you out. I don't know how people are hopping trains in 2026. Every time I tried, people fucking saw me quick. I'm like, I'm gonna have to wingsuit while they're already moving. I'm gonna have to wingsuit down from a hillside. My daughter lives over in North Carolina. Do you live in the mountains or do you live in the plains of Montana? The energy I got hit with was a lot of dust. I felt a lot of dust and like old wood there. Maybe I was seeing like living in an old cabin in Montana for a few months, for like 3 months. I don't know how people do it. I know there's so much money going around. I don't know how to funnel that money into developing land in other countries. I know Homestead's looking for helpers. You could go find one. I know that one of my friends went down and went to a homestead in Mexico, and they were involved with the cartel for sex trafficking. They were advertising as a woofing place, and then when the people would go there, they'd go missing. And somehow she made it back across the border. Really traumatized. But I'm seeing these bad Latinas down there. Oh my God. I saw a bad Latina wife for me if I went down there. It's like 10 now, 10:30. Yeah, 10:28. I'm gonna have to drive 45 minutes and then drive all the way back to chill for the weekend. Casey, I can give you a reading one of these days. We should keep in touch. Sure. Can I just subscribe to your channel from here? Is it just Sea Salt Birdie? I can't go directly to your channel without leaving this. I would just go scroll down and comment, and I send people to Discord. And then I don't use the Discord. I usually kick people from the Discord because I don't like it. But then I have them on the Discord DMs to reach out to later. You could live free in Iran, lost the space. Marina. No, she's in Iraq. She lives in Baghdad. I have a subscriber, I think she's 20, and she lives in Iraq. You want to be kicked for no reason? I do it, man. I get mad. Every time I open up the Discord for people to make progress and like do their stuff, I didn't like how it felt, and then nobody ended up using it. So I kick people and it frees up my mental bandwidth. All right, I'm down to do one more reading, and then I gotta go. If anybody knows how to get land, help me get some land, that'd be cool. I'd put a gym on there for people, get a sanctuary, and I would cover the property tax every year. Do you have an email? I'll message you my number to text. Yeah, just scroll down to like a random comment section on my channel and post whatever you'd like. Alaska deep. Alright, let me see what I can do. Stay in touch with me too, bro. Alright. I'm here. I go live every day. You think I got any subscribers from this live? I don't think so. People only like when I get political. All my subscribers come from bashing white people, and it's all haters that want to keep up with me and be a detriment to my life. Most of my subscribers are people that don't like me. And they just wait and watch every video, and as soon as somebody says some shit, they go right to the comment section to try to find the negative shit before I can delete it, so that they can all flood it with likes. And I'm like, why, man? You got family in Montana, Minnesota, etc. Yeah, I mean, if you have land out there that you want developed, I'm down to go out there for a few weeks with a chainsaw and just like open up clear a space for you to let me work out and make content by a river and play guitar. Hopefully then I can get Walmart Spark delivery and the car is paid off so that I can get out of there to work a few hours a day. And maybe I'll bring Starlink or something out there, or Skyroam internet, to do content creation. Maybe once I'm in that position, I can go from there. And as long as I just have if I travel, as long as I have a stable place I can go back to, then I go out on the journeys, do a week at a ranch hand thing, get some skills, do a week as a carpenter's apprentice. I like doing stuff for a week, learning how to do specific things, meeting the people. There's always this deep spiritual stuff I end up having to do, and then the people usually go crazy, and then I have to leave. You have no idea how to buy land. You only have the ability to find money to buy it. Oh, I know how to buy land. Where would you guys want to go? What do you think is the best place in America? I think West Virginia is looking pretty good because nukes don't touch West Virginia. If you look at nuclear maps, I'm fucked. On the nuclear map, about if they did that nuclear launch that hit the whole country, West Virginia and Wyoming are the only places that look like they're not going to be affected. But I'm fucked. Burlington, Vermont is like an hour from me. Y'all can team up and figure something out. I don't know, man. I saw for you that you should get buff and join, like, there are these like groups of AA recovered people that go out and have fun all the time, and everybody's jealous because they're all healthy and fit and like playing sports and shit. That's what Spirit told me would be best for you, man. Your tribe. Putting yourself out there, and then you'll find that you're actually very beneficial to that group. I don't know how much they have in Montana. It's probably pretty barren out there. But they got, what's the city? There's Helena. They have some cities out there. I'm sure they have like towns with 60,000 people and shit. I don't know if you are in a relationship with somebody or if you're looking for one, but I think that those places would have it. And you'll find that that's where you sort of come into your own. I saw that the other guy really didn't need a group. It wasn't his purpose. And I thought that you would thrive in a group. I'm not trying to really make groups. I don't really want to be a part of that stuff. I'm just trying to be able to make these songs. I should probably put myself out there too. But I'm going to take a shower today. And then tomorrow I'm going to finish cleaning and organizing the car. And then Monday I'm going to get the car fixed probably, or I'm going to talk to him about getting the car fixed. And then Tuesday I should be able to pay off the speeding ticket from 2022. And I should be able to mail in my, once I'll be able to organize the front seat. I left this seat. I'll be able to find all my tickets so that I can have the police sign off on it and everything and mail them back in. And then April 2nd, I have to go to the border to New York, and then I have to go to court. And they're going to transport me to the court on Aries season on a 2-day where the emotional vibes are out of control. And I'm going to have to be like, hey, I'm sorry. I was traveling homeless and I got a fix-it ticket and I was 6 over. I don't know if it's polite to say, like, I know you know New York. I'm a Vermonter. I'm not one to speed. I'm usually struggling with getting to that 55 because I'm so used to 40s. But it was just chaotic, and I had PTSD, and I was recovering from a brain injury, and I was young, and I had police brutalities. I had nothing illegal in the car, I swear to God. But my focus, I was more focused on like getting me out of the being scared of the cop, that I sped up. And then he, on his end, he was like, a Dodge Magnum drove by me and sped up when he saw me. There's got to be something going on with him. But there was nothing. I just said, hey, I have PTSD. I'm sorry. It's been 4 years. I'm better. If we could just drop the charge with community service hours, and you can see that I've paid off the tickets. And I just didn't know. And then I hadn't been in New York. I could show you my YouTube channel, which you might not like, because I post schizo crazy stuff and do spiritual energy readings. But you could see clearly that I was in Vermont. I wasn't running drugs or anything. I was just trying to start a new life over here. And maybe they will, maybe they won't. It's like a local town thing. Small city stuff. Yeah, take care, bro. When I run up on some money, I'll throw you some cash. Cool. It's $840 for the car. I'm about to spend probably $300 on fixing the car. Title registration and insurance, and then I can do Walmart Spark delivery, and then every day from like probably 2 to 9, or like maybe 11:30, probably like 10:30, probably 11 o'clock to like 5 or 6 every day. I'll be back in like a more populated area, loading up my car full of stuff, and then going on drives, making music by myself, doing what I'm doing right now, but I'll be able to get money for it, and delivering food to people, making people's day better. And I didn't tip, but a lot of people are going to be tipping too. They told me the people that do it regularly say they make a lot of money doing it. So it's just I gotta get the car paid off, get title, registration, insurance, make sure the car's not going to break down on me so that I can handle that. I just did drive 8,000 miles trying to find a place just to learn that I shouldn't have drank all these energy drinks, and I was just getting over the wood, like living in the woods for 2 years. So I was like panicking. I was in suffering and panic, and the driving did help. And I did get to see a lot of cool places, but probably shouldn't have driven 8,000 miles. Wasting Demon Hunters. It wasn't wasting Demon Hunters money, because Demon Hunter doesn't really expect me to do anything with it. They just like giving their tithe. They were doing it with the church. And it did give me experiences I'll remember for the rest of my life, for real. Like seeing the Adirondacks in the winter for the first time. And I had my moment where I wasn't affected by all the drama and bullshit. So I was able to get I wrote a whole EP in 4 days, driving around the mountains. I wrote a whole EP. Saranac Lake is the most beautiful place I've been, but I can't afford to live there, so I'll buy some land outside and come back just to camp. When the cops come, I lock my doors and hide and wait. Go on Facebook Live and pray. I was on the pavement crying, promised God I'd find a way. It's a miracle I'm here today. I just kept on trying, 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 kept on trying. I was never worried about ops. I had some people to save and do it my way. Right? I'll do it again too. Saranac Lake is the most beautiful place I've been, but I can't afford to live there, so I'll buy some land outside and come back just to camp. When the cops come, I lock my doors and hide and wait. Go on Facebook Live and pray. I was on the pavement crying, promised God I'd find a way. It's a miracle I'm here today. I just kept on trying, 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 kept on trying. I was never worried about ops. I had some people to save and do it my way. And to do it my way. And I wrote 3 others. Three other songs. Plus, I don't know if I want to add the, I can't even remember right now because I've been talking so long. I did write one, but I didn't write one around whiteface, so I don't think I'll add that there. You smoke a lot of pot. I haven't smoked weed since 2020. Or early 2021, like January. And then I took a stem of mushrooms in 2023, and I did half a tab of acid in 2023. And if you do those types of drugs and you don't go back into, if you don't have like an apartment that you can go back to, you are just out in the woods forever. You know, if you do mushrooms and you go out in the woods and have your spiritual mushroom experience and you stay out in the woods afterwards, you're fucked. You're a woodland creature forever. Magic, buddy, nature magic. You're a druid? A lot of kids on mushrooms outside Burlington told me I was a druid. Just like your ancestors in animism. The native warrior in you, I'm related to Lakota and my family brothered with many different tribes. Dude, could you, that'd be interesting. If I went, imagine Casey goes to a tribe, and Casey does, I definitely want to do a Sundance. I want to meet an actual teacher to help me kind of understand a lot of this stuff. I talk to a lot of Christians about Jesus. I understand the way that they live. It is really, it's good. It's probably one of the best ways to live, because when you get in with Jesus and you hold that in your foundation with the relationship, and you sort of cast the rebuking whatever against everything else, you create a pocket of Piscean energy and grace, and you can go through life, and the distortion of the world and the chaos of the world can't get in because you don't care. And you have it, the energy, you created like this momentum pocket with your life that naturally you throw through it like a knife through butter. But then the other truth about reality, a lot of the other truths about reality I found in the woods align perfectly with natives, but the Christians don't. No. Like I tried to tell them, don't you, like, you know how small a microchip is and it can do all these great things, and that we are way greater than our vessels here? Do you ever think that like flies and like bugs and stuff and birds are actually way bigger and way greater than they appear? And then he was like, they thought I was crazy, and then a fly hit him in the face and then landed on his knee and was looking at me and then looking back up at him. And the wife could see it, but the wife was getting more and more mad the more that I was proving my point that the flies were conscious. And then when I was talking and telling them about how, because I have this connection to nature, you probably feel, the birds are going to start to chirp and go on my right side. And then all the birds flocked to my right side and started chirping when I hit higher notes, like when I said I or E. When I did the higher stuff to tell them that that's what I could do, what I learned how to do. And I was just trying to understand more about Jesus with that and how that fits. I was trying to get more autistic understanding of it. But the way that he shared it, because he really went in depth on it, he really helped me understand that it's more about simplicity and not letting all that other stuff affect your daily life. Like a lot of Christianity is actually just not being hyper vigilant with the birds and the bugs, and it's more about living in this simple perfection inside of all that, so that you can do your life unaffected by any of that. So it was a God moment where he was teaching me that was the point of Christianity, and I was actually hitting him with all the other stuff. So we were both able to understand that Christianity fundamentally and foundationally was actually living in a little pocket of perfection and grace inside of all that. But there is also that other stuff. I just accidentally hit my dream catcher, which made my dream catcher go like, it's real, it's right here. Don't forget. Matthew 6:33, but seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all things shall be added unto you. I see that. Living in the simple perfection and then letting the other stuff come later. But I was like, how would you feel if a random stranger showed up outside your church and told you that he can talk to birds? Of course they called the police. But also, when I said I could talk to birds and I said the behavior that they're going to do, they did it. When I said that the flies are conscious entities in another realm and that they operate much more intelligently than you understand, and the fly fucking started hitting him in the face. What you smoke now, nicotine? Yeah, that's all I do. No CBD. I get high on quantum mechanics. You ever tried, like, maybe, you know, not being such a nipple bumpkiss? Bucky says I'm not a nipple bumpkiss. And I trust his word over yours. Shaman, you mean chieftain, strong medicine with you, bro. I'm more white than anything, but I'm Norse. Your culture is brother to my culture. Well, I didn't know my family. I didn't even know I was native till I was in the woods. And they'd come to me in my dreams. Can anyone find... It looks like a war bonnet, but it's just feathers like a crown, and it's got a crown on the side with antlers. What native tribe in North America had that? Because that's what they were showing me, that I also am part Plains tribe with the war bonnets, or I was in a past life. They remember me because I was in that tribe in a past life, but also I was given an antler crown with feathers on it. And it was owl feathers and eagle feathers. When I play music, the birds and crickets harmonize. I find animals and humans flock to a certain energy, and you can get there and see what it may create. I definitely want to check out Sedona. For to be carnally minded is death, but to be spiritually minded is life and peace. Yeah, carnally minded to me, the first thing I saw is that pagans and the Norse and probably other tribes like Inca and Aztec that believed that you took the spiritual life force from the thing that you ate, and that they would run around consuming the life force like crows do that. Crows consume life force spiritually and physically. So that I could see that that's the way the world was, so that when they put it in the Bible to say spiritually minded, they said, don't worry about all that, fast and get the purest essence. Don't worry about the power that you're getting from all this and the emotional violence. There is perfection without sacrifice. You can find it a better way. But also, Catholics kind of fucked that up with like the rape torture rooms and eating black people and shit. Fake Christians that hid inside the church in order to stay in the society. That eventually rose into power in the church and then started revamping it all. Sort of like leaving Christianity to be a black rock plant. They kind of fucked up for... You're probably Iroquois or Mohegan tribe, maybe Blackfeet. I've heard Blackfeet. They told me Blackfoot. Plains tribes like Crow and Blackfoot, and then something in New York area, like a mixture, like a mutt from like 10 or 15 generations of travelers is the consensus from what I'm told when I'm sitting alone in the woods. It's more like I'm dreaming and it's realer than life, and I'm more whole and put together. I can see more of my true self there, and then I feel a presence, and I look across, and there's just a translucent, energetic humanoid thing, and it slowly walks up to me. But the way it's walking is how I can see that it's a native tribal chief, and how they used to walk with the feathers and everything. Like if you look at just the old videos of how they used to walk, they're walking like the person is walking like that, and they come up to me and they're right there, and they hand me the crown with the feathers on it. It's an antler crown with feathers and stuff. But also I have dreams where they're much higher dimensional entities, like a different tribe that focus on a different level of spiritual work. And they're instead of coming from here where they're on this plane with me, they're coming through the leaves of the trees. These like giant energetic string, like when you play a string, how a violin sounds, playing the violins, but they're also the hands of these ancestors, and they're also like aliens or star people. It's something that's part native and part like transcended humanity completely, like Sirius or like star seeds or something like higher like that, like out of this world. And they come down and they're forcing a war bonnet onto the top of my head, and it's white and red, and it hurts. But then once I have it, it's seared into my body, seared into my crown like that, and it stays. And then now when I'm driving around, a bird will fly, and all of a sudden I can see that it's there spiritually, some spiritual war bonnet. And I got that just wandering around through the woods in the middle of the night, and then I could see it coming from the trees and feeling it. Native is missing 13 tribe, RH. My mom is RH negative, and she's the side that's native, and my dad is descended from Brian Baru, and Brian Baru is RH negative, or his bloodline is RH negative. I'm RH on both sides, but my dad I think was O positive or something. But my mom's RH negative, and her mom's RH negative, and her dad was native I think, so he's probably RH negative too, because they do line up like that. There is orchestration to this whole thing. And the whole point with my readings is that once you find the astrology and the numerology and the Bazi, and you really get to understand the foundational aspect of what they actually are, you find that your name means exactly that thing. At the end of the reading, when we do your name, you figure out it's exactly what I said. Your name means pretty much exactly the energy that I saw. Like I'm a Sagittarius, Sun, Mercury, Pluto in the 8th house of Scorpio. The scorpion that transforms into the phoenix. And Sagittarius is the phoenix, but it's also the tree, the elder tree, growth. Constant growth with the highest vibration. And 33 life path is the last life on earth, the divine child, the Ouroboros, the snake eating itself, the perfection of the cycle before transcendence, and you leave this reality. Like Truman climbed 32 steps before he left. Jesus died at 33. Freemasonry at 33 and all this stuff. But I'm an 11-day, which is that deep, gray, vivid emotional energy. Receiving communication with other dimensions and everything. And this high visionary with like this ancient power, but channeled into that perfection in the growth of my Saturn and Taurus. Taurus rising means that my strong, physical, stern body with Venusian energy is constantly karmically attacked until you learn foundational discipline and mastery. And on this Sagittarian journey of alchemical transmutation in the 8th house, so I live in the underworld. But then my Moon, Mars, Neptune, and Uranus, my driving force, my aggression, my competition, is the fire water. Is the fire air water. Scorpio's fire water. Aquarius is more the top of the wind. This epicenter of earthquakes and natural disasters, this high vibrational energy. Your sun sign, Aquarius, isn't that energy, that's your job. But the other energies in Aquarius, that's what's important. Like it's not my Sagittarius sun, that's just my traveling aspect, but the Mercury and Pluto is the big parts of it in the 8th house. The Sagittarius sun in the 8th house just means I'm traveling through the underworld, the underground hell, and growing from it. And it's all about this purity, this perfection, this ancient wisdom, this traveling and karmic attacks, and having to constantly revive from it, But then my moon, Mars, Neptune, Uranus in the 10th house, that's Capricorn, public figure. That makes it more of like a mountain. That makes it more power-oriented public figure role, management of resources, king energy. And then you find out my name is Casey Francis O'Brien. Casey comes from acacia, which means the tree of life. The purest essence, incorruptible. No matter how many times you cut it down, it grows back incorrupted and pure, and you can't kill it, it just keeps coming back. Tree of life that connects the heavens and the earth, that's Sagittarius. The world tree, Yggdrasil. And then Francis just means freedom, that's Aquarius, freedom to dance in any way, that's Sagittarian, freedom, whatever. And then O'Brien means a castle on the hill, exalted with power, descended from ancient giants that sacrificed themselves to save humanity, and that ancient king Brian Boru. My name means my numerology and astrology. And when you put it into Grok, and I say like, this is the story of 2013 with Alex and Vincent, Sam, Ryan. This is the story from 2023, not 2014, 2023. That was the original 2013, 2014 story. And then the other one in 2023 with Cat and the Year of the Cat, and Kai Cenat and Ray, Casey Rocket, Adam Ray, and then the Viking in the wood, the schizophrenic Viking that would attack me in the woods named Vincent, and I would escape him to talk to Alex, and the same names. And I got a car from a guy named Patrick, and I got another guy named Patrick was the guy that got Vincent away from me, and then another guy that helped me defeat Vincent was a guy named Lurcher, which means archer, and then the getting broken down 6 months later, and the only people that would help me with the rumors was a guy named Ray, who had a store with the theme of the store was about like talk of the town, rumor stuff. That was the symbolism. And then Casey, who was Cancer in the 8th house and lived at the bottom, right by the river at the bottom of this mountain range in the valley at the very bottom in this parking lot. And then Ray and Casey ended up moving next to each other. And then when my Casey journey, the crows were always bothering me. And then a guy named Corbett, or Crow in French, moved right outside and is always bothering them. So now they're dealing with the crow harassment the way that I was, but in a different way. And then Vincent spray painted outside where Casey is the name Alex with demon horns. And Alex in my life is always the people that are dramatic and like I feel are going demonic. And then the recording studio up the road, but the guy was never there, was a guy named Vincent. And then just the same names over and over like that. And then Grok goes, it's just a coincidence, just a coincidence, just a coincidence. But then I'm like, well, how about my name and my astrology, my biology and my numerology, and everything that I say, what does it mean to be this? 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 And then put all that together to have the exact thing. And then I'm like, okay, now what would my name mean? And then what are the coincidences that for me to have this name, this astrology, and this numerology, and having it mean the exact same thing? And then Grok usually goes, yeah, it's God. It's they say either it was planned or it's divinely orchestrated in some way. Ain't schizophrenia great? It's not schizophrenia, man. At worst, it's autism and CPTSD. Schizophrenia was a blanket statement coined by people that would rape indigenous children for occult science, like Aleister Crowley, who was Erica Kirk's great-grandfather. Carl Jung and Sigmund Freud and people that would fuck their mom and shit. And would do occult science to take demonic things and the people that made schizophrenia were also writing books on black magic and how they were in communication with demons and all this. Schizophrenia and all this stuff in institutions was a structured control by Freemasons to collectively destroy spiritual gifts and make it so they think that it's not what it is, so that they suffer and they're trapped, and then they chemically lobotomize themselves from the asylums and stuff. That's what they were doing. It was all a lot of psychology was more about spiritual control over the population and less about actually uncovering illnesses and healing them. It was made to destroy spirituality from people that were doing black magic and using spirituality against the people. There's way more going on than just that blanket statement. And I'm like, I'm not going to just be crazy. And I've also tested out of schizophrenia. I'm not schizophrenic. I've been to 6 or 7 different therapists in the past 6 years and told them the craziest thing I've ever said. And they said, no, you're a genius overthinker. We would give you savant syndrome. I did have savant syndrome before they took it out of the DSM. And now I'm not saying I'm a genius or savant. Like sometimes when I talk for hours like this, I've been going for 5 hours. Basic math I can't do because I'm exhausted. You know what I'm saying? But I definitely did. Like when I was 14, I had an IQ of 145. But then I smoked weed on antidepressants, which bottles everything up till you pop. And I had like 10 suicide attempts in 4 months. I hung myself. I drove my car 90 miles an hour into a pole. I took all the pills in the medicine cabinet, cut my wrist open, bled out. I jumped off bridges. I'm sure and then severe CPTSD from shit that happened after. It wasn't as bad as it could have been, but I had the isolation with the traumatic experiences made it so I was stuck in the rumination, constantly experiencing it. And then my adult life was really traumatic, so I've definitely fucked up in a lot of ways. But I'm saying it's more CPTSD with my overthinking and isolation. Definitely when I get laid and I have girlfriends and stuff and I'm just chilling, I don't think about this stuff at all, even though I know it's there. I'm actually a lot better at thinking and utilizing the spirituality stuff when I'm in a relationship in an apartment. But I also saw a lot of value, and I was learning a lot from the homeless journey, being out in the woods. I'd call it more of a wilderness journey and like a rite of passage, because who would subject themselves to this shit? It's not for the faint of heart. And I really like that I overcame a lot of this, and I found a bunch of different ways to get out of this. And now the solutions that I found going through those journeys and to different towns and different circumstances and dealing with all the shit that homeless people have to deal with, I have a lot of solutions, and I have a perfect way to honor where they're at in a way that spiritually enhances them instead of punishing them into conforming, where they can actually become better than most people for society after they get through this, which is finding a sanctuary piece of land, putting them on it for 3 months where they can sit and deal with all this stuff from where they came from, giving them an opportunity to work with their hands where they don't have to speak or talk to people. Because most of life is nonverbal, but then when you try to go into society, it becomes completely social, and that really destroys it, because society right now isn't made to have this type of, what's it called? Exponential, extraordinary emotional information. Complex emotional information that from this deep well of experience outside of society. Society destroys that completely, and they become power-hungry monsters that when I come into society with the forest, fat old inbred cunts constantly are trying to come at me, including the video the other day where they lied to the police just about me sitting there, and then they were like incoherent screaming at me through the doorway, and I didn't do anything to them. I had business with the administrator, and they weren't even involved with the administrator. They were just there sewing because they're old, and they're screaming at me all this shit once they found out I'm Native American. That's what it was. As soon as they found out I was Native, they all fucking tweaked on me and changed and called everyone they could to do anything they could to get me out. As soon as they found out I'm not white. That's what it was. It wasn't that I could make the birds chirp on command, and then I would make the birds chirp on command in response to my intentions and energy. It wasn't that I showed them that bugs are more intelligent than you realize, and that they're all a part of God, and that you've separated yourself to live in this pocket dimension with God, and that if you grow from that like you're supposed to, you can really understand more of life. And he was like, I don't believe that the flies are conscious. And then the fly started hitting him in the face and landing on his leg and looking at me, and then looking back up at him, and then looking at me like it was there. Just like how microchips and quantum computing and all this really, really powerful stuff is happening in something that's as big as this. They're just connected to an electromagnetic intelligence that Freemasons have stopped us from doing, hopefully because, well, they did it in the wrong way. They did it to utilize the power over us and program us as lemming inbred goyim whites. And I've got some white, you know, I'm mainly Irish, but I'm sure there's English somewhere because they're so close together. I'm sure one of those generations was fucked up. Have you ever have an intentional nosebleed? Like I can make my nose bleed like 11? No, but my little brother did once on accident. Because I think it's all the Saturnian energy that I can do. I can say this crazy shit, but it's like not emotionally crazy and psychotic. I'm able to like express it, the Sagittarian Mercury. Where I can just say it, you know, and it's not like this huge, vivid emotional shit that makes people like, he's in psychosis. It's really kind of refined intellectual stuff, the Sagittarius Aquarius. But he was not, he didn't have that. He was like Taurus and water signs and shit. So when he would get into it, trying to get the energetic stuff, he would go crazy. Like at the end of, he's a Sagittarius. At the end of his philosophical, spiritual growth, whatever, he went too far with it, and he fucking his hair turned from bright blonde to deep red, and he didn't dye it. One of his fucking, because he was connected to his ancestors, and one of his the facial hair on his face didn't work. He was way too into it, way too in depth with it. He really got into all his mind, and he got wonked. Fucking half of his patchy goatee was bright red when he was blonde his whole life, and then one was just gray, white, and like just dead. He really fucked himself up. He went too far in the deep end, and he would have nosebleeds and shit. When Trump takes over Greenland, do you consider moving? Trump's trying to scare people that he's testing the waters with ice to see if they'll really do it. But it's Freemasonic propaganda for shit they're already planning on doing for hundreds of years. Before the internet, Satanists would communicate with each other through literature that they would publish through the Freemasonic institution. One of those satanic published Freemasonic institution with the codes to teach people that knew what to look for when they would go into the libraries and see, okay, this has the stuff, this has the code on it. I know that this is a message to me because I have the codex from my lodge at my home in my study. And one of those books was by Nikola Tesla's neighbor, who was a 33rd degree Freemason. Box truck driver job application. But I need a box truck for that. But that would be a good gig. Is Barron Trump and the Last President. Barron Trump and the Last President is about a time-traveling kid named Barron Trump who got his knowledge from his mentor, Donald. And he speaks about the last president, where he does so much of the world as a tyrant that the world goes against him, and they storm his castle on Fifth Avenue and kill him, which ends the republic and changes the world, and it ends the presidency, the republic, and brings it in the wrong direction, which forces Barron Trump to come back in time to tell people. And now you find out Erica Kirk, who is Aleister Crowley, the Satanist's like great-granddaughter, she was taken by the CIA and put with her Israeli, really wealthy family into a special school called the Looking Glass School, where they teach kids how to harness the energy of Aquarius to look into the future. And that's why in Stranger Things season 5, Holly, with her looking glass after reading the book The Wrinkle in Time, which is what those schools are based off of, that Freemasonic book, A Wrinkle in Time, once Holly reads A Wrinkle in Time, she's able to use her looking glass in the fifth dimension, in Vecna's mind, in Saturn energy, inside Saturn. She's able to go into Vecna, the Mind Flayer, and use through her looking glass, she's able to find the key to delve into a deeper level of reality to find the truth, which is utilized to control and defeat Satan later. And I'm like, obviously Candace Owens is a plant, because Stranger Things season 5, or it's God, where they both become the top right there for the collective. So Trump's name isn't even Trump. His name isn't even Donald. He's an actor. Or it's divinely orchestrated. You know the Masons have structures ever? Yeah, I live in like their vacation state. This whole place is. This is where the Goyim are the worst. They vacation. This is their getaway spot in Vermont. If you go downtown Burlington, it's all their symbolism. They built a fucking. Recently, they built like 6 months before the pyramids were revealed to have these pillars underneath it. There's just a big statue in the middle of City Hall Park with a pyramid and pillars underneath it. That's what the flat plane with the pillars is talking about, that they were stealing the wisdom from ancient Egypt. Or the natives got it from the star people, because they would transmit down. But those ancient black rock worshiping things said, yeah, they came down and bred with us, and now we have the special bloodlines with the aliens. Just different aliens talk to different tribes, different peoples. But they are like the hierarchies of angels under God. There's some, especially in Pisces in the 12th house, they show up as archetypes in that oneness. They show up as archetypes. And that's why you see seraphim and angelic beings and all this stuff. Because it's just information, but it condenses itself in Pisces to be able to be understood in the Piscean way, where you're looking out you're looking out in the dark waters towards the infinite. So the infinite comes down to you through archetypes, which is why they see the angels and Holy Spirit that way. But when we're in Aquarius, they're going to look much different. They might look completely different. Still the same structure. I'm not denouncing God. But there's a lot of, like, they say the Bible's one of the most perfect, oldest books. It's coded. It's spiritual, and it's with metaphors and allegories and all this stuff to explain more. But they choose to orient themselves into the archetype differently. It's 11:11. Choose to orient themselves in the archetype differently to live, you know. That's why you have a personal relationship with Christ. You keep it individual based on your belief systems. Then when Christ comes back with the trumpets and revelations and all this stuff, the truth will be revealed. The Pisces, the frequency of the trumpets will dissipate the dark waters. And we won't be stuck in the darkness, swimming in schools of fish, arguing about our beliefs. We won't have to, because the truth will be just in between all of us. We will all be in the truth, in unity, in Uranus energy, in the Aquarian age. The top of the wind, the highest frequency. Which is why J. Cole had to dip out of that beef, because he said it was bullshit. But the Scorpio fell off because he didn't rise into the Phoenix and overcome the challenge and alchemize it into something better. He became Iceman instead of the Firebird like he was supposed to, and that's why Kendrick said that I'm with the culture feeling, because he's the Gemini, the collective. People like him because of his philosophy and the informational aspect of it, and that's why he's short. Because Geminis are short because they deal with the baby, and that's why he talks like this when the Gemini Mercury. And that's why he chose to when he's expressing his Gemini mercurial energy, which is silver and white. That's why his album, Not Like Us and Everything, GNX, that's why it was that color, because he's expressing the Gemini. I'm pretty sure he says he's a Gemini in that album. And that's why when you look at Kendrick's work, Mercury is the fluid. It's I don't know how to, I could animate it for you. Yeah. But yeah, Mercury is like this forceful drip. And that's why his album, that's why you look at that, that's why it's like that weird sound in his GNX album. With the woke up looking for the broccoli, high key, keep a horn on me, that come out, see. And I'm trying to tell you, man. That's why his production seems sort of taken out and sort of stuck in the air. It leaves this pocket. Because when he says the meaning, that changes the air, and then you breathe the air, and that's why. But without SZA, he's nothing. Kendrick needed SZA to pop off. Because SZA brought the Black Panther with the Mercury Silver, but he did the inverse. Instead of light, he did dark. He chose dark in the Black Panther album because the black with this, but it still got the Mercury Silver upward. Or actually out, like the Mercury drip. I think he did outward with there, but it was supposed to be the darkness that sort of brings the light. Without the SZA and the watery stuff, I'm sure you'll find SZA has got strong watery placements. Without SZA there, you wouldn't feel the stars. Without SZA, it wouldn't be this ethereal thing without SZA. It would be more like a book. Kendrick's albums are more like a book without features. And that's why Drake doesn't need features. He enhances. Because he brings the top level, the Scorpio, deep, vivid, ancient wisdom with him. but he did it the wrong way and he stayed the Scorpion, which is why he dropped the album Scorpion. Because he stayed the Scorpion, he stayed the Dragon. He didn't revive into the Phoenix and the Firebird, and that's why the Dragon had to be defeated by the... Kendrick means fiery, handsome king. That's why the fiery king, like Jesus, had to defeat the dragon or the devil in the karmic 8 year of the dragon in Revelations. And now we're in the fire horse. We went through the lion dragons, the year the cat, Leo season, into the dragon year. And then we had the wood snake, the serpent. But the serpent being defeated was the shedding of the skin with the Sagittarian philosophy and the sophistication of the sentiment to make it more beautiful. It beautified the snake. And now we're in the... Once the snake's beautified, we're now in the white horse, the fire horse. The Aries Capricorn, the high vibration with the power disruption. The stagnant air with the bold fiery action against it. And building mastery over it. And then we're going to move probably right into Aquarius, right? So next year would be 11. What's 2027? 4 and 7. It's the Aquarius year. So that's the highest truth of vibration. We're going to be an Aquarian year in 2027. And then 2028, we go back to simplicity with the 3. We go back to the inner child, spiritual childhood is the way to enlightenment. We're in Revelations right now. It's prophesized. We're here for a reason. We all have purposes for the collective. Okay, I gotta go. I'm down to do one. If you post your birthday, I'll do one more reading, and then I gotta go. Somebody post their birthday, and I'll do a reading on you, if you want. And then I just do, if you like it, and then donations. I have the donation link to pay off my car. That's what I do. March 16th. What year, Kylie? I gotta... Sorry, I know. When I talk like this, I'm also very different off the phone. A whole different person off the phone. I've been talking for 6 hours, man. 1986, all right. Pisces, 7, 3, 4, 10, 11, 20, 28, 28 and 6, 34, you're a 7, 7. Let's double check. 3, 4, 10, 11, 20, 28, 30, 34, you're a 7, 7 Pisces. And we had like a 9, 9 and a 5, 5 the other day, where the energy matches the life path, which is that's pretty cool and simple. And Demon Hunter, are you on, make sure you always triple check now the Bazi. But you're a 7, 7 Pisces. 7 is, people think you're autistic because you operate in a higher level of intellectual. You're able to think about things and revitalize systems and see how systems work and see how you're able to observe and see things better than most people do. But instead of like vivid observation, the Pisces definitely helps that. But the vivid observation, you're more meticulous with how you were able to do it. So your whole life, you've been able to excel and understand things in school better than most people. You romanticize your life to the point where your daydreams overwhelm you and becomes you. But that's the Pisces gift, is that that beautiful, the way you see life is beautiful. The problem is that it can come in at your detriment and consume you. But you do have this visionary creativity, and you're able to really dial in and make it very specific with how you do it, how you manipulate the beliefs. And Pisces is, personally, I think it's the most powerful sign. Only because it's closer to perfect with the Jupiter energy, and instead of transcending humanity, Sagittarius is also Jupiter, but Sagittarius is more earthly matters, heavens and earth connection, not watery, not vivid, competent, confident. Pisces is water. It deals with the vivid emotion of it all. That's why I think it's more powerful, because Sagittarius is really masculine and Pisces has that balance of man, woman, and child in there. So it is powerful. Don't let your daydreams get in the way of other people's life. You're a genius. Your whole life you're going to be doing things that operate at a higher level. You're most likely going to be a spiritual teacher, especially because your name means 11. It starts with 11. You're a fire tiger, which brings aggression to that water and that genius. So whatever You're definitely competitive. You're aggressive with how you assert it. I'm just seeing a lot of yellow. Like I keep trying to go deep into the vivid dark waters of the water element, but it's always you're leaving that and it's dissipating the water and going right up. People might say you're emotionless until your fantasies take over, but that's in pain. You don't have a great balance with it. You're bright, and bright isn't intelligent, and bright isn't the energy's bright. But your energy, instead of being here, you sort of live out there. Like you might feel like you don't even exist, and you just operate right above your head like this. Orange is definitely there, but it's more fun. It's really yellow based. Your whole identity is up here. I think you need to spend a lot of time with yourself because you need to learn to bring that back to yourself. You need to learn how to have it here. You need to learn to be more intrinsically focused. The same way that you can start that light up here where the light bulb turns on, try to turn it on here in your heart. Turn that light in your heart and then try to bring the electricity down from that into your heart and spend some time with both. I'm not saying you're bipolar, but I'm saying that you get stressed. But actually, you're actually pretty chill. The stress comes from you are also a visionary. You're worrying about something that's too big for. You got too much on your plate. I can see it on your face. Do you believe in fate? A soul in a state of grace laughs at demons in their face. This is for the soldiers that are gone without a trace. If you love the world, but it only loves to hate, don't be afraid. You can come and find me in salvation. That's one of my songs. You just got too much on your plate, or you put too much on your plate because you feel like you have this obligation to do a lot more because you can see something that's much more perfect than everything around you. And you are using that to make change intellectually. Like, you are revamping certain systems. You go into places and you go in and you're able to see what everybody's doing better than they can see it themselves. And you always have the solution for them. It just comes to you. You always have the solution right there. It just flows right in and it's right there. And you want to share it with people, but they don't want to listen. They don't care. They want to do it their own way. But you're literally there for them. I'm seeing you like swim into a corporate office and you have exactly the most perfect way to change everything. And they don't want to hear it. But I'm not saying you're supposed to lead by example either. I would say whatever you're creating, make it undeniable. You're doing something that needs to be undeniable so that it doesn't matter what people think about it. It's just there and it is. The good thing about you, as long as you can bring that back into the space and be more like get to know your body again. Breath work, meditation, being out in the woods, being out by yourself, like on a lake or like on a big body of water where nobody's around and you can just be by there to feel the emotional energy and bring it back to self and back to your core. Eventually, the distortions of the world don't affect you as much. You're a powerful, really powerful visionary right here. Really powerful yellow energy right here. I do see the orange comes through the side. You do get the orange and the gray and stuff in the perfection here. I'm not pandering. I'm talking about the energy itself. You do get it, and the world only affects you as much as you let it believe that it affects you, which can turn into narcissism and psychosis really quickly, which is why you just need to let it be and let it go. You have to learn to allow things to let it be because they're always trying to pollute your waters here because they know that you're so focused on this thing out here, which is why I'm saying to bring it more, like look at because you deal with that really up there. You probably have a strong Aquarius placement. You're like a star. Not saying you're the star energy, but like you live as like the star up here. Bring it more. Look at your. Learn to zoom out and see yourself as the star. Fill yourself back up. Give yourself the love you deserve. Be your own best friend. The way you care about others, learn to care about yourself. And then you'll find that you become the star here and that you're moving like a knife through butter here. And that brings that aggression of the water tiger in. And that fierceness of the water tiger is how you're able to assert the really good ideas that you get. You're an idea person too. You get these really good ideas. You bring healing with this intellectual idea where you come to solutions that are made to be shining, that revitalize systems. And because of that, people often target you because they want to distinguish. They want that. They don't like that you can get there. Nobody can get there without it being like where I do it. It's like vivid and like I have to, like big fire. I never have this, right? I feel like it's a different, whatever the star energy is, I feel like a different star, where the star is sort of like floating at my core here and just really appreciating everything of life. Yours has this vivid electric energy. It's really like very electric, blue and yellow. The orange is coming from, I think you wear orange clothes. You put the orange into your identity because you do naturally feel like that's helping you harmonize to keep the distortion out, because you do struggle with the distorted energy because you don't have this core sense of self and you don't know how to put the watery energy back and hold the watery space with you, hold the watery energy. You're stuck in a dichotomy between self and that higher star system, that higher star energy, I guess. And I'm not saying a star is in the sky, I'm just saying a really electric energy pocket right here that kind of keeps everything pointed upward. I like orange brown earth tones. I am so stuck. I'm literally moving to the country, to a lake, 55 acres. I wish I could record this right now. You can always go back. It's 5 hours 35 minutes. We're at this point. You're moving to a lake to sit by yourself. And there's a dog. There's a dog coming out of a cabin. It's like a Great Dane or something. Are you thinking about getting a Great Dane? There's a big dog that's coming towards you. And it's very stoic and stern. He's pretty cool. It's like an old soul in a dog. And he's there with you. Or he's on his way from a cabin or something. Maybe it's the neighbor's dog who's going to come hang out with you at the lake. You're going to know that it's meant for you because you're going to see a heron. It's going to be on your left side and it's going to be at the other end of the lake just standing there. And that's God trying to remind you that you're here for a reason. And I know that seems so fucking like 40-year-old Facebook post. You know, that it's a 40-year-old face. I know that like you see that on the memes that the old people share, but that literally is, there's gonna be a stork or like a heron, something there, like a crane, and that's gonna be the way that God is going to cement the fact that there's more going on than you understand. When you see that, when you're sitting in the stork comes on your left side, the crane. I don't know why. Your dog actually just died. Was it a Great Dane that was gray with like black spots? That felt like an old wise soul. Maybe he died of old age. I just saw that I couldn't see the bottom of his legs, but he looked tall. Maybe it was a schnauzer. Or like a poodle mix. It looked to me like a Great Dane, but it had like the whiskery stuff coming out of like a cabin on a lake. And I see it's warm and bright yellowy energy. But I'm also seeing it's like evergreen trees too. Is it upstate New York? Or like Montana, Washington, where the trees are like thicker and denser? Or like Maine? Is it Maine? It was literally a small black palm. That's why I was telling my friend I needed a dog, put a saddle on. It's Great Dane. Yeah, get a Great Dane, man. It's coming. It's coming for you. But it's also like you have to allow it. You have to, like, when you say allow God to work in your life, the way you're operating right now can accidentally prevent the dog. So you just kind of like allow what's there to be and be able to receive the blessing. When you let it go, that's when you're able to receive. Yes, he did. Jesus blessed by God, but misunderstood by many, yet can't give up. The God's blessed this boy. I can see Odin lend me to your live streams as a reason. I don't know. I don't know if it was Odin telling the crows where the people were, or if the crows were just smart enough to learn that the Vikings killed people and left the corpses so the crows could eat it. So they would just show up to say, they're over here, they're over here. But definitely sometimes in the morning, deep in the woods, there would be like a dark entity outside in the forest, draining my life force. And it's putting me back to sleep, and I know they're going to harvest me when I go to sleep. And a bird flew up to the tree, and because I was so like into the energy and really aware of everything, I could literally hear that inside the frequency of the bird chirp, it was speaking English. It went, wake up, stay awake, stay awake. But then it got me, and I passed out, and I woke up lifeless. So I am saying that the birds do work as like messengers for a higher intelligence or greater intelligence. I don't know if it's specifically Odin, or if Odin's an archetype in Pisces for the same Jupiter-Zeus energy. And it's just as we grew as people, we had different belief systems, so it had to meet us where we were at. I don't think Odin is a different god than Zeus or Jesus or God. I think we were just understanding it in different ways. Like, Celts had Morrigan. They saw it a different way. But it was the same, if you look at the common denominator, it was the same behavior of that entity operating in the crows. They were seeing the same thing and trying to understand it different ways, and Pisces led people into belief systems and theosophy and religion. Where in Aquarius, we might just see them as connected in a hive mind, harvesting resources. And we were able to see their intelligence and that they were just smarter than we led them to believe. It might not necessarily be an ancient god inside of them, but it's just an ancient connection to their ancestry that looks like an ancient god to people that don't understand the Uranus energy of unity, because we didn't have it back then. Hey, I'm back. What up? Kylie, you're definitely here to do great things. It has to do with your genius. So I think you're being given a creative space to make the genius undeniable because people rejected you. People rejected the things you had to offer to help and make everything better in perfection. The things you're able to dream about and create up there, that energy you're able to express, people denied and rejected, so you're being moved to a place where you're unaffected by chaos and social conditioning, so that you can come down from that star and be in that peace of mind, unaffected, because you have this large space, which will allow you to feel comfortable enough to bring the energy back down towards a more earthly space, which is probably why you're always drawn to those earthly colors, because you're always trying to bring yourself back from living way up there. You lucid dream nightly. Do you lucid dream and can you astral project? When I astral project, the universe gets mad and I usually get police brutality. The world doesn't like when I escape my vessel. They keep me trapped. When I try to zoom out, crows freak out, everything freaks out, people get angry, people come at me. When I find perfection, people, like yesterday, they ran up to me, blocked me from putting my stuff. They blocked me from my Sagittarian assertion. I was just there, calm and not hurting anybody. I had no worry about anybody else. Didn't even think about anybody else, and I was just enjoying the moment, walking around at peace. And this fucking fat woman ran up to me, blocked me from going to the self-checkout register, grabbed my money, ran around, and she had to do it herself. Even though I looked in the car, the guy after me had no problems putting the bill in. It had nothing to do with the broken machine or anything. She needed to stop me and like destroy it and get in it. And then as I'm driving away mad, being like, you inbred fucking bitch, get the fuck away from me, because I can feel that she's attached all this disgusting shit to me. Get the fuck away from me, as like the Matrix and the hive mind is eating me alive and destroying all the peace I just gained, and like contorting me and like destroying everything in the 8th house infection, inverse Jupiter, when I had just found the peace. And I'm like, get the fuck away from me, stop, get away. I get a notification on my phone that says, your consciousness is so powerful it terrifies the Matrix. And it's saying that they can't have me at peace because it's so vivid and powerful as just a chill dude that it literally scares the world. So it does everything it can and anything it can to stop it. And then while I'm listening to that, immediately I was shown that eventually I'm going to be on top of a mountain. That the same way that you need the lake, I need an entire mountain. And I can't own it. The government can't own it. Nobody can own it. It's owned by nobody. That's the only way. It has to be a property that nobody owns, a mountain range that nobody owns, and there's no government Masonic control over the whole space with their giant crystals and their giant obelisks and the huge spell work. It has to be unaffected by all of that. And then it has to have, like, I grow from there into the entire world. Yeah, it follows me everywhere. You can go back a couple live streams to Casey has to stand up for himself. Casey has to stand up to an entire town. Before I went there, Spirit had told me, you're going into a disgusting cesspool of the worst thing imaginable, and it's going to be a test to see if you can hold on to yourself long enough to make a difference and make an impact, and then you're a reference experience that will stay there for the rest of their life, which you will accidentally be constantly operating through because you've grown your branch. So now everything you do for the rest of your life is now infiltrating and destroying that with your orange, pure, fiery grace. So then I wound up finding out my license was suspended, and then I got stranded in a town because I was led there because of a notification for a gym membership. And then I found out Sigourney Weaver, Bruce Willis, Hollywood executives, all of Hollywood, these ancient cults, old money, inbred, the wealthiest people in the state go there. This tiny lake 20 miles away would rape indigenous kids for fun. And then I show up with the dream catcher and the buckhead, and I reveal, because I didn't know, I'm naive. I'm not paranoid and suspicious. I'm naive. I think everybody's friendly. And I go into that random town 20 miles away from everything. And I just walk up and casually mention I'm native. And then they fucking sent the cavalry, false police reports for 4 days. 12 cops and 3 different interactions show up. They're trying to get my car off private property where I got permission from a church to be at. So the church let me be there. Coincidence. The holy people let me be there. And the people in the church that aren't of the church, the people that are just using it for a community space that aren't involved with the church, they're tweaking the fuck out, freaking out in the church. They've locked me out so I can't talk to the person that works for the church, and they're calling false police reports. The Freemason fireman shows up and he's trying his best and there's nothing they can do. The gym owner makes up a lie and says that this is a small town where everybody knows everybody. You can't be making everyone uncomfortable. And the only thing I mentioned was that I'm just here, and living in perfection. All I did was walk around cleaning up trash, and I was friendly to everybody. And I bought a blanket from the thrift store, and I went right in and shook hands with the town clerk and introduced myself and said I was just here for a couple weeks maybe to better my life, help out any way I can, and just utilize this gym. And then in a few days, I won't be parked here because I'll get my license unsuspended. So then you won't see me here because I'll be coming at night to use the gym. And all that crazy shit, and then I find out it's this ancient cult that's wealthy. They said that it was eat baby rich. They're eat baby rich there is what they told me. And they also said that they're inbred, and they keep it in the family. They're all related to each other there, and they're all worth probably hundreds of millions of dollars collectively. And that's why they were so angry. Like you saw all those cars. There wasn't a car that wasn't a 2023, at least. Sigourney Weaver, what are you supposedly? Sigourney Weaver, she might be watching, because if they found my YouTube channel, I bet maybe Sigourney Weaver has checked out my content. Who knows who watches, man? I get 5,000 views a day. How does one recover from spiritual attack that resulted in body pain? That's tough. Boundaries, self-care, self-assurance, I want to say anointing, but that comes from self-care, foundational. I think I've told you a lot that self-care and organizing your space is really important. Organizing your space to allow harmony, binaural beats in the space to learn how to utilize your subconscious. What you consume consumes you. Change your influences to positive. Learn how to boundaries by allowing it to let it be and knowing that it doesn't affect you and it's not you. Because you're holding the spiritual attack there and you know that it's there and all it's looking is for your attention. So learning how to say, I don't care, I'm good. And then they're going to be like, but this, and you're like, I'm doing this, I'm going to do this, I am this. Affirmations are really important. but also like changing your diet to really organic, healthy foods and doing fasting for a few days. Also going on long drives, going swimming, going on walks in the woods, spending most of your time outside in the woods by yourself like that. And eventually you're going to learn how to embody this sort of sense of self that emanates in rejection to all the bad. And that conflict is there for a reason. It's for growth, mastery. But I feel it too. Even just thinking about it, I feel the demonic thing wrap around me. You're learning about alchemical transmutation. You might be a Scorpio. I don't know if I've done a reading on you. Pink Fur, you won't tell me your birth. You won't tell me the year you were born, so I can't tell you exactly what your stuff is. Do you, Pink Fur? What was your sign again and your day? Or tell me your year and I'll do a reading on you, man. Pink Fur is 47 years old. No way. Pink Fur, are you 47 years old? I thought you were like, because you have the anime profile picture. There's no judgment. 2001, that's what I'm saying. I thought you were young. You were, yeah, I was trying to say didn't I just say you're Scorpio? Alchemical transmutation, man. You're there to learn how to chant. You're there to learn how to create from it. In 2001. Two, 4, 5, 6. You're a 6 life path. That's why it's hitting you so hard, because your whole life will revolve around home and family and harmonizing and creating a harmony and balance between everything. It's literally the main thing that you ask me is the main thing that your life path is about. Harmony and caring for other people and naturally emanating something. But yours is more focused than a Leo. It's less about embodying it and more about creating harmony. But you also experience everything really vividly. Your emotional self and your physical self are completely intertwined. You are feeling these emotions physically. You're a metal snake. Thank you for saying this is a metal snake, because now I understand a lot more about my ex, who was 2001 Gemini. I think she's Gemini 7. I think she's born on the 25th of May, but I can't fully remember. Your creative passion is constantly attacked. The only way you can find your actual creative essence is with really stern, meticulous power, like force. You have to force your creation through discipline. It's a life that feels extremely overwhelming but emotionally vivid. It's cool because I don't express any emotion at all ever. Metal snake is Bazi, like Chinese astrology, but I use Vietnamese. Chinese astrology is the snake every year has a theme, and every year has an element attached to it. We're in a fire horse right now, but we're also in a 1 year or a 10. It's a 1 and a 10 year. Last year was a 9-year snake, so last year was your year, man. Last year was the year where you bore the fruit, and you had you had your perfect experience in life, but also it was your first return. So you also had a huge challenge, but it was very simplified. Like your life was structured in very simple moments that were very rewarding to you, to who you are, meaning that you had to overcome a lot of suffering to create something. It's a life of struggling to create from your experiences. Like you're always trying to create something, which I see why your identity is created. Because you're trying to find something that can stagnantly place yourself in all this chaos. You're trying to find a way to keep a sense of peace in a really overwhelming experience. You're here to make something from your suffering. Doesn't necessarily have to be your identity, but I could see why it shifts to identity, because you're the thing you're when you go to create, it feels like there's this piercing, sharp cut to everything you try to make. And that's because that's trying to come more through discipline, which is why I keep trying to hammer in self-care, routine, foundation, because the only way you're going to get to this creative, alchemical, transmutative space where you become this passionate, powerful, but also it's always intrinsic here, where you always feel bound and stuck. You got to go for bike rides, you got to go for walks, you got to go through drives, you have to add momentum in your life, or you're always going to feel stagnant, and like life is just cutting into you. It always feels like there's something on your left side, like a knife, that's always cutting into you. And trying to stop your creativity, trying to stop you, this watery passion. It's a searing force right here. And it's painful. Dude, I hate that feeling, because it gets into the left side here, downward. Your life is constantly taking in a lot of, and I'm almost the same way, where it's this just constant revival. Like, as life bounds and you get full of the emotion and all this stuff builds up, and then you into the dark watery Scorpio, and then back out of it to let it all go and change from it. That's where you get your powers. When you learn how to transmute from your experience, when you learn how to create, instead of focusing on what you can control, shift your energy into what you can create. And I don't like the way they say that exactly. Instead of focusing on what you can control, just be the word create, just be creative. You're constantly creating from vivid emotional experience that you feel it's painful all the time, until you find balance, harmony. Then you'll find that everything you've learned from the constant chaos that you're going to go through, all this horrible, vivid emotional stuff, when the 6 comes through, because you're always creating harmony from it. You're going to learn how to constantly create harmony from the distorted frequencies that you're getting, in the constant chaos right here, all this chaos that's hitting you. When you learn how to bring the water energy into it and dissipate that piercing air into the love, just water that dispels and displaces that frequency that allows it to come through. I mean, learning how to water and embodying in that water. When you embody the water element, that dark water is there, it could get those frequencies away. But there's still that piercing in the side. And how do I build that? Okay. In improv, they have this thing called yes and, where somebody's right here and they're creating a joke and they're creating a story, and if you look at improv, the other person goes yes and this as well, and it's also this, and then they add on to the joke. When you're dealing with this vivid energy here, this distorted frequency, once you learn I am, and seeing it as the emotions itself is complex information condensed. When you understand that everything you're experiencing is information, and you can say, you can take what it is, but actually it's this instead. You can change it. You have creative control. You're a co-creator of your reality. You can change the narratives. You can change everything. You have conscious creative control over what you're experiencing. You can say, all this distorted, piercing stuff, no, it's actually water. It's actually calm waters. And you're learning how to build a harmonic base. You're learning how to build base, though. It might have to do with home. It might have to do with it's coming back to the fucking take care of your house. It's more about the house you're inside. It's not more about your house, but your house is a big part of it. I'm seeing do you live in an apartment? Have you moved out of your parents' house and you're in an apartment, or are you in your room up there? Or you might be in the I think you might have grown up in the basement. Did you have a home or an apartment? At some point you're going to be in a basement, in an apartment, maybe in a city. Oh, you're in California, aren't you? Because I see you definitely in a city, in a big complex. But I also see that there is a basement. There's something to do with basement. Home and left. You got a job in the city, bro. You got a job in a populated place. I might introduce you to my because you guys would really get along. I have a friend named Ajane. She's pushing 30 though. I think she might still live out in California. She's on Venice Beach all the time. Big dark skin, autistic, Scorpio 33 life path, and she stays on Venice Beach. Huge, powerful transmutations, and she's somebody that all the skater kids and everybody, you know, she's learning to stop smoking weed, and she's trying to learn very creative. Like she's really creative. I'm gonna send her your YouTube and see if you guys can talk, because that's like the literal answer to your prayers there with like how to have balance, harmony, and she's such an understanding LGBT person. I love Ajane, man. And Ajane's got a tie to Vermont too, so you'll get that energy that way. Because Vermont, when you can find the spiritual part of Vermont, now Vermont's turning red and it's MAGA, and those old people need to die and they're making it horrible for everybody else. But when you can get into that piece where it's not the Democrats that fucking, where they're too stuck in the belief system, there is this breakaway part of Vermont that's really cool that I think will teach you about that harmony. I think you should buy a Subaru Crosstrek and take a trip through Vermont, man. But you gotta wait for a water year. I think water goat is 2027. 2027, come out. Or I'm seeing maybe 2030. At some point in your life, go to Brattleboro, Vermont, bro. I'm gonna have to force it to be better. We're gonna have to bring that shit back. Hopefully the African communities didn't leave when MAGA got out of control. Yeah, your whole life is gonna be overwhelming, man. Your whole life is going to be overwhelming. And I say this in the best way. I'm not generally seeing if you're a biological woman that identifies as a man or a biological man that identifies as a woman. I'm not really seeing that as much as I'm seeing that eventually what I'm saying is not relative to gender identity or all that stuff. But I'm saying that one of your big journey, especially as a snake, which deals with the shedding of the skin, and coming in the rejuvenation, the revival, a big part of your journey is going to become the identity that you're creating in rebellion to try to get this emotional pain to stop. You're going to come into who you actually are, whatever that becomes. When you're having this moment in the dark waters here, this deep dark waters here, where eventually you're going to learn to be able to bring the waters out of yourself, from yourself. Life is going to be coming from you and not to you. Eventually you're going to learn to be able to enjoy that life is always happening to you, this big experience, and you're going to start to be able to get more control over life coming from you. And that's when you're going to find out who you are. And that's powerful. You're a powerful person. Ajane's a Scorpio. Ajane means powerful. She's a 33. Scorpios are powerful. But it's learning to create from your experience and alchemically transmute into creation, into passionate firewater. So you do need to develop a creative habit, but that piercing energy that comes through, I don't like. I don't know how it's going to come back through your life. I don't know if it's discipline mastery. I don't like it personally. I know it's a superpower at some point you're going to figure out. Maybe learning, instead of having it pierce through, you're learning to turn it into a sword that you wield. Take that piercing pain that you feel and see it more as a sword that you can take and hold. And then use it with discipline. And then you'll find that you can cut through bullshit better than anybody else. Once you heat up that blade, get angry. I'm trying to get the pain outside of your body so that you can use it, because you're supposed to be using it. Yeah, you're gonna have to learn a sense of self that sort of externalizes the learning how to figure out where you are, and learning the boundaries is important. It's less about self-care and more about just learning how to say, learning how it allowing it to be there, and then learning how to, when you're sitting by yourself and seeing the energy there, learning how to change it and move it around. Because I feel a pain on my left side here, but then when I allow it and know that it's not part of me, it's an energy that's projecting onto me, and learning how to do that, then I can magnetize it over here and turn it into anything. Then it becomes like green and stuff, instead of like searing pain naturally. And I don't know, you got this deep well of vibes here. You got this deep well of vibes, deep energy, emotional energy, and it's powerful. And they're trying to make you not be able to, they're trying to keep you from peace. They don't want you to feel peace, because then you know that you naturally dispel any hindering influence. You naturally dispel distortion. So they try to keep you in distorted, programmed mindsets and shit. And that's happening a lot in California. Because California, even though they pride themselves on being hippie and whatever, they're really stuck. They're really fucked up. Venice Beach, they're all really fucked up. They're doing spell work every day in California. They call it demon land, Satanist hell, which is why powerful Scorpio 33 is at Venice Beach every day, stressing out and healing people just by existing. If you wound up there, you're there for a reason, and you're there because your natural embodiment is going to be dispelling the horrible shit that's happening, which is why you're feeling the pain. And that resistance to it is going to is building you strength to embody that water in order to transmute it and creatively change it. Where you grow and then you see it becomes a part of yourself, and naturally. I'm trying to give you the Jupiter way, but you're going to have a different way. Unless you have strong Sagittarius placements. I'm just trying to give you a tool to channel that pain into a creative passion. Maybe a content creator, maybe. I'm not saying a Facebook political activist. That's too distorted and chaotic for you right now. You are in your enjoyment phase, where you're here to enjoy life. Whenever you experience it, end this instead. It depends on you're challenging my way of seeing it, because I see it as masculine and feminine energy. But maybe you're there for both, because there's the mastery and the alchemical transmutation. At some point, you're gonna become very powerful, and it's either that you're just there to experience and alchemically change it just by existing. No, you're a 6. You're a 6. You're a healer. Your resonant energy signature will be healing to people, and make it less about theory and more about emotional peace, where it doesn't have to be philosophical, it doesn't have to be intellectual, it doesn't have to be ideas and theories and stuff, and more just about vivid emotional wealth and peace, and that you're naturally embodying something that is going to heal a lot of people. You're going to be someone that, you know, that when you're in the space, there's a heavier presence to it, and just allowing it to not affect other people. Don't try to dig it into other people. It's more internally personal based, and it's about constant self-progression and growth. You're going to be... Snakes move slowly through different lives, where they go through different, like this year you're going to be around this set of people in this space, and then you're going to transcend that to a better space. And then there's going to be problems, and you're going to transcend that to a better space. You're going to be constantly shedding the skin and moving into a better life slowly while you learn your alchemical transmutation work. It seems you're from Alaska. I'm from Vermont. Family's from New York. You're right, it's on the left side. Yeah. See the pain see that searing pain as a sword. Give it a handle, and then wield the sword around you. And then just learning that stern competence and confidence is why you have an active lifestyle. Because you need to have an active lifestyle to pinpoint with precision and have the competence to move it around and assert, no, and it's this and this and this. So you are learning. I'm seeing that, Wield the sword. Use the sword. I don't know exactly what you're stabbing or cutting with it, but the sword is really good when you get the angered heat into it. That can really cut through all that emotional watery bullshit. And then as you get older, you'll learn to be more of the water itself. And then you're like, it's like this buzzing that comes through, this like fiery buzzing. Because when you learn to sit in the waters, it's like there's this sense of creativity that comes through, this fiery ball that comes through to your heart space. And that excites and energizes the water there, and it turns it fiery and dispels it. And you've got a spell work, man. You got spells. Affirmations. I am uninhibited. I am unaffected. Hindering influence can't affect me. And I think just Scorpios, I say the best thing, if you're momentum based with a strong Mars, it's momentum based, like Aquarius or Sagittarius or Aries. If you have those strong placements, it has to do, like, a lot of the time you're going to spend will be spent at night so that you can have none of these distractions, so that you gain a more intrinsic internal world that you're going to be working toward, you know. Do your work at night. Do your traveling and all this walking at night. If you're in a dangerous place, which sucks. I definitely think, as a harmonizer, putting yourself, because nature always finds harmony. Nature is constant evolution and finding harmony through chaos. Nature, all these growths from nature and how everything works, is nature constantly trying to bring harmony to chaos, order out of chaos. So surrounding yourself with, when I say binaural beats, it's because I feel like you're trapped in a war zone there with no connection to nature, and the ocean is coming through sometimes, but there's too many people with all this different stuff, and there's heavy spell work. You need your mountain I'm seeing Colorado. Are you thinking about Colorado or Utah? The mountains over to the west, but where you're looking, so you're looking east, so you're looking towards like the Atlantic Ocean, and there's something on your left side, whether it's Montana, Colorado, or something. I'm seeing a summertime in Colorado where you're going through waterfalls and traveling. If you have income and you've got the money handled, definitely spend some time, maybe even without a car, where I think you just need to be in the mountains there. You just need to be in the mountains. And I'm seeing you still have the connection to the place. You're going to stay in California, but you need to have that remnant memory it's being given to you. You're going to be invited to Colorado, I think. You're going to be Colorado. I don't know I don't know exactly what's out. I know Utah has mountains. I know that Midwest area does have mountains. There's something with the mountains there, and water element there in that mountain, that memory that you're going to go through very briefly to give you an emotional resonant energy signature to remember constantly. And that harmony that mountain brings, that you see, is going to constantly remind you about a better way to live, that you're going to inhabit and house, which will change the people around you. You're going to be constantly bringing that energetic through as a reference to help with your constant. You're in a war, bro. You're in a war zone there. That's why it hurts. You're in a war zone. That's why I keep seeing it as a sword. You're a fighter, man. I know that your thing is like that little anime girl, but you're a fighter. The mountains in California, though, it's further out, because the climate's different, the energy's different. It's not the California heat. There's cold. It's more temperate, but it's like the Midwest. It's like Colorado. I think it's further out than Colorado, like further out than Denver. It's this pocket of mountains, but it is just a mountain that you keep out there with a reference. You're gonna have a connection to that mountain somehow. You might have family out there, or you might make friends, or you might go out there. It's an important. You gotta keep it. Okay, when you think too much about it, you have this powerful white energy in there too. You probably have Aries placements. It's chaotic, it's vivid, emotional, and there's a stern mountain there that's always going to be there, that's producing this energy, that's protected, that's making this energy. And when you get a connection to that without yourself here, and just allowing this to come through without your own creative in there, without adding yourself into it, just allowing that to channel through you and hold that sternness of the mountain to sort of stay in resonance with the energy of that mountain without I'm not saying submit to the fucking mountain, but that's what it feels like. Is that you're gonna learn this thing about nature that's gonna be healing for you, and that reminder of that will help you in the constant dispelling of the chaos as nature's trying to find order in this city cesspool. I don't know, I saw you as a little girl. I don't know if you're a little girl. I don't know if you went, I don't know if you're a girl that had a camping trip out in the mountains, or if you have like a niece or something. Something's gonna bring like a camp counselor thing. I see you as a camp counselor in the mountains in like Colorado, further out than the normal city stuff. You're gonna have a rural trip out there, man, and that's what's needed to teach you the harmony. And then overall in your life, you saw that you brought, I'm looking like when you die or you have near-death experiences, you have your fifth dimensional moment looking at the life review of your whole life. And that's where I can get into that. And that's when I see your life path, when I can get into the end of your life and your life review. In your life review, you see that you brought harmony, because I'm seeing like you're going to be sad when you die, but it's going to be bittersweet. And they're showing you whatever it is, spirit, ancestors, they're showing you all the harmony that you brought to the chaotic world. You're here to bring harmony. You made things better. Just by existing, just by being here. You made things better. Eat some organic citrus fruit. Eat some fucking kiwis and shit. Make your own smoothies in your, that's it, hey. I love this shit, man. I don't know who your ancestors love you. You are loved by something, man. Something really cares about you. I'm gonna cry, bro. They said, go get a bunch of organic fruits from the store. You have a blender on your counter. It's very white, and like the sunlight that comes in is white. And you're just standing there, and you got a nice countertop. And I saw like kiwis and shit. And the smoothies that you make have the harmony in it, that when you drink it, it brings the harmony that dispels this stuff. And then just affirmations. I am this. Affirmations and smoothies, and take a trip out to the mountains. Or the mountains are just calling out to you. I wish I could see this stuff about myself, but when I try, I just feel like demons eating me alive and shit. Like, I'm in a war zone spiritually, man. I'm like going into communities and I have to destroy them and force them to shut the fuck up and sit down. Sit down and shut the fuck up. I'm in these chaotic, like rambunctious, inbred whites at war with each other. Disgusting people. And they always target me, and I just have to be here long enough for spirit and me to work in and grow these roots and remind people to stop bullshitting. I'm just a reminder of grace. Because these people have all settled into being pieces of crap. I'm a motivator. I motivate them to get back into being who they really are. I have to destroy power structures. And all I'm trying to do is make my little perfect songs. That's the 1133. I'm just trying to make my songs. And I end up fucking destroying the entire state's consciousness. Because they're fucking toxic pieces of shit. I'm a Celtic barbarian war chief that's going through and destroying all these people. I'm Brian Brew's ancestry, man. I'm going in with the war, and now I have the army of you guys with me. I'm riding in with the army and destroying all this bullshit. And the people in power hate it. I can see that they see me on Facebook, and they can't get the energy of it. So they're just reading the words. So I need to be in person. I need to make this content. It needs to be relationship. God, I don't want to do it. I'm the guy that storms the castle, bro. I stormed the castle with the army. It's cool. But I'm like, would you want to do that? That sounds like fucking stressful. When do you smoke cigarettes and you need to stop? Have a vape. It's better. It's probably damaging. When are you smoking a fucking cigarette? Stop. There's fucking somebody. The cigarette smoke is coming into fucking. Is it this? No, it's the actual information I stop smoking the cigarette, bro. It's my mom smoking the fucking cigarette. You're an Aquarius. When you pollute with the cigarette like that, it's distorting the air, and now you're corrupting and hurting everybody around you. You like it because of the Scorpio rising Cancer moon. You like it because it's giving you that bright, fiery, whatever that you're ruining you're distorting everything. Stop smoking cigarettes. Stop. I don't care about you. She needs to go out in the woods. It's 12:11 on the clock. The beautiful spaces you could create would heal so many people if you stop smoking. Because then you're riding the high of the crackheads that you live around. And your theosophy and trying to find perfection is in the wrong place. You're not supposed to be a political agitator. You're not supposed to be a Facebook troll. You're supposed to be a blogger. You're supposed to be writing this beautiful thing. You're a writer. Stop being lazy. You want an A-frame cabin, bitch? Go out in the woods behind your stuff, behind your shit, and go build one. If you don't like being around people and it scares you, take your portable power station and go in the middle of the night with a flashlight and go out there and sit out in the fucking woods, and you'll find that that's where you find yourself, and you'll feel the strength and confidence to be able to go, you want a fucking car? Stop begging grandpa. Do what I do. You care about the people that you watch on the internet? Like Elliot? Go live on the internet. You thought Casey was 11. I'm 12/11. I'm a Sagittarius. 12/12 on the clock, though. 12/11/99. One plus 2 is 3. 1 and 1 is 2. That's 5. 6. Plus 9 is 15. Plus 9 is 24. Plus 9 is 33. Casey still wants to save him, even though she's done terrible things to me. He's got a huge heart. I only hold the grudge because I can't get them to stop. And now I don't feel like they're worthy of the forgiveness and the relationship keep going. They would farm it. They would harvest it. They would covet it. They would use me for the natural, beautiful healing I have and the funniness and all the crazy stuff. They didn't appreciate me when I was at my worst, man. But they did help and they did care. But they got their own problems. And their problems, I always try to solve them. Wait. Petty pussies with no position are always picking problems. I give everything trying to sit down and solve them. Pissy pussies with no position are always picking problems. I gave everything trying to sit down and solve them. And I found out they're all proud that they're lost. Leave me the fuck alone. Alright. Now I forgive them, but leave me alone. I forgive you, but leave me alone. I forgive you, but leave me alone, please. Leave me alone. The trauma that you had in your life allowed you to stay a child. You thrive yourself about being mischievous, but all you are is a detriment to everybody around you. You are hurting and distorting Melissa. And she is a sick, covetous narcissist that takes your power and uses it wherever she goes to continue gossip and slander and power games. And that's why she listens. Because she's a weird lesbian with you, because you both can't get laid because you're old. Because you're too afraid to be healthy. Because you're scared to feel what that Scorpio moon is trying to get you to transmute into creativity. And you were given that gift, the Scorpio rising, sorry. You were given that gift to experience that vivid emotion because you're supposed to be creating from it. And what you're doing is distorting and destroying everything else for your sick narcissistic ideals. The shit that you're supposed to do has nothing to do with me, and it has nothing to do with politics, and it has nothing to do with anybody else. You're supposed to be creating something beautiful in yourself, with yourself. You're here to create something beautiful out here. You're supposed to be writing and creating these books and writing these books. That's why you've been stuck in isolation, daydreaming. You're supposed to be making it into something that you share, that exists up here, that you share with people. I think you're the 25th. I think you're a 7, right? That's that intellectual genius. And you make funny jokes, but you're hurting people. You are hurting people. You're in that position because your frequency is supposed to dispel the horrible demonic energy in that place. But you're allowing it to ride you and possess you, and that's why you hurt me. That's why you lied to the police, because you got possessed. And you were like, I have anxiety and PTSD. You let a demon ride you because you get high and do that alchemical transmutation to, and that's why you can't, it's possessed you. That's why you can't understand criticism. See where someone else? Could be you if you feel, if it resonates, but I'm talking about my mom watching. That says she's going to stop stalking me and getting possessed and going against me to try to hurt me. Using social status and the police. And it's a tough life. It's a tough life. I wouldn't want a different mom, but I don't want to be around my mom. I don't want to be involved in any way with my mom. Leave me alone. It has nothing to do with me, and it's all about your problems. It has nothing to do with me. You don't even know me. I was an empath that grew up in a life around narcissists where if I was anything but nothing, it would make them upset on accident, and I noticed that, and they didn't realize that they noticed it, so I had to sit in silence like this, and eventually I learned that to be the bossy guy, but it was because I couldn't, I had to be trapped around those creatures. So a lot of what my mom thinks about me is her gaslighting extension into my life. The last time I talked to her, I stayed in silence to see what she would say. Would she say, I'm sorry, I'm trying to do better? Would she just, no, she went, are you nah? A question with the high vibrational craze. She's always trying to dominate the Aquarian energy into me to force the relationship. And that literally rapes my spirit. That power is not supposed to be weaponized at people. It's supposed to be created into something. She did the inverse, where she's the Cancer moon, so she's sucking up all the life around her and trying to make it... She's always crying about bullshit that she doesn't even care about. But she's just consuming demonic rape, gaslighting, guilt tripping, trying to covet it, and then guilt trip. She's always trying to take it and destroy it and make everybody else around her feel powerless. Unless she gives up. And when she gives up, she can make some funny jokes and be supportive. But it's disgusting control. Which is why I'm sure every person she's ever dated beat the shit out of her. Or had to walk down the road screaming. "Ah!" And she thinks it's their fault. Or she's proud that she did it because she thinks she's mischievous. No, she's unbearable. And that's her fault. You're responsible for your own happiness. And it's not a delusion you have to live inside. You have to stop being lazy. And I'm trying to do it every day. And she made it a lot worse. She's become a narcissist, but she's not a narcissist. When she can let it go, and it's going to take years now because she's been living, it's 20 years of developed habits. It's not other people's responsibility to help you and save you. I think that my life became so cartoonically, because she's somebody that really cares about, in a really disgusting, distorted, demonic way, which isn't her. It's not her. It's something else that she likes, or at least she's addicted to it. She does really care about people. She does really care. It's funny that this became my life because in 2019, when I went to visit her once, I saw, and I have a video somewhere, she's crying and she's staring at a schizophrenic person on the camera, like, I don't know what to do with my life. I don't know. I'm going through all this, and they're talking to the camera and they're really emotional. My mom, really, she's just glued to the screen. Oh my God. Oh my God. But then when it comes to Casey, so it's funny that the only way to get through to my mom, she's not crying. She's like staring at the camera. You have problems in my son on the phone. And then she thinks she got me, and then she's proud of it. Like, yeah, I got him. Tries to stay away from her. It was fucking... I mean, at first it was that she would call the police and send them after me whenever she felt like I was out of her control. Then it was reaching out to my friends and trying to convince them that I had mental illness, and they're like, why is she saying this? Then it was wherever I went, anyone that she could get a hold of, she would try to get a hold of to infest. And then she tries to order them around. And the people that, like, one time I had another Casey, I tried to bring her back. I tried to, like, build a relationship with her. I was like, if I know you still have this RFA that you violate every day, and then whenever you feel like it, you call the police to come hurt me, and then continue reaching out to me just to use it later to hurt me. Because if I answer it, I go to jail, and I've spent 70 days in jail answering my mom. I can't work at any job because I violated conditions of release answering her text messages. And going to see my aunt when I was invited to go seeing my aunt. They're just like those old ladies screaming in the church for no reason, from some shit they made up. Constantly trying to attack me with pride and make me feel less than. And that there's so much better. And I'm like, I'm just sitting in the fucking... I'm just sitting here. I'm just sitting in the car. And then I get the idea, I gotta go give an update to the admin about when I'm gonna leave in 2 days. And they're fucking barricading themselves in the fucking church. They've locked the church. They won't look at me. They won't answer me. I'm just knocking on the window. Hello? Knock, knock. Hello? And then they call the police. And when the cops come, they're like, thank you. And I'm like, my eyes weren't wide. I wasn't crazy. I'm just like, hey, I'm trying to talk to the person. And they're, what the fuck? I didn't storm in. I went in and said, hey, I'm here. This is my stuff. Is there anything you need help with? Let me know. Thank you for the food. It was delicious. And then I go on with my day. And they did all that crazy shit to the point they're screaming at me through the door. Like, it was like, did I get it on camera? Where it was like all of them clustered together in the doorway and they're just screaming at me. And I'm like, why do you see me as the enemy? And she went, oh, no. And And the cop's like, I'm not going to sit here with you guys arguing with each other. And I'm like, I'm not trying to argue. And then finally at the very end, when they all leave, the person I'm trying to talk to is in the door. And I'm like, hey, you gave me the wrong number to the person that I spoke to on the phone. They didn't expect me to ask permission. They didn't know I was good like that. They didn't know that when they gave me the phone that I was going to get permission from their boss at the rectory. So then they tried for 3 days to get me out, and the rectory wouldn't. So they were pissed. The only thing that God says for my mother other than to leave me alone is to go sit in the woods. Every time I do my astral projection work when I'm by myself and I'm shown all of these people's lives and what spirit wants from them, the only thing the spirit wants from my mom other than to clean the house and actually use the pills and all those supplements sitting next to her and to stop eating and to replace it with like fruit smoothies and protein shakes and to stop smoking cigarettes and get a vape, is going for a walk at night by yourself, putting in your headphones and listening to the same stuff you listen to, and just going on a walk. And then God is like, God is ready to give her the car. She's been begging for a car for 20 years. God is saying the car is right here, but you're not doing it. God is saying you don't deserve the car, you dumb bitch. God is saying as soon as you go out for a walk and you go sit in the woods by yourself and just sit there in the woods and just sit there. It's taken her 20 years to do that. Maybe almost 20 years now. God is like, as soon as you start going for the walk and you start going to the woods so you can appreciate nature and learn how to be in nature and get away from your home so that you can bring nature back into your home. When that happens with the inverse, where your peace of mind is now in the woods and not in your bed, when the peace of mind is in the woods and you're going on walks at night by yourself, that's why God sent my dad there. My dad lived in the opposite building. God sent my dad there for her so that she would feel comfortable going on walks at night with my dad. And they were going to build a friendship again. But they were so stuck in the fucking buildings, trapped in the buildings, consuming content, smoking. My parents grew up 11 miles from each other. I was born on the 11th. God literally put my dad next to my mom because they're just supposed to be friends. You're just supposed to be good friends. You fucking babies. Get the fuck over it. You're fucking 70 and 60. Get the fuck over it. All God wants my mom to do is go for a walk and sit in the woods, and God would give her a car. All God wants me to do is make a music video and then I'm famous. And I'm like, I don't know if I should. And then my therapist is like, the world is waiting for you. And I'm like, but how do I get the fucking audio interface? And then I get stranded at a church, and inside the church they use the Scarlett Solo and they have a computer. But then I go to talk to them and they betray me, and God's like, this is the thing. This is the one thing with Casey, is that you get the beautiful perfection and you get to make your creative stuff, and the world is your oyster and you get to create all these beautiful things, but you'll never ever have any support. You'll never be understood. And everyone, as soon as they get close to you in any way, they're going to betray you. You're going to be abused your whole life. And the point is that the righteous perseverance of the Sagittarius. You're here to prove everybody wrong that there's a better way, as long as you can stay the divine child and be the sweet guy. Then you get to be the righteous sweetness. That's pretty cool. It's like a Celtic war chief of love. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I'm glad. That's pretty cool, man. Yeah, all my mom has to do is sit in the fucking woods. And the birds are going to sing to her. I'm seeing on her left side, far in the woods, for the first time in years, it's going to... Because she sings back. She does the whistle. I'm literally seeing her sitting in the woods, and the nature is literally there waiting for her to bring the bird to her. Get the fuck off your phone. Get off your phone, man. she would sit there going, he needs help, I don't know how to help him. And God had given when she's not possessed, or the spirit guiding her, possessing her vessel, buy this camp equipment, buy this power station, buy all this. So then when the years go by and she's sitting in section 8, and then finally Casey's in position in the cabin, and she's like, I don't know how to help him, and gaslighting all this bullshit. And I'm there on the mountainside going, I could really use this camping equipment in a portable power station. Spirit gave her the alley-oop and inspired her with this golden light. All you have to do is give him that. And she's like, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. And then Melissa's just there to egg her on. Together. And she fucked it up. Her life and her life review will be all the times that God showed her that she had the Aquarian ability to bless, and she distorted and destroyed. Hiding. And that's unfortunate, but it can be changed right now. Just decide, I'm going to be different. And yeah, it is the shit that she went through. But it's also the mischievous narcissist. It's cool. You guys hit me with, like, my lives are being hit with distortion and psionic attack, and I just disprove it with grace. It's pretty cool. Like, I end up healing all my haters. Healing all my haters in a way that leaves them jealous for the rest of their life. My mom's name... Don't get mad at her, but her name's Victoria. Victoria the Aquarius. And she's always fucking her son over, and then tried to did the disgusting sexual relationship with her son, with the gaslighting and the dominance. Her last name's Dickerson. But she pretends to be in with law enforcement and all this shit. Because her dad's last name means a cop. Her stepdad's last name means a cop. But also Dickerson means son of Richard. And my grandfather's name, my step-grandfather that took over after Michael left, is Richard. So she ended up being the son of Richard. Dickerson. And my grandma's last name is Paul, and she's like Logan Paul, that family. They're from the same area. But yeah, the native grandfather, and people are talking about, like, yeah, the red-haired giants and the Irish and the Vikings were already here. Dickerson's a Viking name, but he's native. Because it was that Vikings had come before. I think right now, Casey, the most important thing is to keep yourself safe and get somewhere stable. That might involve staying away for all costs tomorrow. That's all I say. Is that I'm trying to find this mountainside that I can climb to the top of the mountain. And I did find one on Marketplace, but it costs $1 million. And he won't give me a deal where I can pay $3,000 at a time and buy 1 acre for 337 months. Paying $3,000 a month. Because obviously that wouldn't work out. But how am I going to get $1 million? I'm trying to make these wagons. I'm trying to make these wagons that fold in on itself and everything. And then I would try to take federal funding to give the homeless people wagons with the financial incentive to eliminate their trash, which respects them and gives them an opportunity to feel safe so that they end up wanting to be better and wanting to contribute and be better to the community. It's killing them with kindness and not punishment. Because they're not seeing these people as suffering, they're seeing them as sick, as an evil. Not sick as in needing healing. I'm not gonna ask that he isn't. So I'm just trying, man. I'm sorry, Dickerson is her maiden name. Yeah, Dickerson's my grandfather's name. And then she goes by her step grandfather's name, which means cop. And she's mad, or she's like left herself, and I can feel the Aquarian projection, which is raping, and like I'm feeling my whole fucking body contorting, and like the cells are like, stop, stop. Imagine living like that, where if you're around her, she gaslights it, makes you submissive as a kid, and then just constantly is flooding you with the vibes. Like if I hang out with my mom, or even if I do this shit, you'll see my whole face start to change to look like her. And it's powerful, but it's not what she's supposed to be doing. So much better than that. I leave her alone. She's just watching. And then she'll probably post on Facebook, I don't watch your stuff, I never do. And then Kendra will be like, hey, she posted again. Kendra got mad and reached out to her. She messaged all of her supporters saying, stop supporting this bullshit. Leave him alone. She's fucking disgusting, bro. It's like sick, and she uses it as her But they're all points I made. But Kendra, I'm glad she did it. She reached out to like the 3 people that heart react my mom's comments about, I'm such a victim of my evil son, and he's got all these problems. Finally, she reached out to them, and I don't remember exactly what she said, but it sounded a lot like me. It wasn't me though. Kendra uses that to pretend to be a little boy, to catch pedophiles. And she's mad at me because I go on it for Marketplace, and because I'm banned from a lot of groups. So she uses a different account mostly now. But she still has some people that message her. But she said that she lost a couple people that she was trying to get for pride catching, because I go on it and I go into groups that block me, and I comment when I'm pooping. Why are you fighting, man? Hey, be careful what you ask or say. That could be mosquitoes, harassment, or doxing. Fuck it. She does it to me. In groups of 30,000 people. She told them, my son is schizophrenic and he's homeless. And everyone went, haha, you homeless schizo faggot. Kill yourself. I can't wait to see you die under a bridge. But yeah, just leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. It's now 1 in the morning. I didn't end up using the gym because I did this. I was supposed to drive 45 minutes to the gym. It is 24 hours, but it's too late. She didn't send me the code. She was supposed to send me the code to get in, and I'm not going to message her this late. So I'm going to, I don't know, there's cameras. I was going to put soap in a bunch of snow. I haven't eaten. I haven't eaten in a few days. But everything's closed now. I'm not going to be... I spent too long on the live, and now I can't eat tonight. And I'm not going back to the place where they were fucking treating me like that. I could drive... No, I can't go there. I could drive into the city, or I could drive like an hour away and find a 24-hour gas station. And I do have some of this left, because I like to drive and listen to music. And it's not going to snow very much longer, so when there's these big snowstorms like this, see how quickly that goes away. Maybe I have to do cold. Will that dissipate the condensation? Yeah, it does. Dickinson. I don't know, but Heather, you mind looking up what Dickinson means? If you think it's cool. Do you know who Fat Knicker is? I'm a green knicker. I'm Irish. It's never gonna snow here anymore till next winter. That's why I like being up north, man. I love winter. Because in winter, the vibes can't get you. They leave you alone. Your last name irks you? Did the Aquarius try to infiltrate the collective? My mom says that shit all the time. Yeah, she'll probably die. Dickinson means son of powerful, brave ruler. Descendant of powerful, brave ruler. It adds leadership to your essence. And I don't remember what Kylie means. I think it just means bright or happy. Could you look up what Kylie means? I'm feeling this pain in my gut now. Energy attacks, man. Boomerang. A boomerang for a powerful, brave ruler. I forgot your reading, man. You're the Pisces. You're the Pisces that's going to the 55 acres. That's a lot like what I want my life to be, where you go out and come back. I think you were saying that were you the one that said you needed the sanctuary or something? You needed the place to return to from your travels, or was that the no, that was the environmental interior decorator with that loving Venusian healing with the emotional wealth there that makes everything deeper and makes the healing more powerful. The boomerang you send off and it comes back. I think boomerangs were also a weapon back in the day. I don't know how the weapon could come back though. But a boomerang for a powerful, brave ruler, you go... Well, I was also talking about this dichotomy between you going out there and coming back, where you struggle with the visionariness and the sense of self, and bringing it back to yourself. And I kept saying, bring it back to yourself. Narrow, straight, and compressed. I am going to Mexico for deep healing. What do you think of Ibogang? I don't know what it means. I don't know what that is. I don't know what Ibogang is. Mexico for deep healing. I don't know. I've never done any of that. I don't know if it's real. It seems like a positive Diddy party. To me, it seems like a non-evil Diddy party. Ayahuasca just teaches you that you're in an ayahuasca trip right now. It's like a cheat code, and it gives you information you're usually not ready for, but you're supposed to learn on your own. So it's sort of like a coward's way of spiritual ascension. Like, you can experience your ayahuasca trip right now. You just stay in isolation and lock yourself in a dark room and allow yourself to receive and not immediately forget all the information that comes to you. And you get to the same realization. Ayahuasca just forces you into it. Ibogaine is like daddy. Ayahuasca is the mommy. Okay. So it gets rid of the... Okay. Yep. It forces your body to get rid of it all. And it brings it... In that craziness comes purity. I should do that. Why is it getting brighter out? Sendo, are you trying to make clothes? I saw you offering me a shirt, and the shirt was like really good energy, like natural, like you were making like organic clothes. You were offering me organic clothes. So no, have you thought about making organic fabric clothing? Because that just came to me. Is it hemp or something? Hemp clothes. It's like this lime green with like black your black art on it. That might be pretty cool. Make like natural organic shirts that have your art on it. That's what something suggested that you should do to get income. And I'll build you a Shopify store. You put all your cool, like that artwork that you did with the Brazilian sort of style to it. That I saw on your video. That'd be really cool on a shirt. And then it's just that natural organic. You're working on a linen t-shirt. That's what I'm saying, man. Because that natural stuff with the nature and the way that you made that woman, not the one that you sent me on the Discord, but the one that you posted on your YouTube. Put that shit on a shirt, man. Casey, is that your Cash App? Yeah. And I have my I have all my stuff in my channel description. All right. I got my license. I got this. I got my keys. I got this. I got this. I need to sneeze. That's cool, but also just try to add on like as well. I think it would be really cool just to have that natural like sort of soft green with, I don't know if it's hemp or just natural. Fuck. With your designs on it, and no color on it. It's just the drawing. All right, I'm gonna have to get out of the car, and I'm gonna use this alcohol wipe on the McChicken rash because I'm gross. Because I ate McDonald's for like 5 days. Fuck. I almost just walked back with my fly down and shit. Alright. I was panicking about the shower, and Spirit's like, we've been telling you to fucking use the wipes for like 3 days. You gross piece of crap. Alright. Kylie, you gotta go to your own page, and in setting you can edit your profile. Kylie doesn't know how to change your profile picture. You think eventually Gen Z will be in the chat, or you think that I'm gonna have to, I want to play video games. I did not want this to be my life. At all. This was like the last thing I wanted my life to be. My empathic abilities are getting pretty strong, man. I'm at the point I'm sorry, when I do these energy readings, I can fucking smell you. I can smell you from here, bitch. Like when people go through the chat, it's like I'll suddenly smell like there's a really fucking disgusting piece of crap on the other end. Holy shit, I can smell you. Holy shit. But yeah, people with water signs, a lot of your work happens at night when it's dark out because the world is distracting and most of your stuff is internal. I did some cleaning and organizing just now. That's lit. Do you have like a stone, do you have like a black granite or something, black countertop and like a nice kitchen? I think you're headed there. I think you're headed to getting a nice kitchen, man. Because I saw it was really clean. It was really clean and really like, I don't think I've ever, I think I've walked through places like that, but I've never lived in a place that looks that nice and put together. You have a black countertop? Yeah, holy shit. Is it like is it an island though? Do you have like the island countertop? Come to Brazil, let's work on your Adobe home. You have property in Brazil? I want to learn Spanish. I need a Spanish teacher. Duolingo, you do both? Yeah. I don't know if that was spirit or if that was your ancestors or that was angels. Something does really care about you. And it was so simple. It was just drink the organic smoothies. Like that shit, man. Do you guys mind if at some point in my life I go back to edit these specific readings and make them into videos? You have land there? I was panicking and running through doing this whole independent thing, and all the tarot video messaging was saying, I know that you're on this big mission that you're trying to do. Spirit is saying just be patient and it's going to be so much better than you can imagine. And the idea of like, wow, this whole time I was stressed out about getting my own land, and then I find out that I'm accidentally building a network across the world of people with land. And then I wanted to just travel and make things better. And I'm probably going to end up just kind of traveling between people's properties and making things cooler and like all this stuff. Go right ahead and leave the chatting on. I'd have to like screen record the chat and then rip the thing from the video, and then next to the I could probably figure out a cool way to do it. Something said not yet. Not yet. I got really mad at the energetic attack from the crazy behavior from that woman, and I know she was being friendly, but the thing she was doing was not friendly. And I don't think she even realized, like, maybe she thought I was a retard for some reason, but it was just so weird. It was so weird. Like, I went into the store, I circled around the food section where they had, like, the food and stuff. Maybe she thought I was homeless and trying to steal. So she stopped what she was doing to just stand by the register. I, like, look at her, and she stares at me, like, and I'm like, hey, I was just checking out what you got for food. She's like, that's fine. And then she's like hovering next to me while I put the thing in. She's like, do you know how to do it? And I'm like, I know how to do it. I said, yeah. Because she's just like in my space like this. And then she won't leave me. She's like, she won't stop. She's standing right there and I can feel the spiritual shit she's trying to do. And then I fucking dropped my keys on the ground. I just left them on the ground. Fuck it. And then I'm trying to put the bill in the machine, and she takes it. And then I looked back afterwards and saw somebody else fucking was able to do it fine. I don't know why she yanked my 20 out of my hand. So then she was trying to do all this shit, and like I could feel her trying to covet and steal the attention and all the energy from it. So I was like, can I just leave that with you and go? And she's like, yeah, of course, because I saw that the leaving that with her helped enhance the belief that she was stealing and coveting. So then I walked out, and I definitely felt like she was stealing a lot of the energy. And I'm coming back to the car and trying to hold it in. And I look back, and she's like energy vampired. And the other guy at the register is having no trouble. She didn't do it to him. And then I have to take it back. And then I'm driving away. And then fucking she had enmeshed me back in the community now. So all this shit. And there was a lot of just like, it seems like a spiritual monster living in all of them. And then I do the freak out, and then I get the video that says your consciousness is scaring the matrix, so they're going to do whatever they're going to do. So do you know a lot of intricate stuff? I'm glad you found Casey's channel. Wait. I mean, I'd be so happy to have help with Adobe bricks and planning. It's a bit too hard to do it all alone, but yeah, I guess I got to graduate first. Like, I want to prepare myself to move countries, but you are always invited in while the Adobe home isn't there yet. You could stay in the house next, because that one is already there. Damn, you got a bunch of shit going on. Is it a community? Or there's just an empty house there? And then you moved countries? And you're in college? You're a successful, functioning person. I thought you were 35, I thought. The house next isn't mine, it's my mom's. You're 35. I don't really know South America, but your profile didn't look Brazilian to me. It didn't seem Brazilian to me. But you also said you're native too. But you're in Europe. Is that your other side of your family is in Europe? These people got so much... I mean, my life is pretty cool too. My life is a lot simpler. I never graduated. I want to go back to my country because I became a widow and my life isn't happy here in Europe. Yeah. He seems like a cool guy. He wore blue. I saw him with a blue shirt I just saw his shoulder. For a second. I saw his shoulder, he had a blue shirt on. Hopefully this is evidence that there's more to life than that. You know, my John Michael is gone. My brother's gone. 34. Oh, the young kids. John Michael, 34 isn't old at all, man. I thought 30 was old when I was 20, and now that I'm 26, I'm like, 34 is not, 34 is like just becoming an adult. What's going on? I had some crazy readings today, man. I was able to like go into their life, and I could tell what fucking countertop the person had. 26 is young, bro. That's what I'm saying. She says she's old because she's 34. I'm like, 34 is not old at all. You're part native, part Lebanese, Egyptian, and African. Okay, I can see that. That's cool. But for real, I fucking, I could tell what countertop, because somebody's ancestors or angels or some entity, something, it didn't seem like an entity, because entity makes it seem like foreign and alien and weird. It was more human, or just more spiritual. Blue looked very nice on him, and he had a very nice shoulders. Alright. I don't know, I just saw his shoulders sticking out. I saw that he was very mature, very competent, cool vibe. Didn't take life too seriously, at least I saw him when he was like, maybe, I think he liked to dance. I wanted to say that he liked to dance. So hopefully this is evident that there is more. There's more than just this. And I was able to literally tell what fucking countertop Pink Fur had. Because they told me with a lot of love that I don't experience in my life. Something really loved Pink Fur, and something that really loved Pink Fur told me to tell Pink Fur, literally, that, how to heal. And it was a lot simpler than all the, like, the overwhelming vivid shit that I was talking about with the 1133 shit that I deal with. They were just saying, nope, you just drink the fucking smoothies. And then I found out that the exact type of smoothie that it was showing me to drink is what Pink Fur drinks. More hymen? What does that mean? It looks like it was translated from another language. Adam, and you have a crow? What the fuck, Adam? Crow left to right says more hymen. So true about the answers. I'm glad you got to see that. Yeah. When I do the astral projecting life path stuff on my life, the spirit shows me back when I was little and I had the bowl cut and I was like 7, I think. 7 or 8, and I'm just sitting alone by myself building Legos. Like when I ask spirit to show me my archetype and all my stuff, I see this like huge phoenix and like the war chief and all this stuff, but that's more of the creation. What God is really trying to show me is I'm just a really old soul, but I'm also the child, and I'm sitting in this field in the mountains, and I'm just by myself playing with action figures and building with Legos and picking the grass. But the entire universe is the grass and the Legos, if that makes sense. Yeah, I lost my brother. And I lost my best friend, but it was to a different... I left her. So she's still alive, but she doesn't seem alive to me. She seems gone. Like, she left all this beautiful spiritual stuff that we had, and now she's just kind of fucking off. New guy, has a kid. She chose the simple life. Ego and status and reputation and garbage, and I can see her dwelling in the peace that she had. She's gotten more mature. I can't not love everybody. But she lied to my face. And 4 years later I call back, and a lot of the stuff I'd hoped had changed didn't. Adam Casey plucked feathers from a crow for a head trez once, didn't you know? And then got attacked by cops. I woke up one morning and saw a crow's skull screaming at me in the ethers. And then I followed this in a straight line towards where the crow was screaming at me, and I saw a frozen thought, like the snow had just melted, so I saw a frozen body of a crow. So I took gloves and I plucked all the feathers off the crow until it was just like all of the feathers. And then I took the head and the wings off it too. And then I was gonna wear because I saw the skull, so I was like, I'm gonna wear the skull. And then I found out it's like a $5,000 fine and like a couple years in jail to pluck feathers off and have feathers. So now I can't have any feathers unless I go with Booner was there. Boone, how often do you come by, Boone? The growth is crazy, right? Holy shit, have I changed. And you've changed. Life, man. Life, man. It sucks. It's Epic Casey. Oh yeah, and then somebody, they said it was somebody from New York City, but I'm sure it was one of you guys or my mom or something, and said, please tell him it's from New York so he doesn't know it's me. 2 cops showed up and a mental health worker to fucking tell me I don't know shit about native culture. And I'm like, I'm the native blood. I said that My blood runs through the trees. She was like, oh fuck, he hit me with the native talk. And I'm like, I'm just bullshitting. I don't know any native people, but I live out in the woods and I see these ghosts that tell me shit. And the shit I see lines up exactly with what the natives teach. So, and they tell me I'm native. Indeed, we both have. I'm glad to see your chat active. Boone, how's your relationship life doing? Every time you come in, we talk about all the girls you talk to. Boone is blocked from. Did you block Heather, Boone? I would too. Boone, what is that? A dog or a cow? What the fuck is your profile picture, dude? Boone is now six. Are you 16 now, or did you just? Yeah, you're 60. You turned 16 in September. Because you're a Virgo. You're a Virgo born in. Was it a goat year? Were you 2004? You might be 2008. It's a goat. No, I don't have any egos right now. You're Irish since the distinction of the last name. I'm O'Brien. Boone says you're mad weird, Heather. And you are mad weird. Boone is also mad weird. Boone has Discord kittens as a 16-year-old. And he goes on Roblox dates. Boone, have you have only kissed one? Have you kissed a girl yet? Because Boone's a good-looking dude, man, and he played football, but he dropped out of school. And I'm like, bro, I don't want you to be 30 and look back and be like, man, I wish I went to high school and had the high school life. I didn't want to go right into an adult life. But also, we're going to have robots in a few years. Everything's going to change. And I'm like, and yeah, it is a Masonic institution, and it's terrible, and people are crap. But I'm like, don't you know, smart guy, you could get girls like that, bro. You could have I only want Boone to go to high school to date girls. That's all I want Boone to go to high school for. Everything else you can get on the internet. I want Boone to go have a social life with girls before he's an adult. Because I don't want him to be an adult and feel stunted. But also, all the kids are weird. Gen Z's fucking weird. It's pretty cool. I'm gonna end up dating a Gen Z girl once she's old enough, probably. Like Leonardo DiCaprio when they're 18. I'm gonna be like 30 and my girlfriend will be 20 probably. And she's gonna say, "Skibbity toilet." And I'll be like, "Lick my balls." Somebody touching my spaghetti, and she'll go, 6'7". Holy shit. That's a highlight I'm gonna keep. I was gonna leave tonight. I don't have any food. I need food. I haven't eaten. I haven't eaten in fucking days. I haven't eaten in days, Boone. Boone has exited the chat, I think. Boone doesn't want to tell us about his life, and that's alright. I wonder how Westy and Larry are doing, and Ethan and Matt. I wonder if the garage has gone into the outside. I bet Westy has a black girlfriend now. Where did you get that deer? I've had this deer for a year and a half now. This is Bucky Barnes, Boone. The Winter Soldier. Boone. Casey needs to remember the natural way. Boone, I have to listen to Casey jerk off every few days. Boone, help me. Boone, he smells really bad, Boone. Please. Come save me, Boone. I don't care if you're racist. I don't know any black people. They're from Africa. I'm a deer. I'm not down there. Those are gazelles. We don't let the gazelles drink from our water fountains either, Boone. It's okay. We don't let the zebras hang out with us either, Boone. So I'll go to Arkansas. Life chat. You can't do any. You can't do anything. Boone, how close do you live? I bet you live pretty close to Queso. Aries was cool, but too dominant for this channel. Larry's a cool dude, man. Larry's a dark goat. He's an evil goat. And he's also a really cool guy. I like Larry and Larry. But that's his energy, man. He knew himself. And they also, like, because they're younger, they didn't have David Dobrik and fucking Game Grumps and PewDiePie like I had. They had, like, the streets and hood Instagram and shit. So they're pretty cool. Westy's gonna have a black girlfriend. She's gonna be pretty tall. Westy's gonna have a black girlfriend who's got some... She's gonna be thick, but not like really thick. Not like Megan Thee Stallion. But she's gonna be like... juicy. But also kind of thin, actually, too. Like, she just fills out, I guess, if that makes sense. She's gonna be very submissive, because Weston is... I can see he's very tall. See you later, Stacey. Okay, Casey, I'm going to bed. Later, man. Don't let the lice bite. Boone, you didn't even get to see me take on an entire town of extremely wealthy, inbred people. That was the beast time, though, when you were in the hotel. That sticks out in my memories. That was pretty cool. It was a pretty cool time. I want someone to edit the... I tried to get the garage to edit the videos, but they wanted to play World of Warcraft. I'm like, don't you know how chaotic life can get? I won't be here long. Please don't do World of Warcraft. But they were like, no, we're friends, and we're doing World of Warcraft. So I was like, okay. And then Ethan messaged me and said, I will bring the Casey story to World of Warcraft. Don't worry. And I was like, all right. I appreciate you at least you acknowledge you're leaving me out in the cold. It's all good. Enjoy, man. But yeah, Westy's gonna have a black girlfriend. Somebody tell him that. Somebody tell Boone, tell Westy that Casey said he's gonna have a black girlfriend. Weston is very tall. And I see that he's matured because I don't want to call him Westy. I keep calling him Weston on accident. Spirit is saying Weston. And I keep trying to say Westy and it says Weston. Weston is becoming more dignified and official, I think. And Larry needs to start working out. Larry's living too much as the pocket of air disassociated from the weed. Or from the remnants of the weed. Larry needs to go like on long hikes to the woods to incorporate back into his body. And Ethan is still at his computer, and he's a nice guy. He's a pretty cool... He's a sweet, chill dude, man. I think he's blonde. They're cool people, man. I'm glad that they do. Spirit showed me that they sometimes play... Like, I saw them playing my music while they skateboard. I was like, that's pretty cool. Why Ethan and Westy? Why gonna have Black GF? I know you're watching. They can't... Well, I don't know. I don't think they're watching, man. It's been a few years. It's been 2 years, I think, right? No, it's been a year. It's been a year, man. And then I sabotaged that shit because I was mad about when Hal showed up. And then Larry called me a pussy and Westy called me broke. And they're like competing for the attention of a 15-year-old girl. And I was like, stop it, man. Why am I being Judas? They're Julius Caesaring me for the attention of a 15-year-old on a YouTube live stream. Stop it. Get some help. Why are you gay? In the Beninging. I don't know, Casey, you're hard to let go. Because you guys fill in the blanks. You see the infinite and it just becomes healing to whatever you need healing with. And maybe I'm pretty cool sometimes. I don't think this is me at all, man. I think this is like, I'm like an amorphous amalgamate of all the parasitic toxic relationships and how that embedded and stayed in my system. And then occasionally I'll be, and I'll break free and sing a song. Didn't feel like when Haldren, it felt like a trap. It definitely was a trap, but I think I handled it pretty cool. Because I was the guy with the least social experience, so you'd expect me to be the creep, but I was not the creep. And I don't think they were the creep either. I think they were taught to riz regardless. They were trying to riz. I don't know. I don't think it was even that either. It just felt like a really cool version of like when I used to live in trap houses and the girl would come in. And I didn't do any drugs. I would sit there like, I'm trying to connect to God. And then these gang members and all this shit. I might have been wired. You probably need coffee. I know I keep chips on my shoulder like dips, so come get it off me. Come say sorry with your body. Come say sorry with your body. Come say sorry with your body. Come and dance with me. My heart, my soul, take my hand, girl. Grab a hold, we can go somewhere remote. Don't nobody have to know. Only us, girl, just us two. Let's escape, forget the world. Open up and lose control. Just sit back and let us flow. And I can't let go of the past. The next time that railroad crossing drops, I'll hit the gas. For the first time, I'm not afraid. The second my spine cracks, I won't feel pain. And if they ask about the boy you drove away, say I caught a train. I just want to make songs, man. I don't have the money to make the sounds and the energies that I create. I don't have the means to make that in production. And I don't have access to a studio. And I don't have the money to sit in the studio and lock in. And I worry if I were to get a job at a recording studio, it would be toxic energy vampirism and all this garbage, and people would siphon my songs from me and life force and use it to create their own and manifest. It's like steal my manifestations on accident, and because that's what happened when I was in recording studios, because I didn't understand what was happening. But I don't want to be an old man in the studio. I wish I could just snap my fingers and be in a studio right now that I own. It's all mine. And nobody's there. It's just me. But I'm seeing that, like, immediately Spirit's like, you don't want to be that when you're 40. I don't want to be 40 and, like, balding at the top of my head and, like, my hair's still scraggly and shit. And still doing this, trying to make the songs I'm making right now. And that's the only way that's going to happen if I do it the way that they tell me to do it, where I get a job and do, you know, work for it. We're not making enough money to do that anymore. Now people are only making money like Whistling Diesel, making content about doing cool shit, and they just get way too much money way quickly. Shot for Shot is pretty cool. But my vocals are, those were all that's the background. My verse on Shot for Shot, that's supposed to be in the background underneath the vocals. Bro, can you name 50 women? Yeah. Lisa Simpson. Margot Robbie, Margaret Thatcher, Margaret Qualley, my old history teacher Margaret, Margaret from Mordecai and Rigby. Betty White, Brenda Song, Ashley Tisdale, Debbie Ryan's hot as fuck, man. I love Debbie Booby Ryan, Debbie Booby Ryan. She's hot as hell, man. That's a wife right there. I wish I had a Debbie Ryan in my life, man. Debbie Ryan. But imagine Debbie Ryan, but also like a quarter black. Like Debbie Ryan, but tan. And, I don't know, I'm thinking more of a like, she's a very top-heavy person. I mean, her body's thick, whatever, but I mean her head, like, she has a big Irish forehead, and that's cool. But I'm also a big Irish guy, so the energy's pretty cool. It's like a partnership, but I'm always, like, looking for, I don't know, probably the Aquarius thing. I'm always looking for, like, some type of dichotomy here with the girl. Like, I dated a Cherokee girl for a while. I dated a Puerto Rican girl. I like that. Like that, another race that's more natural. Still, Irish is great. Love my Irish women, but... And I hated dating white girls. All the white girls were... I didn't... Even though they were thick horseback riders with big butts. Big booties. Big juicy booties. You know what I'm saying? The energy felt really colonizer. It felt like she was surrounded by her colonial ancestors. You want me to name 40 more women? Your mom? Your mom. Who's that girl? She's got a really sweet voice, man. She's black. She's in a lot of I mean, she's like in like Atlanta, the last episode of Atlanta when she talks to Darius. But Van from, so that's one, and then Van from Atlanta's bad as hell. I know people don't like Riri because of the big nose. Ironheart, I still think she's bad. I like her friend though, her AI friend. So that's another one. Billy Booby Eilish, who actually has a big butt. She just, you can't tell because her boobs are so big. She does have a big butt. Big butt booby Billie Eilish. She's bad as hell. Sophie Rain, Sigourney Weaver. Sigourney Weaver from Avatar and Alien. Sigourney Weiner. And Teresa Cormier, Travis Fall's mom. She seems pretty cool, if she's actually his mom. But I know she's Tasha Maynard's aunt, and they live over in Ruidiso, New Mexico. So that's two, Tasha and Teresa. My cousin Ariana, my cousin Shannon, Sigourney Weiner. Who else? My elementary school teacher, Orly Hasbani, who I accidentally called mom once, and I thought it was pretty awkward. Demon Hunter's a woman. Who else? Let's name an old bitch. The chocolate girl from SpongeBob. SpongeBob's mom that looks like a cookie. The goth girl from Victorious. She's bad as hell. Miranda Cosgrove looks like a foot. I don't fucking like that bitch. I like her now that she's an adult, but during iCarly, kind of weird. I don't know why they liked her. I think she's cute as an adult. Sam, it sucks that Sam got I think they made them suck. I think she had to get her toe sucked and sexually abused. It was horrible. In Hollywood. How are you able to stream for hours? Doesn't your battery die? My car is idling. I waste $5 in gas to do these lives. And I'm not even charging my phone. Fuck, I was charging my vape. Oh, I am charging my phone. It's at 100. Alright. What am I at? 30? 20 more women. The girl from Total Drama Island, Gwen. But I thought Lindsay was way hotter than Gwen. And Heather from Total Drama Island can eat a dick and die. I want to see all of her bones break. Fuck that bitch. Fuck that crazy cunt. I want to see her get flayed and skinned alive and hung from a tree and burned. But we'll count Heather from Total Drama Island. And then, but Lindsay was where it's at, man. No, the beach girl with the blue hoodie. She's bad as hell. Lindsay or the girl that dated the cowboy. I don't remember her name. What was the blonde girl with the surfer girl? Total Drama Island. She's bad as hell. My fucking lying bitch of an ex. Fuck that bitch. Her evil narcissist lesbian grandma. Your grandma. Hillary Clinton. Erica Kirk, if she's a man, if she's not a man. Is Michelle Obama count? I don't know. Obama's kids. He has 2 daughters. The thing from Monsters Inc. The Mike Wazowski. I think that's a woman. What is a woman anyway? I don't know. Hard to tell. I'm sorry. Sorry, Big Fur. Pink Fur maybe. I don't know. Markiplier's wife. I think she's like fat, maybe. Maybe she's not. No, she's not, but she looks nerdy. Mr. Beast's wife. She's pretty hot. I think Marcia looks like she's like... Something's wrong with Marcia. Marcia looks fucked up. Marcia looks like she's hollow inside. Like it's like a Five Nights at Freddy's animatronic inside Marcia. Some Chinese woman from a TikTok video I saw the other day on YouTube that wears like a Pokemon uniform, and she made noise at like a vlogger. That hot Brazilian girl that Kurt Kaz put on, or I think she's Colombian from Ecuador. That's not right. That's not correct. No, the Colombian woman that he dated, that Kurt Kaz dated, Queso's mom. I don't know if she's got it going on. I didn't watch the video, but I saw that he made a cooking stream with his mom. A ladybug from the Very Hungry Caterpillar. I think that was a woman. Dora the Explorer. This girl in preschool that kept changing my Diego video to Dora, and I bit her in the head. She kept changing Diego to Dora, and I would get so mad I ran into the kitchen and I bit her in the head. What are you talking about? Y'all don't dare Casey. Sigourney Weiner. What am I at, 40? We'll do 10 more. 10 more women. Who's that? I mean, does Bonnie Blue even count as a woman anymore after sleeping with 10,000 men? But who Bonnie Blue used to be. Natalie from David Dobrik, she was kind of hot before she became demonic. And like rich white girl, she was kind of cool for a little bit. Famous powerful women. Aaliyah and Lauryn Hill. That's 43, let's say. 43, 44. Let's name a woman rapper that isn't Cardi B or Megan Thee Stallion. I don't like Win that much. We won't count Win. She's kind of bad though. I'm thinking about a few. Oh, you know that girl from the... Have you guys seen it on YouTube? You're in the presence of a queen, no apology. Neil, you're in the presence of a queen, no apology. Oh, son, when they're stalking me, bitch, you come outside, bring them hands, come outside. Take a look inside, peek inside, MRI. She's bad as hell, I like that girl. You know what I like? I think it's like Boosie's, is it Boosie's niece? With the Town of 97? She sits at the desk. Or at the thing, and it's like America's Got Talent for the hood. She's bad as hell. Megan Fox. God, I'm seeing a woman with a hairy bush. She's like, what the fuck? For some reason, I just saw a hairy vagina. Leave me alone. I don't want to see that shit. And it was like pointing at me. What the fuck are you doing on the other end of this phone? It's disgusting. Loki, tell him. Casey's trying to help you all. Stop it. Oh, we can count. The last 5 will just be those fat old inbred cunts that screamed at me at the church the other day. Those are barely women. There we go. There's 50 women. How do you feel? Do you feel enlightened? I think he left, probably. You should use your knowledge as a sound engineer. You can keep your music on the down low and do live for a while until you're known in the area. Several homeless people make money playing on the street in my hometown, Nashville. I really just want to make my own shit by myself like this. It makes it special to me. Some years I like to get competitive and I like to do features and I like to work on other people's stuff. And I used to really want to just get in. Like one time I called out of work and I was going to have my girlfriend, or I tried to call out of work and get John Michael to come in dishwashing because I'm fucked up. I'm a crazy person. The RZA was doing his tea thing where he was bringing in a bunch of artists and they were going to work on music together. And he handpicked a select few. And those people, obviously, clout chasing pieces of crap, they posted the hotel they were at on Instagram, and I knew I knew what they looked like. I was like, if my girlfriend just drives me to New York City and we sit outside the hotel, eventually I'll be able to see them leave the hotel, and we follow them to the RZA's hotel, and I show up, and I thought that if I showed up at the doorstep and said I did all this because I know I can do it, just let me get in and show you my creative essence and my style and flair, and I think you'll really like it. But then John Michael wouldn't come into work, so I couldn't do it. All right, I'm gonna go. It's 1:33. Take care of yourselves. Clean your house. Fasting, sunlight, probiotics, ketosis, autophagy, neurogenesis. If you're a guy, get ashwagandha root supplements, maca root, and some other African roots, and put it all. It's gonna taste kind of gross, but you can make it work with like honey and the chocolate syrup and your almond milk and shit, and take that in fasting, sunlight, probiotics. It's all gonna vitamin D, zinc, all of it's gonna make you like so spiritually powerful. And take care of yourself. Give yourself the love you deserve. Rest. Go back through your memories when you go to bed and close your eyes. Just try to keep remembering all this stuff. Imagine nothing and reverse it. Ketosis, autophagy, neurogenesis. Get sunlight. Connect to that spiritual bandwidth. Let go. Lose your mind and come to your senses. Wake up. Go for a walk at night with your headphones in, and then take your headphones off and play the music in your shirt pocket, and then don't have any music at all, and then just go for walks and listen to the rhythm of nature out here and go on these nice cool adventures, and maybe get a skateboard. Some of you need to get a skateboard and go like a penny board and go penny boarding around. But yeah, wash your sheets, wash your clothes. I'm gonna have to do it. Refresh your lifestyle before the snow melts and we enter Aries season, because you're gonna need that. It's Capricorn year and it's an Aries year. You're gonna need to have your home just figured out completely to be able to do all this other cool shit. But other than that, give yourself the love you deserve. Take care of yourself. Tell your grandma I need some money, and that if she needs good karma because she's a colonizer bitch. I have ask me for my GoFundMe in my comment section. I have all my channel links and stuff. Help me pay my car off and shit. I'm trying to get a studio. Basically, if you have ideas and dreams, usually I have a lot of good wisdom for that. Saint Casey found his way to greatness. Went deranged and fought a decade to be famous. Turns out it's all just simulation. Went across the states, ate from dumpsters, slept on pavement, made 1,000 perfect songs, and he came back just to play it for the ones he loved that hate him, stagnated, stuck in low places. Lane switching, lame killing. He paved a trail for homeless orphan children. He changed the state by raising stakes and staying different. I ain't schizophrenic, bitch, my brain is gifted. If you got a dream, set your hair and heart ablaze and fight every single day to maintain it.